One of the most tiring storylines that I've heard about CLG is that we're all about friendship. But to me, it was never about the power of friendship. That was kind of a story someone else told about CLG. But I want to tell a new story. As a team, the reason we stuck together is to win and to be the best. So to me, like, making the Dardoch move was the right thing to do.
There's a lot of people saying this is CLG split to win, and with the addition of me, we're going to be a new team, and we're going to iron out the faults that they had last season or for the last 2 years. And yeah, I'd say that they're right.
What he brings to a team is actually what we needed on CLG.
Sort of a boisterous personality that we kind of lacked on the team.
He'll get passionate, he'll get heated about things, but he also helps us improve a lot faster.
I'm not the kind of person to beat around the bush. If I see an issue in game or out of game, I'll bring it up instantly because I want it fixed and I want us to improve. And working on CLG, everyone is like that. I do think that we have a good chance of winning the split. If we keep up the work ethic we have now, we will easily be the best team in North America by the end.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American League Championship Series for the 2017 Summer Split. Teams return hungry to prove themselves here in the LCS studios in Los Angeles, California, and the fans are out in force to support their favorite teams as they start their journeys and their quest for the NALCS title and perhaps representation at Worlds. Here earlier we saw Dardoch roll up with the new squad. We heard that he thinks with practice they could be the best team in the North American LCS. Jensen, though, entering with Cloud9, looking for redemption after finishing second in the spring split. However, I'm James Dash Patterson. Joining me to kick out the analyst desk, Aiden Zyrene Moon. We've made it to the summer split. How you doing?
I'm feeling great, man. I'm really excited to get summer kicked off.
Absolutely. We've had a few roster changes, some stuff that we're going to get to look at going into the season, but all in all, I'm super excited for what looks to be like a very competitive split at that. Let's go ahead and begin by looking at the teams that are taking to the stage today. First up, Dardoch debuts as CLG's new jungler versus Spring's Rookie of the Split Contracts and Cloud9. Then Xmithie dons a new jersey as he and Immortals look to take down Inori and Phoenix 1. Now, despite this being the first time that all 10 of our teams are returning from the spring split, almost all of them have made an adjustment of some kind.
Yeah, it was a bit of a calm offseason, though. We talk about the teams making some adjustments, but no team actually made more than one change to their starting roster. Nobody made two, which is incredible. Means that we have less of that time where people are saying, oh, we blew up the roster, we have to re-synergize. None of that. These are the same organizations. They have spring to build on as well, and we only have one rookie in this entire split who's slated to be a starting roster man. So I think right now, we're looking at a split where there's no excuses. Right out of the gate, this should be the most competitive NALCS split to date.
Makes the rookie of the split vote pretty easy as well. But
That's
let's
true.
go ahead and talk about some of the more notable roster moves that you mentioned. The big one being CLG Immortals, swapping Xmithie and Dardoch.
Yeah, both these guys kind of had underwhelming splits last split. Their teams not really doing as well as they would want to in the standings, but you traded an aggressive jungler for a jungler that was more about playing around the team. Dardoch's known to be a star, known to be a very boisterous personality, whereas Xmithie more calm, more team-focused, and so the trade went like that, where it seems like Immortals wanted to play a little bit more around their carries of Flame and unlock Pobelter, whereas it seems like CLG wanted more force from the jungle.
Right, you kind of have that consistent jungler, what you know you'll get out of Xmithie, as you mentioned, playing around his team and setting them up, whereas for Dardoch, for his career so far has been about, you know, this is a star on the rise, but he hasn't found the right team yet. He hasn't had a breakout split. He's had breakout games. We're waiting for that full split to kind of cement him as a star among the NALCS. But my question to you is, within this trade, who got the better end of the deal?
I think CLG. You talking about Dardoch not having a breakout split? I think day one, week one, Dardoch was already a star, rookie of the split on his debut. I think that that guy has the power that they need. And CLG, now they have somebody who's going to, you know, they talked about not so much about the friendship, give the feedback that they need. They don't have those passive members on the team now. Everybody is open to improving. And I've talked to Dardoch about this move, and he said, CLG, you know, it was all about the friendship and everybody has that camaraderie, but everybody's on the same page about wanting to be the best team, and that's where he kicks in.
Right, and that's what they have to do. They got to win that NALCS title in order to be truly considered the best. Another set of notable pickups, though, or a switch-up, rather, would be Doublelift Wild Turtle from TSM to FlyQuest here, and Doublelift back into the roster that went 17-1 last summer.
Yeah, you got a little taste of Doublelift on TL last split when he was kind of in retirement or taking a break, but TSM fans are ecstatic. TSM didn't really have a good midseason invitational, and they are waiting for Doublelift to come back. Last time we saw him on TSM, 17-1 match record, winning summer 2016. So fans are ready for Doublelift to be back in there. They want to see what the shot calling looks like with him back on the roster.
Well, that's the thing, though, right? Expectation is actually pretty high because the last time we saw him was that 17-1 run that they made. Of course, they did have a disappointing appearance at Worlds that year. We'll see if they can return to form immediately or if it will take some time to ramp up. On the flip side, Wild Turtle, funnily enough, rejoining some former teammates of his, Highs Balls Lemonation, from 5 years ago.
2012, Orbit, and also Quantic Gaming. Wild Turtle was a part of that roster with High, and that's when he first got his competitive debut. And then I think that right now, this is really good for Turtle, because he was in a spot where people are like, where's the old Turtle? Where's the flash forward, aggressive pentakill Turtle?
Right.
Kind of not seen for a while. But back on a roster with High, High enabled Moon to have a breakout, career-defining split last spring, and now I think that's going to happen again for Wild Turtle with somebody who enables him to be aggressive. Because High, out of position, really aggressive, but Turtle can be right there with him.
Exactly. We've talked about it so many times. What High does to unlock other players on the team might be exactly what Wild Turtle needs to finally show, that mechanical prowess, but in an aggressive manner that he always has wanted to.
Exactly. And if you were looking at TSM near the end, it was kind of like these guys need to play carries. Turtle, not a lot of people in the community had confidence in him, and they were asking for double lift back on TSM. If he's having some confidence issues, High is the guy to fix those. Wild Turtle, I feel like we're going to see that smile again on FlyQuest, and he's going to be right up there on top of the stand.
Them pearly whites, we got him right there. Hopefully we'll see him live in just a few minutes. But we also got to talk about the fact that there's a new patch, right? Always when we talk about League of Legends is the fact that this game iterates on every 2 weeks. And so even while all these roster moves are coming through, and for example, we talk about Dardoch being a playmaker, well, tank rework, and all of a sudden relevance of tanks in the jungle, how is this going to affect different players within the league? Exactly.
A little bit more team focus. We'll still see the fighters, but I think Sejuani and Zach are the two big ones here that we'll see in Champion Select pretty frequently, depending on picks and bans. And I think that helps people like Rainover, former MVP, but was on TL, and they really struggled. They need to find a way to avoid being in relegations again. And I think with the tank rework, this gives Rainover a little more agency in the jungle than it was before with things like Kha'Zix and Graves.
Yeah, the mark of a true pro, or the best pros, are the ones that can change with the times, evolve with the game itself. Another big change coming through, though, the Rift Herald. And this is an objective change. It'll be very interesting to see how the teams decide to play around it strategically.
Exactly, because the pick ban, the champion changes, that's not every game. This is literally every game, the top side of the map after 10 minutes. The Rift Herald will spawn. It's a soloable objective. It gives you an empowered recall, and it gives you this gigantic behemoth to push down turrets. It does 25% of its current health to the turret when it rams into it, and you'll see it right here. It's just going to demolish that thing, and it's allowing players like Flame or Someday, who had the best top laning stats in the league, to have a way to push that objective further, to get this Rift Herald, to get turrets, tier 2s, possibly inhibitor turrets, and help their team end the game when they struggled with that.
I'm also really excited about the fact that it's just going to separate the map, right? It's going to put weight into the top side of the map, where it's just we're always for the first 20 minutes talking about how the teams are going to set up and play around dragons. Well, guess what? One team go dragon, the other team goes Rift Herald. All of a sudden, vision control, all these types of things are going to really come into play that much sooner into the game.
And it means teleport plays have to be good teleport plays, or they get punished early on. And that's what I'm looking forward to, is what's going to happen in that top lane, because we're going to see these tanks like Galio and Nautilus and Gragas push out the wave, but we're also going to see Fiora, we're also going to see Kled, we're going to see people try to crush the lane to scale, to get the Rift Herald, to push down turrets, and I think that this is going to be really explosive, because we had the talent. Remember last split, we were like, top lane NALCS, such a great lane, there's so much stack there. Everybody's playing tanks.
Yeah.
Not going to happen this split. There will be some, but I still think the top carries are going to be big.
We'll see if we get it. You mentioned that this could be the most competitive split we've had, in contrast to what was already a very competitive spring split this year. Before we kick off the summer split, though, Contract shared his thoughts on facing CLG's new jungler. Take a look.
I'm actually really looking forward to playing against CLG, because I've played against Dardoch through Challenger, through last LCS split, and he's always been one of my biggest challenges as a jungler for sure. And I'm just looking forward to playing against him, and hopefully we can pull out the win.
Well, we'll see him at the Rift very soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Caster Desk. My name is David Freak. Turley helped me break in this desk. Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler, I saw in rehearsal, had to match you.
Oh, no. Off to a great start.
All right, we are preparing for our first series of the split as Cloud9 takes the stage against Counter Logic Gaming, and we're going to begin by introducing the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Cloud9. You can see right here that Ray is starting in the top lane for them, getting the very first start of the split. Contracts in the jungle, Jensen in mid, hoping for redemption with Sneaky and Smoothie in the bot lane, with Coach Reaper still, of course, with the squad.
And, of course, on the other side, it will be Counter Logic Gaming. Darshan up in the top lane. Now in the jungle will be Dardoch, mid Huhi, bottom Stixay, support Afromu, and Coach Zix on stage with them.
It's going to be fun to watch for absolutely. So Counter Logic Gaming, up until the split, had the longest standing roster in the NALCS, and of course now they have changed that. Xmithie is out, obviously, and Dardoch is in.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of the biggest offseason moves that we did have, just because, Dardoch and Xmithie are completely different junglers. Dardoch, very aggressive. He's focused on creating and winning very often early skirmishes with other junglers. He also has a very wide champion pool, so I'm very excited to see, how they do incorporate that. And all the eyes are not just going to be on how Dardoch individually performs, but how the team performs around him. Because people are talking so much about how driven and dedicated of a player he is, and how much fuel that he will add to the rest of the team's fire and their competitive spirit.
Sure, and as we've been hearing, it's a different style of jungle compared to Xmithie, the first aggro jungle they've had since maybe Dexter back in 2014. Now, of course, they've got a huge test in front of them. They're going against one of the strongest teams in North America. They didn't change any of the roster. It's Cloud9, runners-up from last split.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there was a big reason why Cloud9 actually were contender for last split, was their integration of their rookies. Contracts and then bringing on Ray as a sub. Contracts was one of the most seamlessly integrated rookies that we've ever seen into the LCS, and part of the reason why they made that really strong run to end in second place. But Ray, top lane, you said it already, he's starting now for the team. They've really embraced that sword and shield sort of mentality with him and Impact, and now there are even more carry champions and more carry items available here for the top laners. So, talk about dynamic strategies that are possible. Cloud9 definitely has some extra cards.
Totally agree. You mentioned Sword and Shield. Of course, Doran's Shield itself probably overpowered right now, but a lot of the top lane swords got buffed. Ravenous Hydra, Death's Dance, Bloodthirster, those items got more efficient. They either got more attack damage or got cheaper, and that just means that those champions up there got better. We'll see how much fewer we see, how many carries we get up there. The picks and bans have begun for the first game of the North American LCS Summer Split. For those who have not seen drafts this year, there's a second ban phase. We'll get into that later, but we can see Zach off the table. No surprise there, and the Shannon LeBlanc also no stranger to flex ban.
Zach came out very, very healthy after the last round of buffs, as everybody's pretty well aware. Very high win rate on him. And continued jungle focus actually here from CounterLogic Gaming. Zach is definitely expected as a very common ban right now due to personal power, but Elise follows it as well.
Zach and Elise are actually the two most prolific junglers in pro play right now, with a sample size of like 8 matches roughly, but they are 1 and 2, and Contract's taking some heat.
Interesting top lane focus, meanwhile, from Cloud9. Shen was something that CLG has used very well to pull off a lot of their cross-map play in the past, and a good ban against Darshan, but very quick here, insta-lock Galio for first. The Fiora is banned, but I've also seen a lot of people really happy to play like Fizz into it and do a very similar thing, try and get that 1v1 pressure and side lane pushing power.
Well, we have seen from pro play so far this split, mid Galio is not out of possibilities. Maybe we see that come through at some point. Caitlyn, the early grab here for CounterLogic Gaming. One other thing to point out with the metagame is it is now carry bot laners more so than utility bot laners have gone a bit more common. Big buffs to Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, and Zeal means the Caitlyn's and the Jinx of the world are more powerful.
Jinx and Caitlyn, definitely especially Caitlyn with the Hurricane still working really well, charging up those headshots. And the Gragas here, you're mentioning flex picks with Galio. Gragas also flexible, could go to Dardoch. Also, definitely one of the very common champions to run into Galio if it happened to be up in the top lane. And we shall see here as it filters a little bit through. Varus has been super common as well, you talked about. Also now building more in the crit and auto attack based builds.
Yeah, it's
and can get through lane quite well versus Caitlyn.
Yeah, absolutely agree. We'll see what it ends up being here. Of course, one final pick. The last one of the first phase for Cloud9. Jensen on your screen here. Taking all the time in the world down to the last second here, and Lulu going to be grabbed up in the first round.
So the jungler focus from CLG didn't even result in an early jungle pick from Cloud9. So they could pile on 2 more jungle bans in the next phase if they decide to pick one either up here or actually put Gragas into their jungle role.
We'll see what it ends up being. Yeah, do they push Contracts down further? One final pick here in this phase for CounterLogic Gaming. It looks like Lulu and Karma will match up down to the bot lane. We mentioned flex picks. Both those can still go mid, of course, but traditionally they are seen down there in the bot side.
2 of the most common supports right now, the shielding supports. Both of those there for 1 each. And let's see, will CLG continue to ban junglers here? They still have the opportunity to first pick in second round if they so choose to put that Gragas top.
Yeah, they can remove 7 junglers from the table themselves with 5 bans and 2 picks. Jarvan off the table is a flexible top jungle. But mostly a top laner.
Yeah. It definitely, Ray, known for his Jarvan for a long time, even before the W buffs to Jarvan, which were several patches ago, and has just gotten stronger since then. So they're very ready for that Galio flex into the mid lane and continue to ban mostly focus Ray, although technically, yeah, contracts could run it jungle as well.
Syndra off the table, away from Huhi, of course, mid laners aside again from the flexible supports. Also unseen here, so definitely some different drafts. As we just have to, the teams have to figure out what they even need to get rid of because of so many options. It makes it a hard draft to follow in a certain way.
Yeah, and they both have very, very good and safe bottom lanes already. And the top lanes could potentially be very good wave clear and sustain tanks. So there's not really a lot of opportunity to exploit the draft of either team right now. Yeah. So it's why they're kind of smattering their bans around here still in the second phase.
Well, Syndra ban opened up. Maybe the chance of the early Orianna. Scene they might want for Jensen here in this one. Still got to wait to see what it's going to be. Final ban of the draft here for Cloud9 as the time ticks down, and it's going to be Jace off the table as well. So another mid/top flexible choice there. CLG, of course, not a lot of magic damage on the composition, so Jace is a bit less likely, but
I do kind of like him into Galio in some situations, though. 6A with his classic, favorite champion Warwick hover. Does not mean anything here, although I do expect this to be okay. So maybe they're still keeping that Gragas flexible. They're waiting till the very last moment here to reveal from CLG. This is definitely a huge champion for Huhi, though. Talia plays right into his roaming playstyle. He can shove lane. It's akin to Aurelion Sol, which he absolutely has taken over many games, even on the world stage in.
Absolutely.
So I think it is a good lock in there for CLG.
For sure. Early roaming has always been one of Huhi's absolutely greatest strengths. It's one of the best things I like about Logic Gaming is they seem to have a lot of these first 5 minutes planned plays, and maybe we get one out of this one. Orianna locked in the mid lane for Jensen.
And one of the things, we always have commented CLG on their pre-planning going into games, but now with the addition of Dardoch, one of the big changes there is that he continues to look for proactive plays, through the mid game. And if he can go for proactive plays with a roaming mid laner, with Huhi, then this might be a completely different CLG that we see. Meanwhile, though, we do see that Olaf lock in here for contracts.
All right.
Not perturbed by any of these jungle bans.
Yeah. And looks like the flexibility is gone as Alulu will be in the bot lane, Olaf into the jungle, of course, and Galio will remain top lane, so Cloud9's first pick does go to the top lane pick. And now, at the very end of the draft, Dardoch, the self-proclaimed cleanest Lee Sin NA, despite the fact that a champion did catch some small nerfs, clearly still viable, and Dardoch going to bring it out for his first game on Logic Gaming.
Yeah, not only viable, but still very much popular among all regions, and very excited to see this matchup because Dardoch Lee Sin, talk about coming out of the gate swinging here. Yeah. First game on CLG, signature champion. Even if, Lee Sin is signature champion for like 30% of jugglers, it's always exciting to see him on that. Plus, to the point I was talking about earlier, his combination with Huhi, which is one of the things I was most looking forward to see how they can pull off, with even as limited practice time as they've had. Lee Sin and Talia is an amazing combo for trying to take over in the early game. Olaf is no slouch in the 1v1, but he'll have to combo with his laners.
We'll see if the combo works well. Of course, plenty of pushing power on the bot side. Caitlyn, Karma, one of the strongest bot lane duos, so maybe they do roam down towards 6A who are holding. We'll see what happens. Lineups once again on your screen. The 10 players, the 10 champions. Cloud9 6-man impact waiting in the wing because Ray got the nod for their opening game of the 2017 summer split here in North America. Cloud9 and Logic Gaming, two squads that are getting the early praise for maybe being finalists or maybe even winners. Some say these are both teams in the top three. Maybe they'll both go to Worlds by the end of it all, but these are certainly two teams that North American fans are likely to rally behind, and we'll see just how good these squads are in their first test of the split. A lot of signatures there on that CLG side. That fan's been here before. He's got some lights, make sure you can see it. And here we go. It is time for the very first game of the split as Cloud9 takes on Logic Gaming.
Woo! Confrontation there in the audience as well, and everyone definitely hyped up for the opener here. See if we can get some early invades as far as deep warding goes. Olaf, I always like to talk about exploiting Olaf early when we see him in the game, though I've really rarely seen it actually pulled off because you need some extra vision to be able to take advantage of him, trying to get himself low in the jungle. And very rarely do we actually see teams be able to punish him and, try and pull off that sneaky invade for first blood. But Dardock's an aggressive guy, and one that could go for it.
And aggressive for Dardock, I don't know if you mentioned this, but he's got a control ward on his first opening purchase. So a single ward, of course, Lee Sin, pretty safe early clear overall. Only has one single potion, and that early control ward might mean some power, some pressure. He gets 100 damage on Jensen.
Yeah, it could definitely help out with that early information. I was talking about getting over contracts. Not yet to go for much more than the common Raptor ward, though. CLG have that. Cloud9 not going for one of their own, and it looks like Contracts also not going to start on the blue. They'll just do that Raptor, and then we may see them fight over the second respawns on Raptor. That has been extremely common. Mid lane presence as far as where you're pushing post 4 minutes into the game really does affect junglers as well.
You can see it takes a while for Lee Sin to go through the first camp, and Olaf already killed up small Raptors by now.
Yeah, I mean, Dardock did start the Q. Sometimes we'll see people start off with the Tempest, but very often we'll see Sonic and Resonating Strike. The pink ward, actually control ward, was just used to make sure that there was no vision on Dardock for their start here at that very common Raptor ward. The other thing you can do with that early control ward is if you think they warded your Raptors, use your control ward, kill that ward, you get 30 experience for killing a ward now, and that enables the Raptor into red, into Scuttle Crab route, which Dardock is actually going for, but I don't think he got the kill on any wards early game, so I don't think he'll get level 3 off this, unless he's running an experience Quinn.
He is. So that's level 3 for Dardock. HCS is the entire
And
going for here in
talked
this one.
about him.
Gonna find Contracts. Early goes pop. There's a flash to follow the slow. Can he land the Q? It's all about the skill shot. And Contracts gets the juke. He was patient enough. And this is going to be a blue buff that resets as well. Dardock was a lot of time off this.
Really, really fancy feat there from Contracts. He pops the ghost and just tries to zigzag, hoping, dear God, please let me dodge this Q. He pulls it off and is able to survive, even though Dardock does go for the early punish on the Olaf that I've been waiting for seasons to see.
And we got it. So that was nice right there. Dardock goes in for it. There was no ward kill at 6 CS for the entire Raptor camp, but that invade was beautiful, and they had an early ward to track the path that Olaf went for.
Oof. Yeah, what an explosive start, even though we don't see, the kill actually coming through.
Well, this is warded, so as soon as he jumps the wall, he'll be seen. And here comes it. Ray knows what's going on. Ease away. Does flash out. Darshan tried to flash to get into the range of the E. Couldn't block it, and the body slam did nothing afterwards.
And that's something that we criticize top laners for so often, is not flashing early. Ray, really good respect there. Does get the reveal at the same time, but able to dodge out and trade flashes there. So impressive performance from the Sword, who's actually on a tank champion here. Even though so much has been talked about, Galio's incredible wave clear. Bottom lane, though, good trade.
Yeah, really good chunk there, but as Ignite use, so Stixxay can weather the storm without that. And he has going Bloodlord's Warlord's Bloodlust. There we go. Sorry, guys. And he'll heal up a bit more in the landing phase with his Doran's Blade, so should be able to sustain this okay as Stixxay.
Good shove here for Cloud9, though, to see if they can get some bottom lane control. That does help out a lot in retaking control of the river as well. Currently, though, Huhi and Dardock are setting up that roam combo that we talked about. The early control wards through the river, shoving here from Talia. And Dardock looking to make some moves around his mid laner. Contracts has done a good job of stabilizing, by the way. As far as reacting to that early aggressive move from Lee Sin, probably can't come out of it better than Contracts did. He dodges the Q, doesn't go down, immediately gets back to the bottom side to continue his farming on those very high population camps, and sustains through with his Hunter's Potion.
Yeah. Contract's plenty of farm. Of course, Krugs are worth 10. Dardock revealed himself in the mid lane.
Yeah, and he also has gone in. He cleared out that control ward that was on the Raptors, and is going to be able to track Dardock now. Even though Dardock, still good experience lead due to his counter jungle, taking away the blue buff there, which is very important for Olaf.
That's by Darshan. Immediately taps the E, so he gets away from the taunt. Doesn't get too much damage onto himself. And Contracts in the top side, of course, down a level under Dardock, and alongside Ray, looks to set up a trap to say, if you go for the Krugs, we'll kill you. Dardoch doesn't go.
CLG looking more offensive with their playmaking here, though, as Afromu roams up.
The knock-up on a Jensen, the flash for the Pep, they're going to land that, at the very least for the root. Here comes the Q from Dardoch, damage is there, they're going to get him! First blood through for Dardoch, and so far so good for CLG's new jungler.
Afromu roams up from the bottom lane, and they coordinate with Dardoch into the mid lane. This is getting that snowball going. The kill also does go over to the Lee Sin. Look at this, who he sets it up, landing his seismic shove, and then Afromu, no hesitation after he sees the seismic shove has landed.
Yeah.
And they're able to get it.
And a lot of that timing is so unlucky for Jensen. You might say, oh, why don't you flash the knockup? Well, no one else is on screen. You don't flash random skill shots in lane for no reason, but as soon as it hits him, then Afromu's in range, and he tries to flash, and he can't anymore. And a bit unlucky for Jensen, but a great play by CLG overall. The level 5 roam, certainly very strong for them. 700 gold lead for CLG in their first game of the split.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we talked about. CLG has always had, good game plans set up for them coming into the game and executed good level 1s or good, invades like we saw, which, though there was very little variation that really goes on there. But this, adaptation post, first play, coming in to try and continue their focus on that mid lane.
They want the red buff here. They know it's spawning up soon. This control word that was set down earlier by Contracts helps track what's going on. They know Dardoch's here, so Smoothie's going to find someone, going to kick him across and figure out what he wants to do. Q's over the wall. Look at the damage of the Smoothie, forcing Flash and Summoner heal out, despite the fact that it was Dardoch who got kind of caught out. Good play by him to get away.
Yeah, I mean, they can see him, but Dardoch goes for that invade because he's level 6 with the extra kick there, able to find himself a way out. Getting an extra summoner spell on the way as well. It's just a little icing on top of the cake there. Ray continuing to trade decently into Darshan, and he's got a little bit of a CS lead here. One wave.
I want to point out random mechanics of the game. Rift Herald, I believe, does not spawn until 10 minutes in. So, and we talked about top laners getting pressure and playing for Rift Herald. That won't happen for another 2 minutes, but we may see that come to bear soon enough. Ray has so far won his lane against Darshan. He's up 8 minions. We'll see if that continues.
It definitely is a good point to bring up early because with the Rift Herald rework, everyone's so excited about how quickly it can kill turrets. It's also so much weaker that it's easily soloable by top laners or junglers in the game. You can dodge a lot of his damage, and then even so, if you have to take the hits, they don't do nearly as much. So you have to keep your eyes on that one. Here we go, though. There's the combination. Talia and Lee Sin looking to move bottom. There's no flash on Smoothie, remember.
The wall where they catch none of them off with it. Not going to be much CC. The root onto his face. And that's going to be kill picked up there for Sneaky and Smoothie in the bot lane. Another root on a 6 of it. He's not in range of the turret. They're going to stay alive. Nice defense, 2 versus 4.
Yeah, it was maybe a good idea, but very poor execution there for CLG. And Huhi stuck under the turret, goes down immediately in the 4v2. Pulled out by Sneaky and Smoothie.
Absolute blooper there. You just see Darshan relentlessly trying to attack Ray and not getting much. But Contracts, of course, off the fact that Dardoch showed bot lane, gets time to steal away rapid, which is a nice steal.
Yeah, definitely doing some farming work there for himself. Here we go, though. Smoothie immediately just polymorphs into a beautiful skill shot there from Sneaky. So much easier to land that Varus ultimate if they're slowed up, a little critter walking away. But let's take the opportunity to talk about Cloud9 and Cloud9's bottom lane specifically, because there's so much hype around, oh, Dardoch's on CLG now, kind of bending the stories there so much. But my goodness, this bottom lane was absolutely tremendous for Cloud9 last split, and a huge part of them getting to that second place spot. Smoothie, pretty much unanimous best support voted in the entire league there. And Sneaky also having a very good split for himself.
At least a top 3. Of course, Arrow got MVP, but he's arguably next up there, kind of alongside Stixxay. And of course, you talk about good bot lanes. It was Stixxay and Afra who were considered one of the better ones before. And yeah, the question is, can Sneaky get back to that sort of top form? Can this bot lane really be a carry? And now that they're the only kill in the squad so far, this can certainly be an option. The game is tied in gold right now, and certainly anyone's to win. Pretty much all the lanes are treading water. Farm leads are less than 10 across the board, aside from Olaf Lee Sin, which is kind of irrelevant because Krugs inflate that number. Looks like maybe an early Mountain Drake may be on the table for CLG. Rift Herald, of course, has spawned as well, and it has usually been Ray who's got the push lead, so that makes me feel like Cloud9 have more rights to it.
Yeah, and CLG seem to have staked their control over this bottom river. Plenty of ward control, as well as the Scuttle Crab that just times out now. Contracts actually sees Dardoch on that ward, so doesn't want to go expose himself for the control ward. He's respecting this period of the game. There's a lot of burst in Lee Sin. And even though Olaf is very strong in the 1v1s, burst is something you have to be really scared of with a mobile mid laner like Talia. Even though he died in that bottom lane play, he didn't use his summoners. So you definitely have to respect that.
Another shot at it, and even speaking of having shots at it, Caitlyn, the long-range ultimate, can always participate in these fights a lot of times as well. So you're right, just the threat from out-of-range damage is there from CLG. Cloud9 still treading water for a while. Both Olaf and Lee Sin are kind of considered early-game junglers in that they're not going to scale into absolute insane monsters. You kind of require good plays out of them. Darshan does not go for the flash play. He baits it and hopes that Jensen goes for the flash. Ooh, that knockback. Not good with the water, but that one was good from who? He looked at the damage out of Jensen. Dardoch not going to land the Sonic Wave. There will be no kill. Jensen withstands all the pressure.
A lot of roaming mid here from CLG. You can definitely see them sticking to that plan we talked about in Champ Select. Now they're bringing 5 members to push for an early first turret gold.
Mafra's nearby as well. The attacks are coming in. The wall's going to cut off some of the moves out of Contract who can't join this fray.
He can circle around behind though, and Galio does have ultimate.
He pops the ghost. They want to fight this one. Can they find the way in? Looking in for Darshan. There's the front line. Not going to land the slow. Just have the flash taunt. The root in for Sneaky as well. This is going to be a catastrophe for Counterlogic Gaming. It's a 1-0 so far as Dardoch's been picked up, and it's actually not going to be much more damage on a Smoothie chunk than a 200 HP. No more kills to be had. There was no Galio knockup coming through, but the taunt was good enough for one.
Yeah, Contracts only has to use Ghost and Ultimate in there. Ray still holding on to the Galio ult. A lot of damage being given back here, though, after the kill is traded. Big news is, though, the first turret gold still on the table. And just 1 kill traded over, still fairly close. Take another look here at the flank from Contract. He's trying to dodge his way in and get some space here. But then, flash from Ray, gets the double taunt. And again, Varus, really good follow-up CC. Able to land that and secure the kill.
Really good stuff there. 500 gold difference. Cloud9 now in the lead for the first time this game, as it was CLG who got first blood earlier. 2 kills traded back, and it's the bot lane again. 100% co-participation, Sneaky and Smoothie. Arguably the best bot lane in North America, or at least they were last split. They're definitely up in the rankings, and we'll see if they can continue to put in work here. Jensen, his story is somewhat redemption. He knows he had helped cost his team the championship last split. So far, withstanding pressure, but hasn't made any crazy moves just yet.
So the thing about him costing his team the championship
it's the easy thing to look at.
I don't even think it's true. He did so much to even put them in a position where they could win.
It's fair.
People really ignore a lot of the early work he did on Echo, even to get them, close in that game. Anyways, that is far in the past.
You're right, it's a bit more than
and
was
this
needed.
one is definitely still to be played out. Currently mid lane CS is very close still. It was just the the roams that have really affected these mid laners. A lot of pressure from CLG to mid resulted in that kill there, and then obviously Huhi under turret was the other one. So much of the vision though around that bottom lane has swung over to Cloud9's side, as plenty of the river wards here are backed up by control wards as well.
Sneaky is going for Blade of the Ruin King on Varus. I think it's actually debatable at this point what build you go for because of the buffs to Zeal and Infinity Edge, but this is what he's doing. Of course, we are on 7.10, so the 3% lifesteal nerf on live is not in effect for this game. Maybe part of the reason he's staying with the build he has right now. Just pointing it out for anyone who does like to purchase items correctly in the bot lane here. Dardoch not going to find anyone to kill. Defensive control ward keeps him safe, but Sienna doesn't know he's here, but he finds nothing to kill. Ray once again looking to roam back down to the bot side, jumping through, finds a ward, and again, that's going to be no likely roams as CLG knows he's around.
All right, a lot of pings coming down here onto the Dragon, though. Looks like we're going to start off again. Contracts is in.
It's a slow number 2 and a Dardoch. No ward hops left. He's got to flash the wall, still getting slowed. Contract's going to look for a bit more on this one. The root is there. Look at the plays on that one. They're going to look to knock down Dardoch, still running away. The Ghost, the run, and they're going to get him with the one final auto attack as Sneaky maintains his 100% kill participation. 2-0-1. The whole team helped kill him.
All right, Galio ultimate was used, but Ray still has teleport. If he wants to get back to the top lane, he should be able to get back there before first turret goes down. And first turret still on the board is a very big prize to help snowballing.
And it goes. Blue team has slain the first Drake of the game. Darshan, a bit of time in the top lane alone, but no one comes to help him knock this turret down. It's at half HP, and C9 now definitely winning this game.
Yeah. Ray is going back to purchase first before he gets back up to that top side. Not scared of the Gragas damage on the turret up there. Contract there, he does hesitate to use that blast cone, but then does decide to loop around as 6A got a good angle onto Dardoch and is able to finish him off here. Nowhere for him to go.
And nicely played by Cloud9 here. We've actually started to pick off on Dardoch. He got first blood, but the rest of the game has been him trying to find the plays, and he's been unable to do so. And despite his first blood gold, he is now behind in gold against Contracts, who has been farming reasonably well on this Olaf.
And remember, the last split as well, and there's a reason that Cloud9 and TSM, people always talk about as the two best teams in North America, and pretty clear. And last split, it was so much about Cloud9's mid and late game. Their early game wasn't even, the best part of this team. And them transitioning here with an extra Mountain Drake and the slight gold lead here, now into the mid game, they're starting to get off some of those very successful team fights.
Cloud Drake spawning next for them here. Gold lead still only 300 to 400, but looks like turret damage now in the mid lane here. Contracts and Jensen, the two working for. The rest of the team showing up as well. And this actually should be the first turret of the game going down. Mountain Drake certainly helps. And the gold lead now quadruples as that one falls. Cloud9 now sizably 1K up.
All right, mid lane, the first to fall here, and the ward's already deep in CLG's jungle. So Dardoch doesn't have a lot of room to work with anymore here, even on the Lee Sin. Currently, he has been able to slip past all of the wards into bottom lane, attempt at recovering this game here. Both top laners, remember, do have teleports, but he doesn't get into the bush quite.
6A is seen. Afro's not the flank. They're going to go for the root. Here comes Huhi as well. Sneaking a flash to the wall. Here comes the rest of the team fight, though. Olaf in the front lines. They're going to take him down. Huhi is dropped, but it's a 1-for-1 so far. Shockwave comes in. Dardoch's already gone. Chase on his 6A. Make that a 3-kill pickup with only one casualty. Cloud9 starting to slaughter CLG.
Oh, and they've got Afro cornered here. Jensen doesn't want to let him out.
Now Afro move out to become an Afro burger here, and this one takes him down. Jensen just destroys him where he stands. 7-2 in the scoreboard. Only Darshan unscathed. And even then, losing his trade against Ray. Bot lane turret will fall.
This game definitely getting out of hand quickly. Cloud9 coming in very strong here with their mid-game plays. Another successful, not only 3 kills going over, but another turret falls, more map pressure going over to C9. And look at the reaction here. They already had Contracts as well as Jensen mirroring this roam from Huhi, completely ready for a possible bottom lane play, and they absolutely demolished CLG.
Great plays out of Cloud9 right here, stopping everything CLG wants to do. Only 2 kills on the scoreboard. That is it. That's the only thing of value CLG has done this game. First blood was nice, but it's not been a lot since. Cloud9 continue to look very, very strong. We'll see if they can keep pushing this forward.
Last starter turret left standing will be on the top side, and as such, they've already rotated Smoothie and Sneaky up onto that top side, ready to continue the pressure. And my goodness, just look at how many wards C9 have on the map. Completely lit up that top side where the last outer turret is. So they have so much freedom, not only to start off the plays up there and pressure the top turret, but react to CLG. CLG now clearing out some of them. But, Sneaky actually.
Gonna find a knockover towards the rest of the team, and he's gonna be found out for this one. No flash available, no way to live. A kill comes through, Kamikaze Gaming finding signs of life. 20 seconds till Rift Herald despawns. They are not gonna go for it though. Maybe gotta help them tie up some of the scoreboard, but gonna let that one despawn. So North America, 0% Rift Heralds.
Really good opportunity there for CLG to now get some gold on the mid turret, but looking to get punished.
And just running at Dardoch, looking to kill some junglers off. Here comes the Galio. The Grand Entrance is there, looking for a teammate, looking for an enemy. Gonna flash. He's gonna find Aframu, and the kill is almost secure, but a flash and a shield gets him away, so just barely CLG lives.
Teleport coming in from Darshan. Do CLG really want to keep this going?
Doesn't have the ulti, but can he get a flash or a body slam? Ray's gonna find a taunt. They're gonna get some damage with a knockup as well. And there's a knock back onto Ray, down to 1,000 HP. Another shield keeps him alive for now. No kills to be had.
Ooh, I really don't know about that teleport. I think Darshan could have stayed up in top lane and actually gotten that top turret after they waited so long to make the call for this teleport, and doesn't finish off the turret, nor do they get any counter kills in mid lane. CLG, it looks like, bit of a fumble there. Sneaky wants revenge.
Olaf's coming as well. Sneaky ulti up in about 20 seconds in this one. Body slam buys some more time. The Q slow makes him safe. Unless Contracts wants to dive, he's going to land the slow, and they're going to go for this underneath the turret. A flash out of Darshan is a worthy choice by Cloud9 to force that summoner out, but now Ray, his days are numbered. No ulti, no flash, no way out. Stixxay gets the kill, and CLG getting this game closer, only 2,000 apart now. The top lane under fire by Sneaky, and Smoothie should kill the turret.
2,000 apart, and look at the mid and top turrets as well. Extremely low for C9, but because they were able to defend that, they hold on to this gold lead. Now they can counter push there on the top side. Stixxay will be left bottom here, it looks like, to take the bottom turret for CLG. That does mean that the rest of the squad has to play a little bit more defensively and be ready to disengage if Cloud9 decide to force.
And with all of Contract spending his time and actually showing himself in this top lane, the CLG knows there's no jungler around, and Clouddrake will be a pretty easy solo pickup for Dardoch. He's going to take basically no damage, take that one easily. Stixxay knocks down that bottom turret, and the game once again remains a bit close.
Yeah, very close. If they even up this dragon here, there's the potential for those two outer turrets to fall pretty quickly, and this is still very much a close game. Have to definitely look towards the team fights at the crucial moments now. We get another look though at Ray on the Galio.
Didn't know that's how that works.
I've seen it so many times there with Galio's punch. Doesn't get,
I guess it's a cast animation, so yeah. That makes sense.
Once he starts the recoil.
Yeah, it's like how Rocket Jump and like Arcane Shift work. I just didn't think about it, but you're right, that makes total sense now.
Regardless though, it is going to be a little bit of gold over to CLG as well as the Clouddrake. That being said, have to look at the item breakpoints here. Stixxay now finally getting to a little bit of that crit multiplier that you're looking for, but he hasn't gone for the Hurricane.
That's interesting because, so on live, on 7.11, Hurricane lost its Caitlyn synergy, where it stacks headshot twice as fast, or 3 times as fast. And the fact that they're playing, it's 7.10, the Hurricane synergy is still there. Now that said, in 7.9, in the mid-season, Static Shiv got massive buffs. It does way more damage now, and so I've always liked Shiv as a high damage item, and it certainly does that. Stixxay's single target damage goes up a lot because of Static Shiv. You can crit that damage. It'll do like 400 damage if you can crit that, so maybe that's going to be the reason why. Maybe it's because he's used to 7.11 on live. I don't know which, but either way, I like Shiv, and it's going to be fun to watch him use it.
Also, we're going to see if Darshan can work his way out of Cloud9's jungle. Body slam right over the wall there without taking down any wards, but currently Cloud9 can hold on to this gold lead if they continue to push up in their mid lane as well as top side. CLG are looking to get back into it through one of those turrets. A lot of control wards being placed defensively here as the Baron setup begins.
See what they get for this one right here. 2,500 gold puts Cloud9 ahead. They've got the Mountain Drake to rush it down. They're starting to play for vision control. We'll see what they can get rid of.
Another thing too, Cloud9 should be tracking the teleport timers, but as you get down to the very few seconds before it comes back up, it's almost back up now. You have to give a little bit of leeway there as far as the exact timer. So unless they were to force something very quickly when they're fighting over those wards, I think that we're probably not going to see them, try and take advantage of that teleport discrepancy. And more focus here on knocking over those low health turrets. Looks like mid lane will be the choice as they're looking for some positioning. Both teams ready to get that flank on though.
Deadman's play Olaf doesn't quite find a target to go for. Dardoch gets to steal away a red buff though, so despite getting those 3 deaths, he's found ways to be effective. Taking a red, taking a Clouddrake is good.
Now there's only one Scrying Orb here available for CLG, and that is Stixxay's. He's just used it on the Baron. So they're running out of vision opportunities to check that without having to get very close. And Huhi's committing bottom side on Ray.
All right, well they have Darshan's TP, but yeah, Huhi would have to run back across the map, and Cloud9's looking for it.
It is a bit of a bait because Talia, with her passive, surfing on the rocks, on the walls, can get back up there very quickly. Sometimes this early in the game, only 25 minutes, you can try and bait the other team into starting Baron, and then look for the wall to trap him inside, but Huhi
gonna get slowed down by the axe. Not gonna pop the ulti just yet. Got a flash to get away, but now Connor's can keep the chase going. Does not land the first axe though, and Huhi will get away, popping his own ghost. That's 2 summoners down for 1.
Yeah, it definitely does take away a lot of that mobility. Meanwhile, here on the bottom side, Darshan was left alone as Ray was rotating up in case they had that possible engage.
Yep. Cloud9 know they have complete Fog of War in this Baron pit, so they started up. Smoothie takes the aggro. Of course, when Baron hits you, it cuts your damage by half, so please don't have your marksman tank it. Nice wall reveals what's going on, but that is one less tool available now as Stixxay's Scryer's Bloom are Strider's orb still halfway on cooldown.
Yeah, beautiful wall there. Not only does it reveal, but it pushes them all out of Baron Pit as well to force the stop on the Baron. Darshan, again, he doesn't have his, gauntlet, frozen gauntlet finished right now, so he doesn't take turrets very effectively.
He's got money for it.
But he's working on it.
He's got 2,000 gold on the bank, so Darshan needs to back pretty soon and actually get that pressure. You're right, it would have helped him push. Doesn't have it just yet, though. Huhi back on the map. Did not go cooldown boots. He had gone Sword Shoes, so these summoners going to be much longer cooldowns than maybe if he were a Victor or something, who does go for that item more often. He's going to keep the wave clear going in the mid lane, and we stay at this 2.5k difference. Cloud9 did not manage to secure that Baron bait or the sneak in any way.
Yeah, I mean, the real big difference is that they have been able to keep these 2 turrets standing with very, very little health. So the extra gold pre-team fight hasn't gone over yet.
Oh, they're going for this one, though. It's Ray in the front line. Contracts joining in as well. Going to land this, slows the route out of Sneaky, and here comes the kill on Ahuhi. No way out for Dalia. Next up is going to be the polymorphed Gragas, and Darshan forced to run Ignite is on the snipe in for Sneaky. Makes it a 2 for 0.
Woo, the train doesn't stop there. Contracts in once again. Galio ultimate on top provides so much security for these Olaf dives, and they absolutely destroy the backline there.
And look at the patience by Cloud9. They wait to kill all the wards first, knowing that respawn timers are 30 seconds long. Make sure Dardoch feels unsafe, kill all the wards off, then go for the Baron afterwards. Make sure you can see him coming in. Stixay is on the wings. The Lee Sin and Karma are far. There's no way in for this one. No steal to be had. A Contract smites the way at 480 health. Baron at Cloud9 means a huge lead.
All right, CLG here looking to get some of the gold back, and
Goes for the
Smoothie!
kick. They're going to take him down. Smoothie bet up more than he could shoot. Mid-turret falls as well. CLG making the best of a bad situation. Get something back.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of a split there for Cloud9 as they really wanted to deny that, but CLG...
This is TP. Uh-oh. Darshan's coming in. Can they find a play? He's still invisible down here. Looking to bait them at the Drake setup. Ray as far does have teleport.
I like how everyone starts laughing when he places that control ward to make sure he's not been seen, but now he gets a flank because of it.
5v4, 5v3 for a short time. They've got the backline access. They're going for Jensen down here. Shockwave catches Dardoch, and Jensen gets a kill in a 1v2. Now it's on to Hugi. As Contract takes one down, Cloud9 under man doesn't matter. What? 3 kills picked up already, and it's at least a trade kill for Darshan. But that is a fight that Cloud9 won literally 3v5 by 2 kills.
Oh my goodness, absolutely destroyed there. And because it was 3v5, this turret is obviously going down. Baron up, double stacked minion wave here is gonna be pushing on in, and C9 have a bunch of gold to claim.
Wow, this is gonna be so much now. 5,000 gold is gonna become even more soon enough. Mid lane's gonna fall. Sneaky at 5-1, and 5 has been just a consistent contributor here as well. Jensen got a second death, but 11 of 12 kill participation is certainly great. Contracts unkilled, also awesome in this game.
Yeah, let's take a look at the 2 splits here, because a little bit lack of focus. Dardoch and Darshan both go on to Jensen, and he's able to solo in the 1v2 take out Dardoch very early, which is most of the damage. And even though, Darshan does end up getting him, he bought enough time for that two-man skirmish up on top that we saw, where Contracts was playing a very good front line for Sneaky, and Sneaky was able to auto-attack pretty much the entire little skirmish there. That's why they were able to get 3 kills and really take off here.
They won a 2v3 and they went tied in a 1v2. Definitely good play out of Cloud9 here. And this one, the CLG, I think it was a good choice, but it was still executed better. Cloud9 props to them. 6-kill lead, double mount. Drake good at closing out games, and the 5,000 gold lead is probably all they need to make that happen. Crit items are in for Sneaky. Infinity Edge third. I love it. This is the right item to buy, in my opinion, and it being cheaper makes it more likely. A lot of Varus used to go Ginsu's Rage Blade third, and never quite liked it, so he's onto this one.
Well, yeah. I feel like there's very little argument now for not going Infinity Edge. That it's so much cheaper. Huge amount of value there. And man, we saw it in work as well. The DPS he's been putting out. All right, trap lines here for CLG. Trying to make their stand at this secondary turret, but looks like they'll just thread through the traps and wait for inhibitor ones.
All right, and now he's got to put new ones down, Stixay, as they try to wave through. Shiv will help a little bit. You can see he's able to kill the casters off with the Peacemaker and the Shiv damage, but the Lord Dominic's Regards will help somewhat against Contracts and Ray, but he's certainly not been able to punch through this front line well enough. They've got more gold than he's got. And double stone plates in as well for the front line.
Exactly. This is one of the most fun items from the rework, just because the front line, well, we'll talk about that a little bit later, actually. The Cloud9 are pushing in with the Baron-empowered minions, trying to take down mid as well as bottom simultaneously. Baron does time out, though.
Yeah, times out, so the minions are very easy to kill now for the Caitlyn, but there's still the matter of powerful champions who want to kill you. You can see that's line of control wards to make sure that CLG can't get any wards over the wall, so that C9 can constantly rotate in Fog of War as the minion waves are cleared. You don't know if Oriana's looking for a shockwave, if Sneaky's trying to snipe you. There's just no options there for you.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Might have been a bit overkill with the extra
The third one's a bit much. But again, they just create Fog of War. They can snipe from back down here and constantly push down the minion lines. And C9 can, I feel like, sort of stay in this holding pattern and keep poking. It looks like for now they're actually going to back off.
Unlucky. As soon as you say that, Freak.
Worst analyst NA, DA Freak Turley. They can do this forever. Okay, they're leaving. Just kidding. They can leave. Yeah, that's me.
All right. All of the control wards go down as well. It does take extra auto attacks, though. All right. CLG, still, though, there aren't any options for them, right? I mean, there's nothing on the map for them to farm. And as you said, Cloud9, they can still keep them bottled inside of the base while farming the map. So
yeah,
just increase the gold lead, increase the power difference here, and return after the extra neutral objective comes up.
It actually reminds me of 2013 Spring Split Team Dignitas when Kibikid was a top laner. Is they would get early leads, they push you in your base, and they just farm the jungle for 10 minutes, and you'd never get any gold, and eventually they win the game with a gold lead here. Cloud9 maybe doing something a bit similar. Random callback, but certainly they're getting 2-to-1 in the gold income in the map right now, and they can keep getting an XP lead and a gold lead this way. Jensen's up a level, Dark Contract's up 2, Ray's up 1, etc., etc. There's really no one with a lead here on CLG. And Cloud9, they get the recalls off, they buy new control wards. Baron's up in under 2 minutes. They say, okay, we'll go for Baron number 2, and we'll use that to close out the game.
Yeah, I mean, what a start here to the summer split for C9. You know, placing so close to TSM, barely getting second in spring. Coming out swinging. No side effect of not going to MSIs. You do get more time on the current patch and adjusting to the mid-season changes. Like very well adapted. No hesitation in going for either the Galio pick or the double stone plates.
And they'll be able to block it on the front line. They're going to feel really good about this one. Slow onto Dardoch. Contract's looking for a teammate or an enemy. All the same, really, for Olaf. He stands alone.
Luckily for his teammates, not all the same. We don't have friendly fire.
True. Sometimes Tulia and Anivia can sound like that, but not the case here in this one. Darshan in the mix. Doesn't get much. Has stone plate. It's definitely a very good tank item.
Yeah, I mean the active is just so nice for timing it after you use a bunch of your combos, right? So most champions, you can use a lot of your damaging combo early, then pop your stone plates, so that the damage that you're taking will basically get 50% value. Yeah. Once the thing wears off and you return to your normal health. And you don't really have much of the downside of the damage reduction unless you're something that has spammable spells and you're losing out there.
Right, unless your cooldowns are less than 4 seconds, you're not even missing damage output, as you mentioned. You burn the cooldowns, pop it, you get essentially an Alice roll for 4 seconds and come back into the fray, and life is good. So we'll see what can happen here. CLG trying to get their way back out of the base. Baron Nashor has spawned yet again, and the Elder Dragon is 40 seconds apart from that one, so there's no split calls here.
Oh, he's back, all right. And this time around, C9 have even more reason to just start him up and burn him down. Double mountains, they can almost instantly kill him.
Not even a chance to be in range. This one picked up, not even with a smite. Contracts, who even cares? Jensen's gonna make that one happen. Easy cleanup on Baron Nashor, and into the mid lane they can go with a 9,000 gold lead.
All right, Baron empowered push. Let's see if they go for the dive or play it a little bit safer here. Elder Dragon in 10 seconds. Looks like they'll just stick around, see if CLG want to take this fight at the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be the fight for the Elder. Darshan forced to kite back. The shield's been popped. Gets a nice knock-up on Contract, but he's tanky as all hell. Nice wall to block out some of it. Knocks out Ray, but there's still no fight to be had. And Darshan now down to 2/3 HP. More poke coming in for Sneaky. They can just get rid of this tank right here. The root's going to land. They can knock him out right there. Ray going to look for a front line and a kill. Not going to get the one just yet, but there goes Contract to make it happen. Knockup finds nobody, but a Contract still tanky. Now going to kite back. Here comes the dive in. Going to find the knockup on a Jensen. And it doesn't really matter as Dardoch falls 2 for 0 advantage to Cloud9. Gigantic Olaf in the front as well. Not quite going to find the knock of his Ray, but does get a taunt. And there's the flash, the whimsy, the kill off, and the snipe. Help make it happen, and Ray gets the shutdown 3 for 0. Cloud9 smashing CLG even more.
Oh my God, they're just playing with him right now.
He's dead. I don't think he cares, but he's dead. Throws the axe in the air, shutdown comes through. Stixxay improves to 3 kills. You know, he said earlier on Twitter, if you don't pick me in fantasy, you're trolling. Unfortunately, 3-1-0 is not the best fantasy line, but I guess homie Contracts helps him out, adds 2 points to his scoreboard here. Cloud9 will take down the middle inhibitor, and they will have to back up for now as they're missing a member.
Man, it just looks so frustrating to play against this C9 Juggernaut at this point in the game. Contracts running forward with the Galio damage reduction on top of them. They were able to almost entirely take away Darshan's health pool before there was a full commitment to the fight. Here comes his teleport for a flank.
Dardoch is far.
They could split him up.
It's a 4v4 right now. Dardoch's still a bit far away. Darshan coming in. Here comes the front line shot as well. Sneaky a bit low. Can they find the explosive cast? Can he get the team in?
Oh!
Yes, he gets them into the fight, but the flash gets him back away. Nothing good came out of Dardoch there, and Darshan just survives. Shockwave knock up the kill, and a Dardoch 1 for 0. Can they make it a second? Pretty soon they will. As they look for Darshan, kites away, slows them up. Not gonna be killed just yet, but now Ray is out of mana. He's gonna kite away and stay alive.
Oh no, the anti-synergy there.
Misses the Q off the explosive cast.
Well, Dardoch goes for the guaranteed ultimate into Q combo from Lee Sin, but Darshan had thrown the Gragas cast first, and now he might pay for it with his life.
Randuin's into the engage. There's a double knock him, and there's all the kills they need. 2 dead already, make it 3. Cloud9 just every single fight they're winning it, and CLG can't turn anything around. Ooh, he's just gonna have to run away for this one. Into the mid lane they go. There's nothing left to really defend at this point. The inhibitor's gone. There's a Baron buff on Super Minions. There's 35 seconds left on the buff. This should be game 1 being closed out. He clears with a bot lane wave. No one cares about that. It's the mid lane that matters. Nexus turret number 1 is down. Nexus turret number 2 going to follow shortly as well. And game 1 of the split goes to Cloud9.
Seamless here from Cloud9. Ray starting, building full tank on Galio. The shield can block, or the sword can block as well.
Apparently so. His parrying skills are unmatched. A really good play out of pretty much everyone on Cloud9. Contract certainly was coming out swinging that entire game. He was diving headlong in that with that Olaf, and it certainly worked well for him.
Yeah, I mean, so he reacted very well to the early pressure, to the early invades here from Lee Sin. He's able to dodge out that critical Q that would have given over First Blood. Then he returns to farming with his Hunter's Potion. He goes back to try and get experience lead back into the game by getting that vision on the top side. So good reactions, because that's one of the things that often critically look at, especially the more rookie or junior players, when you're getting invaded and when you're getting pressured super hard early in the game. Do you start to panic, or does your game plan then go out the window? But he remained very calm. They played as a team, and C9 had very good counter engages.
Yeah, I mean, it was very clutch that he dodged away from that first Sonic wave. That invade could have definitely turned the game around. You get the kill, Dardoch feels even better about himself, gets a bit more snowball going, but as it was a well-played mid linking for Cloud9, and now for a deeper dive into that one, let's send it over to the analysts.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, game 1 of the summer split is in the books, and Cloud9 rises to the top in a victory over CLG here. But I want to jump right into it. As Dardoch, we talked about the trade coming over to CLG as a bit more of a playmaker. And right from the outset in Champion Select, we see the Lee Sin go over to him. So CLG saying, we're going to put some investment into him as a playmaker and get him on a champion where he can really apply the pressure in the early game.
And I think in the early game, it definitely paid off. The first 7 minutes of that game, he almost killed Contracts, and it was an outplay that ended up having to, have him blow his flash for no kill. But if you look at it in a holistic sense, he got his team first blood, could have gotten them 2 kills, and he also blew 4 summoner spells across the map in the first 7 minutes for only his own flash as a cost. So Dardoch, in terms of early game, had it on lock for CLG. It's just some plays from CLG, like the Huhi wall down bottom, threw that lead away and made it so that Lee Sin wasn't as ahead as he could have been, because really Contracts did a good job of dodging, but also farming up to be like twice the CS of the Lee Sin and have about 2 levels up on him later in the game.
But the intent was there. It was very clear. And also what I love to see about is that first blood that you mentioned involved Aphromoo roaming up. And what was something that we missed a little bit in spring? It was that playmaking aspect that we've always attributed to Aphromoo as a veteran, as a star player. And here he is teaming up with Dardoch to make those early plays. Yes, as you mentioned, the advantages didn't snowball and end in a victory, but we'll get to why that is. The other thing Champion Select related I want to talk about is Ray on Galio, because we've always, all last split we're talking about impact, shield, Ray, sword. So we expect him to be on these aggressive tanks. But here we go. On the outside of the split, we're going to put him on Galio, and he performs.
Yeah, Ray, we always know he's been a mechanically gifted player, right? He's really good at those carries. And it's always been kind of integrating him in with the team as a tank top player that has good teleports, good global usage, but it hasn't been that way. The Galio, though, gave him a surefire way to join these fights multiple times with both teleport and the hero's entrance. So I think that this is a good champion for him. It's a little bit aggressive in lane and can push you out, but I definitely think his taunt flashes were perfect in this game.
Yeah, and all the while, C9 and building a team comp that was very comfortable in a 5v5 situation. It was even showcased more how practiced and efficient they are in their team fighting capabilities as we see them on your screen now. But we have to remember that is why they're able to come back into this game, right? While Dardoch's making aggressive early skirmish moves, C9 comfortable to wait to those 5-man fights to get their advantages.
Exactly. They have the Orianna, they have the ultimate from the Varus to lock people down, and then they have the Galio in case they get engaged on, but also they would sometimes just throw the Olaf up there and throw in the ultimate on top of him. So Cloud9 had a comp that they could have those team fights, and it played to their strength as well. They have that synergy. They haven't replaced anybody on that team, and with Ray in there, who loves to start these team fights, it was definitely a good sign for them.
I love the Galio synergies. We were seeing, you know, the LeBlancs, the Aries, things like that at MSI, but now you've got junglers who are just, I'm going to run at your face because I've got someone who will come in behind me. I'm waiting for Vi to come out because that's a fun one to watch as well. Let's dive into some of these fights you're mentioning, though, where it turned in favor of Cloud9. The first one coming at 17:40 into the game. C9 turning a 4-for-1 in the bot lane.
Yeah, this was a Talia wall that just gets flashed over, and then you have Huhi on the wrong side, and Dardoch goes in too deep. But really, this ultimate as well from Sneaky that was used has just been pretty good, and then they make sure that Jensen picks up that kill, and this got them that turret. This got them 4 kills for pretty much almost nothing. It was just 1. It's just Smoothie going down, the support who was willing to sacrifice himself on that play, but I definitely think that C9 showed that their team fight comp definitely better across the board.
And this is just the comfortability of a squad that has been together longer than that of Dardoch on CLG.
Yeah, and I like that fight as well because that was another one where Talia should be there first, should be there getting priority. It's part of her kit. She's supposed to ride the wall in and have that advantage. C9 were already ready for that and were able to counterplay that. So like we saw a bunch of Talia walls this game and they were really all kind of backfiring on Counter Logic Gaming.
Now, 2 other big fights I want to take a look at. These kind of happened back to back, so we'll roll through them at the same time. But you talking about Ray coming up big on Galios and the fun engages, here it is.
We missed this on the broadcast where he goes for the taunt flash to get Huhi, and then there's the ultimate from Stixxay to follow it up. The root actually does land, and then he heroes entrances to make sure that they just get that kill onto Huhi, and this led to that Baron where they're just throwing so much damage into both the tank and the mid lane damage dealer. And this fight as well, this is a great one because it's 4v5, and Contracts takes the root, he'll take the headshot, that's fine, he gets shielded, but Darshan was going for a clever flank here, and this really becomes 2 fights. A 2-on-1 on Jensen, who's so fed, has so much damage, and blows up Dardoch, but then on the top side, it's also Huhi trying to kill Contracts, who almost dies here, but he smites the Scuttle Crab as the last Caitlyn shot is coming through. And really, Contracts across the board, just great mechanical play in this game in particular with the dodge at the level 2 and then also the outplay there with the Scuttle Crab.
I mean, that's the thing we have to remember, right? We talk about that early invade from Dardoch and getting the control of the top side of the jungle from Contracts. Well, Contracts, rookie of the split from last split, showing a lot of composure here and saying, all right, that's fine, I'll concede that part of the map. I'm going to farm my way back into the game. And again, we're going to win in that team fight phase because we're well practiced and we know how to operate as a team. Outside of that, let's talk about Jensen and his playmaking potential. I mean, we saw that tease coming into the week around him and the Echo Zonias. Now, he's not playing Echo here, but his Orianna has always been a huge pick for him. And right here on the outset, it seems like he's not missing a beat and making a case for, once again, the race for #1 mid laner.
Exactly. It always happens where it's like, oh, it falls a little bit short, but he gets right back up on that horse. The Orianna was a comfort pick for him, picked it like 7 times in a row near the end of the last split. So jumps right back in, comfort for him, team fight for Cloud9. And I think like getting camped early because we saw Afromoo and Dardoch sit in those brush after they got that first kill, got the flash. They were ready for those return ganks, but Jensen didn't let that get to him and allowed both his jungler to farm up, but also for himself to farm up safely as well, which is something that, you know, we have seen Jensen a little bit exploitable in the past, but it was very calm from him in this game.
Yeah, and while we had a great game out of Jensen, player of the game will go to Sneaky. You mentioned it. Some of his ults almost going unnoticed, but being very crucial in a lot of those team fights.
It's interesting because you would expect it to be somebody like Jensen with those big flashy plays, but really, Sneaky did a whole bunch of the team's damage. You could see almost 33%
Plus, he's got those luscious locks blowing in the wind. Look at that.
Yeah, player of the game just for that for Sneaky. But no, seriously, Sneaky, though, played that so well. And I think that, you know, those Varus ultimates did go unnoticed, but you think back to the Huhi wall down bottom, hits him with the ultimate, that's what gives them that counter kill and makes it so that the whole early game from CLG is really moot.
All right, game 1 goes to Cloud9. We're going to step away for a quick break. When we come back, it's game 2 between Cloud9 and CounterLogic Gaming. Don't go anywhere.
Wait, you know, I have never lost my the first game of the season.
Whoa.
I don't think so.
Whoa. The knock-up on a Jensen, the flash for the Pepper gonna land that, at the very least for the root. Here comes the Q from Dardoch, damage is there, they're gonna get him! First blood through for Dardoch!
Little bash. Oh, I got kicked out, My TP is
It's okay.
Nice. Okay, we can go around.
5v3 for a short time, they've got the backline access, they're going for Jensen down here, Shockwave catches Dardoch, and Jensen gets a kill in a 1v2, now it's on to Hugi, as Contract takes one down, Cloud9 under, man, doesn't matter! Game 1 of the split goes to Cloud9.
something I learned in summer split was probably just to not get too complacent with myself. Even though I didn't feel like I was like fully complacent, I definitely think I could have done more. Just in terms of, you know, just playing the game more and, I don't know, even helping out my teammates more with just like their roles and stuff would have been a lot better than just like kind of focusing on myself. So that's something I look to do this split.
We'll see if the improvement comes in for then Counter Logic Gaming. Then welcome back. It's time for Game 2 of Counter Logic Gaming versus Cloud9. And a reminder to all of you to call it your favorite plays of the weekend by tweeting at LOL Esports with the hashtag LCS Big Plays. And we'll make sure to pull up some of our favorites of your favorites at the end of the first week of play.
Favorites on favorites. Everybody's
favorites of favorites.
I did like what he was talking about, though, and that's kind of something that I was alluding to earlier with bringing in Dardoch. Maybe he's going to be the one to kind of reignite that passion that Stixay was talking about. Maybe he lost a little bit of, and really have that drive for this season.
Yeah, and it's interesting because just like we heard Darshan say before the show started, that, you know, CLG is not the friendship team. We stayed together because we thought it was the best way to win, to be the best team in North America. That squad had won a championship before, and it's like you just keep trying at it, and maybe you make it happen again. Darshan, of course, in the top lane right there. You see him on your screen. He will be up against Ray again in Game 2. So Ray's actually staying on. Back in the TSM final, it was Ray and Impact who would play blue side and red side. They'd alternate all the time. This time around, it's just Ray is playing for Cloud9.
And that was a little bit foreshadowed by Ray, you know, starting first game, full tank, Galio, right? This is not just, oh, he's playing offensive carries. He's building Infinity Edge and Ghostblade and stuff on every champion in the top lane. This is a new, more well-rounded Ray, and this is a Ray that's going to stick in for the entire well, maybe not the entire.
Maybe not the entire,
one,
but it seems he is clearly the primary top laner for them. We'll see when Impact, and if he does come in, of course, it was Cloud9 themselves who banned Fiora away. Like, they're clearly saying, Darshan, don't play carries. No other top lane bans were in for them for a while, and he's like, yep, Galio's the one.
And that being said, let's talk a little bit about that draft, because not only did they get the Galio, but also Lulu was so highly prioritized, and they were able to pick that one up pretty easily as well in conjunction. So let's see if Cloud9 can have as good of a draft on this red side, or if CLG will switch it up a little bit. The Zac is pretty much the red side duty ban, like you pretty much have to perm ban.
Seems to be the case so far. Zac's only gotten like one-ish play in pro play so far. It's not much. CLG have reprised their role. They're still banning Elise Way themselves. They've now added Olaf to that list to get it away from contract. We'll see what else they do to try to take him down.
Yeah, it's interesting that in order to kind of break that one up, they decide to add the Olaf to their list of contracts bans. I wonder if they're still going to, you know, prioritize the Lee Sin and pick Lee Sin away from contracts, or what they're going to really push him down to. Because we kind of talked about, you know, Dardoch has a very big champion pool for a jungler, and has had, you know, success on so many different champions.
Yeah.
But Contracts is by no means one of those guys with a limited champion pool either.
Yep, definitely knows what he's doing. We'll see what comes through in this one. Last few seconds for the first phase of bans to end. And Shen has been banned blue side yet again, so Cloud9 got to drop that ban. We'll see if they keep the Fiora ban from before, and it's going to be Kennen instead. Worth noting, actually, Kennen was entirely unpicked in the previous game and has been one of, if not the most prolific top laner in pro play so far this split. And Gragas going to be the early grab here for CLG. They really consider that to be a strong champion.
Yeah, I wonder if it's still going to go with Darshan as well, or how valid is the possible flex pick right now for Dardoch, because it's definitely a champion that he has, you know, a decent amount of time in as well. I feel like the you know, threat of flexing it into the jungle is not quite that high. It's, you know, very, very much more probably in the top side. See if Ray wants to try and run some sort of pushing into it.
And meanwhile, Cloud9 really showing high priority on Varus here, and it's interesting because this is sort of a more metagame point, but are they trying to show everyone they like Varus, that TSM plays differently when they play on Saturday? I don't think so, but like I've seen players do that before, like Rapid Star at All-Star 2014 or whatever. Like sometimes you have that as like the back of your mind.
So if it was a more obscure pick, like they're like picking Twitch over, or not even that, but like if it was a more obscure pick, then maybe, but Varus is so popular anyway.
Yay!
Here we go.
Xayah makes her North American debut alongside Rakan in the bot lane.
Oh,
name a more iconic duo.
Oh my goodness. Playmaking, please. Oh, Rakan is such a fun support to watch. he actually feels like the Lee Sin of support to me because he has so many dashes, and there are new combos still emerging with this guy because he is so recent. Like, I've seen so many people, you know, talk about how quickly you can get off the W into ultimates and for the instant charms and the wombo combos you can set up with him. I don't think, you know, his laning is the strongest, but we'll see how Stixxay and Aphromoo can actually get through that lane phase versus Sneaky and Smoothie. Last time, Stixxay and Aphromoo had the Caitlyn Karma, which is super power for bottom lane, mega pushing, and very easy to pull off lane phase, and they did have a CS lead. This time around, I'm really curious to see if they can have the same effectiveness against a Varus Lulu.
Absolutely.
Which should be quite strong.
Yeah, as Cloud9 have the same dual lane as previously here, and you're right, it's CLG with the losing matchup as you illustrated before. Bans and picks still coming through. This time CLG will ban away Fiora, so both teams respect the champion as a viable, strong, pickable top laner, and it's CLG saying, you know what, Ray, you are not allowed to play this into our Gragas top, we assume, and with the Lee Sin gone, we still have to wait to see what Dardoch will play here.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's always, you know, fingers crossed for Ray Riven to try and see that one come out because he's been such a terror in solo queue, but probably not going to be the case here. I think they might want something a little bit more sturdy. Ivern, though, and Kha'Zix, so more of the jungle bans coming through. It looks like they are of the same opinion where the threat of a Gragas flex is very, very low over to the jungle spot. High priority that probably does stay on the top side.
I wonder if she's allowed to be demoted to a much later ban here, but still removed from the options by CLG.
Jensen as well actually has all of his options open. I mean, all the champions that you think of when you think of
Echo.
Yeah, exactly. These very high damage, good scaling mages for him in the mid lane where he can get a bunch of power farm and
of course
carry
Ray gets
team
the signature.
fights. Yeah.
Ray gets the signature Jarvan. Now, I do want to point out that last game, CLG banned Jarvan even with the Galio already showing. So if they thought it was the Galio flex, that might be the reason. Or there's, I guess, the chance that Huhi or something, or sorry, that Jensen plays mid Jarvan randomly, but I don't know. That's unlikely. Jarvan's almost definitely in top lane.
Yeah, there definitely is the chance. Small chance, though. I'm very curious to see if Ray does go. He'll probably go with the Grasp Jarvan top side that we've seen so much, you know, max out the shield and go for those more effective trades. Okay, so the flex does come through.
It does come through.
You know, by the jungler bans, that may have been an adding factor if they hadn't banned out both.
Right, pick an Ivern instead, keep the Gragas, you know,
but
like that.
It is going to be forced here or chosen anyway, and the Renekton into the Jarvan should be favorable here for Darshan.
Worth noting, actually, Renekton is in a slightly weaker state, I'd argue, right now in 7.10 because there's a lot of code work done on him that was reverted in 7.11. So some of his old cancels are actually deleted right now from the game. Cinder does come through as the mid laner here for Jensen. As you mentioned, all of his normal options are available to be picked up here. The trademark Ray Jarvan is in, and Darshan gets Renekton.
Yeah, and the Syndra into the Orianna here, you got to be a little bit scared for who he is. Jensen is looking to be in his regular shape that we do expect from him. Good performance in the first game on his Orianna, and now it's going to be up to Huhi to try and combat that. But I think most of the story is going to be how does a professional Rakan Zyra lane actually Xayah perform? Yeah.
We've said Zyra so many times, and expect some mistakes from us over the course of the year with that champion, as Zyra is still a reasonably popular support pick as well, but we are ready to go into the second one. Cloud9, so far a perfect split for them. Of course, they're headed off to face TSM tomorrow, but for now it is off against Cloud9 versus Counter Logic Gaming. Twisting words here, but against one of the other old guards here in North America. CLG thought that with Dardoch it would be better. He said it's been a great environment for him. They're all hardworking. He's been very happy with the team so far as well. And Dardoch did have, as the analysts have said, a very, very good first 10-15 minutes in game one. Now on the Gragas instead of Lee Sin, we'll see what impact it can be. Fighters in the top lane, high impact junglers, high impact mid laners, and Zyra on the bot lane.
Oh yeah, Gragas is also very capable of creating early plays as well. I'm very curious to see where he does burn his first flash. Gonna have to wait a while for that one though. So let's go over actually Rakan and Zaya because they do get those bonuses. My favorite bonus of running both of the duo is the increased range on the dash for Rakan to Zaya. It's actually a pretty significant, seemingly to me, increase in the range. So he gets huge mobility, and there's possible not only for saving her, but big initiations followed up by escapes from him due to that increased range.
You can cover several thousand distance by jumping to the Zaya and then jumping on the Gragas afterwards or something. And it's one of the things I really do like with Rakan is having someone else to dive in first. His follow-up engage is so good, so jumping onto Darshan or Dardoch and then hitting the ulti from there is super big.
Into W into R is such a good combo for me and such an easy one to pull off. Very quick and long range engage. The other ones are, of course, like the combined recall. That one's pretty cool. I actually like that one quite a lot because your support can start the recall for you. AD gets to farm the last 2 minions or whatever, and saves you a bit of time.
Yeah, it saves more time than like someone lanterning you out of the fountain on the way out. Like if there's a thresh or something, and you get to walk less time. But either way, this is where we are. After we're going to start Coin on Rakan. For those who haven't followed the mid-season updates, Coin works differently now. It's not as passive. You got to pick up what's essentially thresh souls off of dying minions to get your gold.
Yeah, and you have to be a bit closer to the minions. You can't really play super defensively far back. So we'll see how Aphromoo does it picking those up. Rakan is very mobile, so definitely one of the easier ones, even if they are getting pressured in lane.
And further talking about choices made here by Aphromoo, he is going to encourage the Colossus on Rakan. Both his W and R will apply the Keystone, but I've seen many different options. I've seen Thunderlords, I've seen Wind Speakers, and he's going with the tankiest option, which is Courage of the Colossus.
That, to me, is looking for some more playmaking here. Big shield when he does go in. But Smoothie and Sneaky waste no time in going fairly aggressively.
Stun at level 1. No auto attack came out of Stixay. Just got the Qs down, and that was it. A little bit of damage there. And we can see Huhi and Jensen trading back and forth as well. This matchup should favor Jensen based on the champions.
Yeah, and that kill pressure post level 6 for Syndra on Orianna is very big. I do expect Jensen to play that lane aggressively. So to me, that would require some jungler attention around the mid lane, maybe some drop off on wards, or maybe some early passes. It looks like Contracts at least is going for multi-camp clear here, not going for the quick level 3 into proactive play. Clearing out the wolves as well before going for his blue buff. Meanwhile, pings go down onto Dardoch, so they're well aware he's over on the blue side, and should not be surprised up there.
See a lot of normal stuff right here. Doran Shield start actually for the Renekton into Jarvan is interesting. The Doran Shield start for Zaya completely normal based on the fact that it's a losing lane, so that is an option when you realize in champs like that you drafted a pretty weak 2-on-2 or 1-on-1. Shield will keep you alive a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, the shield is absolutely massive right now. You get your extra potion. It's so cheap. And a huge amount of sustain. Here goes Contracts down to invade on the red side. See if he'll actually go scout out the red. He does not. Just assumes, as is very standard, that Krugs were left out of that early clear. Goes over to steal on the bottom side. And with Dardoch pathing back over to his red now, they might actually meet up. So here is the possible confrontation.
Yeah, so Contract's going to finish off the Krugs no problem, get away with it onto the right-hand side. No wards see him.
He also has no reason to assume that red is up, because it's so standard. You obviously are going to assume that the red Raptors as well as red were cleared before Gragas transitioned over to the blue side, but doesn't even bother to check that, as soon as it is up. Remember, this is an Infernal Dragon as well, so as much as it is important to see if mid lane is playing aggressive and if they're pushed up, bottom lane also will determine a lot of this.
And Cloud9's bottom lane has the pressure here, so you'd expect Contracts to be able to make a play for this one. At around level 5, I think Lee Sin can solo an Infernal Drake reasonably easily. We'll see if he buys some longswords for him. They'll make it happen. Knocko's going to land. They look at the damage. They got the root as well. And look at the damage output. They're going to take him down. First blood to Zaya and Rakan in the bot lane.
Dardoch was here as well. This was a thought out play where they set it up. They call jungler support down as well for just the, coming through the lane, just in case Contracts was there. So they were even prepared for Contracts being around that bottom lane when they went aggressive. And it's good to see teams take that extra cautionary step. Well, we want to all in. We know we can pull off a 2v2 kill with Rakan Zara going all in with the Ignite. Contracts here in mid lane. Don't want to go too low health under the turret. But anyways, back to that preparation. Take a look at this. Because you can see Dardoch in the lane, and his main presence there is if Contract is you know, in that bush in the river and pushes the duo back, they can actually retreat back to their Gragas. But he's not even needed, and just there for the extra support.
It's there to look pretty. So CLG first blood in both of their games so far, and this is a botline that can definitely take over. I think jury's still out on exactly what role Xayah fills, but she's seemed to have pretty good scaling so far. She is an Infinity Edge user. Essence Reaver start is actually pretty common, but should be going into a 70% crit build, and that means that Sixer should have a pretty good mid to late game as long as you can get the autos off.
Yeah, she is incredibly hard to dive if she times her ultimate well. You know, Jarvan, while threatening, is actually pretty telegraphed. Very telegraphed, in fact. And good Xayah should be able to, if cooldown's available, be able to dodge out most of that damage for the dive. As well as Syndra ultimate, you know, you can use it on there. Looks like we might have a dive.
Big stun is there, body slam flash. Ray flashes back over the knockup. Beautiful execution. Ray gets out and had just enough mana to cast his skills.
Absolutely sick escape there from Ray. I don't know if he counted the mana beforehand, but it is one of the worst feelings ever if you throw down the flag Q combo and you didn't have enough for the second part. Regardless, great flash to get the knockup and gain his distance for the escape. He gets 2 for 1 on Summoner deal with the 2 versus 1 in the top side. And doesn't even have to give up more than the rest of this one wave of CS. Here we go, flashes to the opposite side, has his shield up, and able to get out.
And Darshan had to flash there. If he got knocked up, he was dead to the turret for sure, so he barely gets away from the CC and gets out of turret range. That was almost a kill for Ray instead.
Yeah, definitely impressive mechanics here so far from Ray, and well thought out escape. Returning to the Xayah point though, they were down in CS, so they were, as we expected, getting punished in CS as far as the actual laning does go versus the, Lulu Varus, but it's not that big a deal, especially having converted the first blood and the gold, kill gold actually going over to Stick.
Sure. But as you mentioned, early gold and whatnot, Contracts individually is up 450 over Dardoch just in farm. Neither have gotten ganks off, but Contracts, level 6, has a lot more gold, has a lot more farm. A lot of pressure now towards the mid lane. Ulti on who he can look for the stun, gonna land that there. Nice body block for Dardoch, buys a bit of time, and he's gonna get a Shockwave, and it's just gonna be the kill. Who he's already gone.
Shockwave didn't get to deal damage there because they killed off Who he first. So I was very close to almost getting a counter kill, but not able to have the timing there. Dardoch went for the interrupt, tried to stop Ray's damage for as long as he could. Still, Cloud9 able to pull it off, and they do get a kill back for themselves, and they're rushing for first turret gold. With 3 members here, they actually run out of minions, so Darshan still has the extra time on top side, but they're...
I think Darshan hits it, actually.
Yeah, they're aborting mission here and sending Ray back to the top side.
Well, Darshan right now is running out of minions, so he's going to wait, I think, one more wave to do this as he slices away. And yeah, without Rico coming out of Jensen, it's up to Ray to stop the Renekton to the top side.
All right, so Dardoch was expecting the 2v2 here. As soon as they see Ray, he makes a beeline to stop the Jarvan from getting in range. And while he can delay it, it's not quite enough. So that Shockwave, not able to complete there. And Dardoch tried to ult Jarvan back into the turret afterwards, but unable to get a counter kill. Really good kill onto Huhi though. Forced Cloud9, good conversion.
Yeah, farm lead, the kill. Jensen only got an assist, but it's still gold in his pocket, and Cloud9 able to get a lot of pressure through their jungler and mid laner mostly.
Yeah, and remember, this is a no summoner Orianna down in CS, just has been killed as well versus Syndra. Like it's a very scary place to be the Orianna at this moment. That's why he's trying to get vision around him.
Huhi had been somewhat of a star for CLG last split, but this game looking a bit dark for him. And Contracts looking just waiting around in the wards. They know they took away control ward earlier. Doesn't find anything to do with his time. Out he goes. Darshan there will be knocking down first turret. Has some help from Dardoch. Quick knockup actually buys a bit of time, and they're going to be going for the stuns, going for the damage, and Ray actually has no way out anymore. Ult buys a bit of time, but it's not going to matter. Kill comes through. Now looking for the flash kick. They're going to get him onto that one. Huhi chunked a bit low. Here comes Rakan, hoping to save the day. Not going to find much. Finally pops the charm afterwards. Q actually did land, I believe, from Contracts. He triggered Thunderlords with it. Doesn't go for the follow, though. Top lane turret does fall in favor of CLG after that kill onto Ray. It's actually Counter Logic Gaming with the gold lead here.
Yeah, Aframu had enough time to get his W off and get out of range of the second activation. Here comes Dardoch to try and get into position to hold the wave, I think, but maybe they go offensive. Nah, all right, just looking to hold that wave as the duo lane did rotate up.
See what we get for that one. Not quite going to land that one on a 6-8. More shields come up from Aframu. Big double stun, though, for that one. The snipe as well for Sneaky finally joining into the game. And that mid turret, of course, very, very low.
Man, yeah, good camp there from Cloud9 in the mid lane. They know it's a summonerless Orianna. Jensen is fed, play around him. Contracts has flash. He gets the good kickoff, and then Jensen also with that classic Syndra ultimate, so you have more orbs, get your multi-stuns. And it was actually really well timed too, because that's right when Afro arrived. Able to stop that one, but another look, as you're talking about, their kill onto Ray. He goes again for the knock up there onto Deshaun, combining with the escape, but no flash. Means that there's no way he's getting out of there. It's the R into flash for Contracts. There's that multi-stun we talked about. And that was Aframu. He uses ultimate for the extra speed,
yeah,
and then his W after to gain that extra range after it landed, so too far.
Yeah, it didn't ult to charm anyone in time to save Huki, but probably had no way of getting him out regardless.
Yeah, he was dead in the duration of the stun.
I think Dardoch got most of those Raptors there. I don't think Jensen's stolen away, so passing so far, and now here comes Contracts finally going for that Infernal Drake early in the game. Later than I thought, but still has control bot lane to make it happen.
And this is going to be a pretty meaningful pickup here for Cloud9, because even though...
Oh, Dardoch has smite, not going to get it in time. He did smite, but it was too early. The kill comes through, and now here comes the fight. A nice Torm and a knock up, lots of damage here. They will not yet get Dardoch. Ray going into the back line, trying to pick off that kill. He's not going to get it. Finally, 1-for-1 as the kill comes through for Huhi. Halfmoon staying alive in the back line as well. Darshan full rage in the front. Flash already burned here on this, and out goes Cloud9.
Nice combo there from Aframu to lock up two, but even with that, Dardoch was so low from the original skirmish there around the Drake that it's just a 1-for-1 play.
All right, it's an assist here. It's the CLG duo lane who's been getting all the participation so far without dying. Nice chunk on a Huhi. Jensen with the ulti, gonna shield himself, and Huhi stays alive as a result. Just barely. The 47 magic resist, enough to stay alive.
Ooh, yeah, the flashbang down again, though. Orianna is a prime target. We talked about Zaya with her ultimate is already so difficult to dive, but she's got double summoner. So C9 for the next fight are going to be looking to focus on Huhi. Dang, that is incredibly close there for Dardoch. Not able to get it, but then we get another look at Aframu's combo into the Shockwave here, gonna get the very last bit of damage.
Yeah, and you mentioned combos. I think what he did there was R into W, so when he reaches their charm, they can't flash away. Then the knockup comes through, and it kind of guarantees the lockup.
Yeah, it's incredibly quick.
Yeah, it doesn't maximize CC duration, but it's really, really reliable that way. And
can't react to it.
Yeah, it's pretty much instantaneous, and that's the combo he went for, and obviously will always trigger Courage of the Colossus. Sneaky just going to keep the wave clear in the bot lane, still going for the Blade of the Ruin King build. Early Zerk Greaves on him. Essence Reaver done for Stixxay. At this point, once you're at this sort of level with this item, Stixxay, it's super trivial to wave clear on Zaya. You pretty much always one-shot with any QE auto-attack combo. And it's very easy to farm, easy to keep wave pressure, and Stixxay can kind of be left alone to do this.
All right, so let's see what CLG can do with this mid-game gold lead, because they are down the Infernal Drake. But they do have the gold advantage currently. Ray!
Shockwave the roots there as well, and that was overstepping. It's so easy. Q auto-attack E, the follow-up from the Shockwave, kill comes through onto Ray.
Drawbacks here, Ray getting heavily punished by early focus of ganks on the top side. They dive in, they pressure his turret. The Renekton pick really taking advantage there.
Cast doesn't find anyone in range just yet. Aframu wants to look for the play in. Darshan to the front side, gonna find the stuns, gonna look for the root, gonna look for the damage, and yes, they take him down. Huhi gets the kill credit, but everyone else put in the hard work. Mid lane turret likely to fall to CLG's credit.
Incredible snowball here from CLG. Oh, they ran out of minions, and the bonus armor comes back for the turret. It will delay it. I think they might still be able to return to the siege.
Case. Stixxay gonna actually save the mana in the cooldown. No, does pull the feathers down this time around, but this turret's gonna fall. With Jensen dead, there's really no defense to be had, and CLG gonna go 2-0 in turrets. Gold lead over 2,000.
The mid lane is pretty weak for CLG as well, but man, this is where they really want to take this pressure and get their deep vision. The next step is going to be crucial. Here comes Ray. You know, he is going with the Tiamat early on Jarvan, and the only defense he really had is Ninja Tabby. Good ultimate there from Huki to get him into range, hold him up there, and buy Xayah enough time to get some feathers down for the pullback.
Does not take a lot of time. Q, auto attack E. It's about a half second until your target's rooted, and that shockwave was enough to get it. Well played by Stixay. And of course, Ray had no waves out. Flashes down and he get EQ'd forwards. But still, good plays out of Logic Gaming. Blue buff going to go to Jensen here on Cloud9. And
Red
buff stole it. Contract.
As soon as you said gonna go to him, I was like, oh, that red buff.
Caster curse continues. I suck at this game, and it's okay. We move forward in this one. Blue buff not ideal on contracts.
All right, completely different story this time around.
Yeah.
Even though, you know, Cloud9 did get that early Infernal, CLG have been pretty, you know, working pretty well around this playmaking, right? Not only do they have Dardoch, but incredible playmaking potential from Aframu on this Rakan.
Let's see what they get for themselves here. Quick shut down on a ward. Control ward is dead. C9 have a couple of deep wards. Double Infernal, always going to be great to have. As you mentioned earlier, the champions have good stats for it. Looks like Dardoch will keep the red buff. They had the chance to go for it, and they didn't want it, it seemed, or they were afraid of the fog of war. At the ward control they had. Contracts once again spotted. And, yep, Stixay takes the kill on that one. No big deal there.
It's also pretty interesting that, you know, the CS difference in Darshan versus Ray, you know, due to the matchup as well as the extra, you know, jungler attention, is kind of counterbalanced by the CS difference between Jensen and Huhi due to their jungler focus and their matchup, which is advantageous the other way. However, it hasn't meant as much. You know, Jensen's advantage hasn't meant as much as Darshan's has. You know, Ray came into that fight fairly weak. He was not level 11, didn't have the extra ultimate, and it was fairly easy pickings. Whereas the baseline effectiveness there for the Orianna versus the Syndra has been fairly similar. Aside from the skirmishes.
Another bad spot out of Dardoch, and now he's going to be in the wrong spot of this one. The invade didn't go very well. Flash to stay alive, and that's going to be an easy pickup there. Sonic Wave. Dardoch losing his ulti and his flash for nothing. Failed invade.
Got to be careful about how much gold you're giving back to, you know, Cloud9 at this point. Next Infernal is up in 10 seconds here, and Dardoch's going to be down. So definitely up to CLG to defend vision around this Infernal Drake, as 2 Infernals over to Cloud9 would be a lot of scaling to worry about for later. And it looks like the attempt at moving in for vision is starting to happen. Both teleports are ready, by the way.
Yeah, not too snappy right now. Dardoch allowed time to respawn. They didn't try to rush it with him still dead. TPs were up for both top laners, so Cloud9 theoretically could have tried, but didn't. Ray gets one auto attack, and then Darshan says, "Get out of my lane." This Renekton certainly has won the matchup, and the choice to grab the Gragas, wait for the Jarvan, and then flex it out and take the Renekton for a better matchup has certainly paid off. Credit to Darshan, who has had, honestly, a bad last 12 months. Since MSI last year, he had been a fairly weak top laner, even by North American standards, which hasn't always been the best. And this time around, he's up against one of the better ones in the league. Ray is certainly one who's gained a lot of respect throughout the last 6 months. And Darshan winning the lane, doing well with his matchup, and being one of the reasons that CLG are winning right now.
Infernal Drake is still available, and with that, you know, time bought for Dardoch to respawn, they can move right in. Plenty of vision, and should be able to even that one up.
Yeah, not even a chance to defend it. No one's even trying. Cloud9 happy to give away control of the map. They had the Scuttle Crab, they knew it was happening, and that was all they were allowed to do. Means the total lead here is just 1,400 gold. Infernal Drake worth about that much in itself, to be honest, statistically anyway. And CLG retain their lead. Cloud9 looking for the mid lane, though.
9 members gravitating this way. Here comes the teleport,
Here comes the ulti and the shockwave, the combo, all in, the 2-man lockup, not quite enough, though they can't quite get the kills. But there's Sean looking for the front line, can't get the stuns, though, still looking for somebody. Does have flash, but no longer the stun charge. Cloud9 getting away with their life, but only barely.
Oh, what a sexy combo, but nobody dies. Summoner spells only is the advantage gained there.
Yeah, Huhi actually kind of betrayed Dardoch. I think the shockwave stymied a little bit of the explosive cast knockback. They didn't go as far as I think they maybe should have. Sneaky, though, maybe gets trapped on this side of the lane. The Xayah pushes there. The wave will be cleared. And looks like it's not going to be Afrin looking for much.
Yeah, 2v1 may be a possibility, but as soon as Smoothie arrives, plenty of defenses in place. Good counter jungle afterwards. So let's take another look at this, because Aframu, again, that was actually the R flash W. Gets both of them. But man, look how low Contracts was.
Actually one hit. Wow, really, really tight stuff right there, but he gets away with it. Dardoch able to clear his jungle a bit more here and kind of catch up as far as XP is concerned, both level 11 here on this one. I do want to see if we see more aggressive builds out of these bruisers. Ray's known for going full damage all the time, but with Death Dance being a better item, with Ravenous Hydra being a bit stronger as well, obviously we're seeing clear Titanic out of Darshan, but will he go Death Dance? The answer is probably no, but
I don't think so. Yeah, Death Dance, while I really like the, the doubling the effectiveness of the passive and stuff like that, you have to be able to put out a lot of damage as well to make it effective. Renekton never really feels like he hits that break point that you're looking for with that stance.
So he'll likely go Stone Plate next item, then this one is just a very efficient tank item overall. Darshan shoving in the wave, no major issues here, and Ray will just last hit under turret without too many issues. Gets him back to the mid lane. One auto attack should kill the turret off. Make it 2. There we go, close enough. Cloud9 actually keeping the game now under 1,000.
How quickly can Stixxay push this bottom turret? Because Cloud9 are rotating back down to the bottom side, and it looks like it's not going to be very quick at all. So don't think CLG will get anything back on the other side of mid turret going down.
Not too much right here. Still the fight in the top lane. Darshan, of course, has sustain with his Q. Doesn't use much for it yet. Wants to threaten the dive with an empowered stun, but no one's around to make that happen, so out he goes. No one roaming to kill Darshan. He does have a couple wards in this jungle. You can see if you check that northern minimap, there's 3 blue dots in that jungle to help make sure that Darshan can split push safely, but he is not getting into turret damage with this so far. And it looks like Ray is going Titanic Hydra himself. No surprise, of course, on a champion like Jarvan, but also the Ruby Crystal and Longsword being here.
Last outer turret standing here. They should make a very strong push to get this down during the recall.
That's why Dardoch's waiting around. He's just there to make sure that...
Oh, Baron Kings already from Cloud9, though. Ooh. They can use this bottom lane as a bit of a bait. Or maybe they were thinking CLG, actually, since they didn't have vision.
Yeah,
thought that CLG were actually down there.
But it's 4 bot lane at this point. They've all revealed themselves. Only Darshan to the top side, so no one can get over there. Cloud9 can Baron Rush right now if they have the teammates, and they have 4.
Darshan might have to sacrifice in order
to... They have all 5. No one can reach it except Darshan. This is no chance of a smite steal. Darshan has to pull off a miracle, and CLG, past 20 minutes, send 4 members bot lane and give a free Baron away. Great call by Cloud9, but here's a mistake from CLG all the same.
Yeah. 3 was decent, but sending all 4 members down there to force it without having any vision on Cloud9 members, just giving away the Baron for an outer turret here. See what they can do on back of it, though.
Well, a lot of damage into Smoothie as some of it gets the knockup, runs away with the bonus health. He's going to stay alive on this one. Contract's going to trade, and okay, CLG get 2 turrets for the Baron. They got the map pressure to do that at least.
But Sneaky, meanwhile, takes the top turret there with his Baron buff, so...
Yeah. Which means that trade is definitely Cloud9 positive to sum up here. 3 turrets fell, 2 towards CLG, 1 towards Cloud9, and of course the Baron still better for the red team here. And we'll see, the game now only 300 apart, and CLG Gaming had such a good start. They got first blood in the bot lane. They had Darshan smashing top as well. That turned into first turret, I believe, in this game. And C9 have weathered the storm, withstood the pressure, and are now in a position to take over the game at 24 minutes.
Bottom lane should definitely be the focus here. The outer turret is some very easy gold for them to get here to fight with. Jensen actually going to push up mid lane before they go for it.
Damage on this turret is going to fall shortly. And down it goes. 3 to 4 in turrets. Cloud9 now up 600 gold. And considering that team was down first blood in the beginning, they had been losing in gold most of this game, and Cloud9 once again in the mid-late game turned the lead finally.
Yeah, how quickly has it swung back in Cloud9's favor here? The Ocean Drake coming up in 15 seconds isn't as big as possibly a third Infernal could have been, but Cloud9 are going to pressure and rotate up to the top side to use this Baron buff for some more effective cash. Nope, Ray just going to be the only one here.
And he's going to be quickly wave cleared up by Darshan. And out they go. Sneaking out his way towards what's assumed to be Infinity Edge third. Same for Stixay, who has himself gone Hurricane. This is one of the... Oh, there's the flash ball. They're going to get the shock grip. They're going to get the kill on a Sneaky. He's got no way out. Hurricane means nothing. The damage is there, and Afro's really made the plays.
Yeah, I tell you, that long-range recon engage is absolutely insane. As Flash is back up, enemy AD carry is back dead. Sneaky, not even any time to get off summoners of his own. Afro with the very quick combo, no reaction time.
I think that one felt possible, potentially, but it's
so you have to really respect and have played against the Rock.
He's in Flash W range, I must flash now.
Exactly, and that seems insane, right?
I know, I agree.
That range is a full screen.
Yeah, it is. It's not easy. I think it is possible, but you're right. Afro played it well, and Sneaky, you can't really blame him. Sometimes there's just not enough time to react to the incoming spells. Jensen knows it best. Sometimes it happens that way. Cloud9 lose up a kill. A Drake goes over to CLG as a result. Well played, Afromu. And we're back to a pretty equal game as the Baron's going to time out. Cloud9 did not get much off that Baron.
I mean, this has been very back and forth. Definitely the Baron helped out a lot for them, but CLG strike back with, again, another play. Here we go, Afromu. They pass him the ball. He moves up with the E.
Yeah, all right, you're right. That's possible.
It's a full screen, dude.
All right, I take it back. I take it back.
If we had seen that replay and Sneaky flashes, you start flaming him immediately. You're like, what?
You're right, my bad. That is not on Sneaky. That's actually, see, I don't play with any good recons. I'm a low diamond pleb. No one's that good in my lane, so. But now I'm gonna bring it. I'm gonna gain like 4 rates.
There you go.
Great.
Be the change you deserve.
I'll show all the recons how
Let's take a look actually at the vision, because vision is paramount, and when you're seeing these plays coming, when you're setting up for those team fights, currently, pretty good control ward here. I think that CLG are well aware. C9 were just seen venturing into the river. They don't know where they are exactly, but yeah, know that they should play safe.
Banshee's veiled down. That is a minor gain to be had for Cloud9. Of course, the Drake is gone. It will be for several minutes, so no neutrals to play for. But it means maybe Cloud9 can play for a bit of map control. Dardoch still trying to get his farm. He is down a level under contracts. Steals 10 gold away from right behind him.
I love the emphasis on playmaking that really resurges when we don't have pure tank building top laners. These are bruiser top laners, right? And that just means that Afromu, with the backline access that you can gain with that flash, it really, really does change the face of the game when there's not just this full tank Galio or full tank Maokai or something standing on the front lines that you have to work through.
And it does feel fair as well when the top laner solo kills you. At least he spent 6,000 gold on damage items. It's not just, well, I have Cinder Hulk and a Dead Man's Plate, and you still die when you're playing Xayah. So at least everyone can feel more fair about this one. But yeah, certainly Ray and Darshan going to have a very big impact on this one. They can also die much faster. And with Infinity Edges both under 1,000 gold away for these bot lane marksmen, there can be some real damage coming out soon.
I think that Cloud9 also, as we went over earlier in the game, are the tools that they have to kill off Stixay, to kill off Xayah, seem like it's a much more difficult feat to pull off for the the lineup that Cloud9 have here. As compared to Afromu, able to get in there with the Orianna ball with some very quick executions.
Yeah, the only not super telegraphed important ability is the Contracts ulti.
Yeah.
Which even then, like you see him coming in.
Yeah, he has to be able to pull off an insect or something.
And unlike a Flash or an Arcane Shift, I'm pretty sure you can Xayah ult during the quarter-second cast animation of it. Right? The root doesn't prevent the R from being cast, which will then stop Contract in his tracks. He's got to try again afterwards. And yeah, Stixay, provided he's playing well on 0 ping, should have a pretty decent chance of getting away from the threats. Speaking of, Stixay is frontlining, but felt safe again because Xayah kind of gets to do that.
Yeah, especially when Rakan's waiting in the backline. We talk about being able to use the E first into the W combos or into the flash combos. Can really take the enemy team by surprise, especially your added extra survivability because Orianna shields on top of Rakan shields.
Yep.
Definitely can be misleading if the AD carry is out front.
And just now, Stixay, I believe, got enough gold for Infinity Edge. He can head back to base and buy that. There he goes. And Sneaky is actually at that money as well. And it's right as Baron Nash responds. So both these teams, you know for sure, Stixay and Sneaky said, I have IE. I'm a lot more powerful now. And if they don't check the other guy has it as well, they won't realize how much more powerful the opposing marksman got. And those are going to be the major threats in this next team fight.
Yeah. And so then once you identify those as the major threats, you have to look at the defenses around those threats. You know, while Lulu is so good at protecting, you know, AD carries, he has to be very careful not to stand too close lest he get caught in the same engage that catches Sneaky.
Yep.
And as we've seen, it's been like half a second is all that they need to delete him if Lulu's not ready with both shields and ultimate.
And Afro's flashes back up, so that same play could be made. And we'll see. CLG have had some very good teamfight combos. The Gragas Ori Rakan combo is certainly scary. They get the stun, damage on the contracts. They will not shockwave. They thought he could jump away, and he did. Excuse me. Mid lane, it's C9 clearing it second. CLG, you can see with that deep ward, can watch them clear this away. They see that Ray has burned the E. A little bit of damage comes out from Stixay. WQ, no autos. Ray still in the front lines. They're looking for the engage. Stixay playing with a tight leash. He's only got that one escape tool, just the ulti. He's got a flash otherwise.
This is great. Everybody mid, even gold. Everyone one Infernal Drake. Let's get a team fight going. 5-on-5.
Gonna land the stun on a contract. He's able to ward hop back away, but that's on cooldown now. 30 seconds on Mountain Drake. Baron Nashor is live. Mid lane again. Traded equally. No minions to play for. No turrets to push. Radek's gonna heal up inside his own jungle. No big deal. Both teams have some ward control over Baron. Neither one has actually swept it away perfectly, so that is not really fog of war on either side.
And this is where thinking ahead comes into play so big. With so much of the gold and the Drake's equal right now, getting ahead with the vision to get that first couple of seconds in a team fight where you get free DPS on the enemy tank, or you get that opportunity to jump onto the backline means everything here. You can see C9 here being very cautious as they're the ones who have lost this vision war. The playmaking potential from not only Afromu, but also Dardoch with his flash available is definitely intense.
He's the one. Ray's walking forward. He's going to find Darshan. Knockup goes on to the Gragas. There's the polymorph. He's got no way out. The kick to make sure it happens, and Dardoch picked off at the start.
And you can see they use a bunch there to be able to get that because they know just one kill. Uh-oh, CLG looking for a counterplay though.
I'm going to be there. They're going to land the knockup. The shockwave is there as well. They picked him off immediately, 2 for 0. And Ray can't kill a backline by himself. It's all the time they need as Darshan's able to do that cleanly as well. In the 4v5, they picked up 3 already. Another root on a Ray. The chase is on with the red buff. He's got no way out.
Oh, he's gonna flash out.
All right, he's got that way out. I take it back. I continue to make wrong calls these team fights, but CLG lose Dardoch, and it was all a bamboozle. After who wants in, he can W forward.
Got Moby boots.
He's gonna find the knockup, but they've got all the tools you think they need to get him down with this one. But the rest of the team is still pushing in the mid lane. The mid inhibitor turret is dead, and as Ray leads him off in a goose chase, Contracts can't survive the 1v2 in the mid lane, so the inhibitor's going to fall as well. The solo laners of CLG take it down, and Ray will still fall here. He is going to die, and now it's a renewed 1 full minute of 5v4 for CLG.
Ah, believe in yourself, Freak. You knew it all along.
He had no way out. I'm a soothsayer.
All right, here we go. Does the Baron have a way out? All the vision's going to get cleared out. I don't think there's any need to rush. So much true side has been set up that they could try and bait further people in, but they're going straight for it, burning it down. C9, no vision inside the pit.
Down a little bit now. Control will turn off the wards consistently. If he lands the Q, explosive cast from Dardoch can prevent the contract steal. He's going to instead go for the kill, and Sneaky is not what he thought he was. Down he goes at the beginning, and Darshan tanks on the CC and doesn't even care. Gargoyles don't play help with that one. Jensen ults the tank, doesn't get much. 2 for 0 CLG, and they're going to go back for mid lane as the ping, actually.
Mid lane already has the inhibitor down.
But maybe they go Nexus turrets. The bot lane is dead. Ray's respawning now. No ult for Jensen. That's the play from CLG. Darshan TP's back in. They're looking to close it out now.
All right, let's see if they can pull this one off. It is a bit risky, but looking for the play. They still have Shockwave. They still have Xayah ultimate. They still have Afromu ultimate as well.
Yep, and they're going for turret number 1 that's going to fall shortly. Good by Stixay, gets away from the stun. There's the engage. They find the Shockwave. They get some of the damage. Darshan just barely staying alive. Feathers don't land much damage on a Ray. Pops the stone plate, stays alive.
Sneaky in 9. Smoothie's up now, yeah.
And they're going to find another stun. They're going to get some damage down onto Dardoch, and all that CLG got was the 1 turret. And in fact, they're a bit low on health now. Ocean Drake means a bit of regen, but Cloud9 have managed to keep their members alive. Ray has ulti, but no follow-up and it means Cloud9 are back on the map. CLG a bit low, but they're regenerating with Ocean Drake. And they're going to go for a trap right there.
They're circling around. I can't wait to hear the end of that story. Take a look at the replay. First, though, this was the kill, and he used so much Syndra ultimate. Flash there from Contracts as well. That gave overconfidence here to Cloud9. They walk through. Remember, still no vision into this team that has comboed them multiple times before. Here's the end of that story. It is C9 now burning down the Baron.
Looking for the play, and it's going to be taken up, and it's Contracts who grabs it. C9 secure it. They're back into this one. Polymorph, the knock up, the damage. Darshan is gone. The double shockwave again means so much, but they can't kill the back line, and Dardoch can't do the damage. Ray will be picked off. So much damage does come out of Stixxay, who is still holding onto his flash. This backline for CLG has remained so massive.
Dardoch's looking for the slows here to screen them, but Afro
got. He pulls in Contracts, though, and doesn't find much to do. The kick on a Huhi. He delivers himself the kill still. Contracts makes it happen. Dardoch finds something else.
What were they doing? They sent Stixxay mid to try and, like, push down mid lane or something? He's going now to bottom lane. Contracts is so low.
He's got no way out.
He's pretty much dead.
Oh, that's pretty sick and doesn't matter. He shields himself, pops the W.
Gonna die, go down in a blaze of glory.
Well, it's a 2 for 2 though, and the Baron was still picked up by Cloud9, and they kept the waves alive in mid, so no exit turrets fell.
And they can get back out to that dragon. I think they're gonna take it while we're going in this replay. There it is, Contracts securing that smite in the face of Dardoch, comboing it with the Q there, and then the turn. The turn was good until Jensen and Sneaky, the two carries, both get hit by that shockwave. Nice placement from Huhi. They both walk right onto it, and he was able to get a pretty good one there. Aframu, though, goes over solo.
Yeah.
And Contracts, good punish, realizing that he no longer has the W to add to the escape.
Whew. No way out of this one. Yeah, this is a super close game, and actually it's Counterlogic Gaming still up in gold this game because of all the damage they dealt in the mid lane. It's,
barely.
Yeah, it's 900 gold, but it's something. Baron buff still on for 2 minutes of, I believe, 3 members of Cloud9. They lost Ray and Contract, but the Squishies still have it. It's kind of unfortunate because no split pushers have the Baron buff. Ray can't bring that somewhere else. Let's see what comes in next.
Definitely through. Stone plates do start to come through for all members of the front line. And look at who he's damaged there.
That is a lot of damage.
Carrying it mostly for CLG. He had that very nice shockwave that was on the back line as well. So this is not just damage output, right? It was damage output in critical areas. Even so, Cloud9 picked up the Baron. Even though they won't get to use the buff too much, that's such a big takeaway and definitely saves their base, buys them a bunch of time.
Yep. And the tank shredding items are now in for both these bot lane marksmen as well. Sneaky and Stixxay both have their Lord Dominic's regards, and Huhi was still the big one, of course. He's got the Void Staff done. He's got a 10-stack Dark Seal. Either turns it into Maji's or he sells it for a death cap.
Oh, Banshee's gone.
And Dardoch rooted in the face and just can't do anything. Jensen takes him down 1-for-0 so far. The fight continues. A nice knock over the back line, and Darshan's going to try to make it happen. They've picked off one so far. He's very tanky. He doesn't do a lot of damage to the stone plate pop, but it's still more out of Stixxay. The double kill for Jensen, but Stixxay staying alive on this one. And it's 3 members alive versus 3 members alive on both sides.
Afromu keeps pulling these fights back for CLG, even when they're down in numbers. Darshan has to be careful, though. Trying to chase down the stragglers, delay their recalls so they can't get back to defend the inhibitor. CLG want to retake that inhibitor if possible. He does delay another one of the recalls, but they can't get past Ray.
They can't do it. Mid inhibitor is alive, and they can't kill it, as you're mentioning here. So we stay about equal. 2 kills picked up on both sides. The inhibitor's back up, and it's just 2,000 gold apart. We'll have to fight again.
This is a fun one. All right, so he gets off the Banshees, but no hesitation of the counter engage there. Sneaky lands his ultimate, and he gets caught by the shockwave. Then Aframu gets in there for the triple knockup. So actually, this one, Huhi wasn't even set up by Aframu for his shockwave. Huhi got that shockwave first, and Afro got the follow-up. Regardless, though, a bunch of summoners burned again, and they're getting hard to keep track of for the teams in the game. When you're having this many team fights, keeping track of the critical flashes is actually very difficult and incredibly important as well.
Yep. And it's Counterlogic Gaming. I mean, so many players are playing so well. Aframu with the insane engages. Huhi getting them sometimes without Aframu, just soloing people out with a shockwave. Stixxay, huge KP, no deaths, and he even soloed Sneaky, well, cleaned up Sneaky, I should say, in that team fight. And then Cloud9, of course, getting similar situations out of them as well. You've seen Jensen consistently one-shot people. Counterlogic Gaming, as you can see with that Baron power play. Keep in mind, You get 1,500 just for killing Baron itself? And so the fact that it's plus 750 means actually Counter Logic Gaming did more with the fact that C9 had Baron than C9 did?
And it was a little bit expected, as Cloud9 were the ones on the back foot, right? Their inhibitor was down, and it was definitely a comeback play. But yeah, you're right. It's just an indicator of how close this has been. Regardless, we're approaching the 6-item point of the game where it really comes down to the fight setup. I mean, at that point, neutral objectives actually are more about the setup and more about can you turn to win the fight than going for, you know, the smite fights or going for actually the last hits there on the neutral objective, because you know, it doesn't matter if you are able to get Baron if 4 members die in the process. Regardless, we're actually going to have maybe a base race here.
CLG faster, though. They're already on to mid lane, or sorry, top lane tier 2. That's going to fall immediately, and it's suddenly Cloud9 forced to back up and play for this one.
Yeah, they realize too late. They have to abort mission now and go back to defend, but CLG should be able to get another inhibitor turret here.
Should be 2 turrets now as they stay. The rest of the team's going to be coming around. Jarvan's flanking as well. This could be a 5v5 that Cloud9 could win. A lot of damage on the stick, say. The charm is there, but no follow-up, and a Jensen shotwave finally lands. He gets away with the flash, though. Into the front line, to the back line they go. Sigma trying to kite away, but he's still stuck in the pit. But he gets the damage across 2, shut down already. They've got the knockback out of Sneaky. It's 3 down, and the back line stays alive. Well played by Counter Logic Gaming. Smoothie cannot keep this base alive. CLG will make it happen. The comeback, the win comes through. 1-1 the series will go, and we will have a decider. The backline, the switches of CLG putting in so much work in the team fights, and they close out the game.
Oh, baby, game number 3. Aphromoo and Stixxay pull out the new duo combo, constant playmaking from them, and in the end, the critical team fight, Shockwave lands, pulls them back in, but it's the re-engage where Stixxay lands the huge ultimate into the W pullback and killed off 3 members with the execute there.
Yep.
Absolutely critical.
And it's hard to know who to praise the most because I think there were so many good plays and so many members of CLG. Cloud9 had the good shot calls.
Cloud9.
Of course, I mean, this was honestly, I thought, a very well-played game on both sides. Cloud9 did a really good job getting the comeback. You could say there's mistakes that allowed that, and that's fair. The first Baron was a CLG mistake, and it was a Cloud9 capitalize. But you look at Stixxay, unkilled the entire game, huge damage up overall. I'm going to look at the graph itself for the damage done, and who he still did more is the thing. That even though Stixxay looked super flashy, who he landed basically every shockwave, withstood a bad matchup, still made it happen, landed huge damage. Afro was getting super sick charm flash W's in, just like so many great things happened. Darshan smashed the lane with the help of Dardoch, and they got first turret from there.
Yeah,
remember
both the lanes were like, the good matchup won. The good matchup also had jungle pressure, so it was, you know, top lane one way and mid lane the other way. Definitely enjoyable. Can't wait for game number 3.
Gonna be a fun one. So now we've got our analyst standing by to break down that CLG Game 2 win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I can't wait for game 3 either, Kobe, but CLG here evening it up at 1-1 to give us that 3rd game. But this one was rather close. CLG winning fights ahead in the gold while C9 is getting control of the map and taking the objectives. Ultimately, though, it comes down to one final team fight at the inhib in C9's base. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. A reminder of how the game finishes here in epic fashion.
Yeah, just honestly a much better team fighting composition from CLG, but I like how Darshan keeps Ray out for long enough because he wants to go in. That actually stops him from getting right in there at the beginning with the body slam, and then you can see the peel back here with the ultimate from Xayah and the route backwards and just the cleanup. Really just well played from CLG, and I think Darshan played that correctly because a lot of the times your frontliner will go to the side. Or sorry, Dardoch played that correctly. Darshan, Dardoch, they're on the same team now.
And Darshan played Gragas last game, so it's a little bit confusing.
And he did that to Ray in the previous game.
Exactly, but also solid ultimates by Huhi throughout the game, multiple times getting both Sneaky and Jensen in a shockwave as he did there in that final fight. Yeah. But we've got a lot to parse through here, so I'm going to move us right along. Talking about champion select, a completely different look for the top laners this time around, going for 2 fighters as opposed to 2 tanks. And then you already mentioned the switch, or rather switch up of the junglers here with the Gragas this time for Dardoch, the Lee Sin for contracts, and then we'll obviously get down to Xayah and Rakan. But first, let's talk about these top laners.
Exactly. They didn't want a last pick for Jensen, so they they ended up going for the Jarvan, and then it was the flex of the Gragas to jungle so they could have the Renekton. And they just smashed the top lane, like 30 CS up really early on in the game. Multiple ganks went towards that top side of the map to free up Darshan because the rest of them want to team fight. Renekton's kind of the odd man out in this team fighting composition. So you set him up for success to constantly keep Jarvan in a side lane and constantly put pressure. And then immediately from there, you're able to take those team fights. And I think that's what they were going for on CLG's side.
All right, now let's talk about the two new faces in the NALCS, Xayah and Rakan, their debut. How did you feel Stixxay and Aphromoo did with these two champions?
I mean, did a meta preview, said these are the two guys I thought would bring it out. I mean, they're kind of dating now, I guess. So, like, but I think that these two champions are really kind of undersold. I think that Xayah and Rakan are fantastic, especially when paired together. And Aphromoo on this playmaking champion is what I want to see from CLG. Last split, you went through the NA All-Pro LCS team, and it was 3 people, not Aphromoo. It's going through Olay, Biofrost. You have Smoothie as #1. Aphromoo not even the conversation. Now he's on a playmaker, and you're looking at plays like that, where he's setting up his team. That's exactly what you want to see from this guy who was invisible in spring and could completely revitalize CLG.
Yeah, even in game 1, right? We talked about that first blood being a contribution of both Dardoch and Aphromoo roaming to make plays. But here we're seeing him showcase on a champion that is built to make plays. And then beyond that, you made the point to me throughout the game that even his item build suggested his desire to make plays, right? Looking for that speed up from the Talisman of Ascension along with the Ruby Sightstone.
Yeah, for more frequency of having that speed increase, but just his willingness to dive in and the team being completely behind him. But also, I gotta say, Stixxay very fast on this Xayah, able to set up a route from nothing with an auto Q immediately, having his passive up. But just the follow-up here, that is a disgusting team fight that is over before it even starts, with the shockwave combined with the entrance there from Aphromoo on the Rakan.
Again, I'm surprised the game wasn't as close as it was, given the number of times that Huhi, along with Aphromoo, were getting that double combo on both carries from C9's squad. But that's where we have to talk about the macro play from these teams, and where, while, you know, CLG gets the victory here, there's a lot of learnings that they can take as a squad with a new jungler in here. You can't give up Barons for free.
Absolutely. 2 Barons went over to Cloud9, and really, there's no excuse for that for Counter Logic Gaming, having enough of a lead that they did. And the fact that they're a team fighting comp, you want to be at Baron first and let them come to you. This is the actual play that got C9 back into the game. They clear out the bottom wave, then they back in vision, are out of vision, but both Dardoch and Huhi are coming down bottom to make a play on this bottom side. And you saw there with the vision, they had no idea. But Jensen actually takes a sweeper across the path that his bottom lane is now going to take in towards that side of Baron. So they have no idea here. CLG are thinking they're going to make a 4-man dive bottom, and then they're like, oh, wait, they back.
Oh, where are they? Exactly.
Yeah. And then they have no idea. They even ward in the tri-brush to make sure that nobody's hanging out there. And then that's when they show, and everybody on CLG starts panicking. Time to get this turret and get something for this, because this Baron just gets shredded so quickly by Cloud9. And really, just great macro play there too, because they called out that bottom lane to go back and then run that path. And that was beautifully played. Those are those clever plays that get you pressure in a game where you are behind.
Yeah, multiple Barons going over to C9. However, the victory goes over to CLG. And again, the player that had the biggest impact in terms of creating that victory is Aphromoo. He'll be receiving player of the game. Huhi, honorable mention here, because again, it was the 2 of them in combo very often, getting that ultimate off on the 2 carries in order to win the team fight.
Stixxay really had a good game as well. Deathless on the Xayah, but Aphromoo with the bold playmaking there, getting so many summoner spells, so many team fights start off on the right foot. And I definitely think, like you said, Huhi with the follow-up and some shockwaves himself that just decimated team fights, did struggle in the early game with 2 early deaths, and it was the bottom lane that helped rescue it.
And now I'm just excited because we have 2 different looks, right? We have the tank top lanes, kind of the C9 had the better team fight in game 1, CLG had the better team fight in game 2. I'm just curious to see what'll come out in game 3. Our first series of the split is going to that 3rd game. Meet us back here in a few minutes to see if C9 or CLG start off the summer with a bang. Don't touch that browser. Maybe we...
The mind games. Mind games well then. Yeah. Mind games. Got it.
Got him.
Knocko's gonna land there. Look at the damage over. They got the root inside, and look at the damage output. They're gonna take him down. First blood to Xayah and Rakan in the bot lane.
But they do have the gold advantage currently. Ray!
Shock with the roots there as well, and that was overstepping.
Dragus. He's dead. We can fight now. Go.
Ready? I'm going on Jensen.
Yep.
Okay.
Right here.
Yep, ulting.
The charm is there, but no follow-up, and a Jensen shot by finally lands. He gets away with the flash, though. Into the front line, to the back line they go. Stickman trying to kite away, but he's still stuck in the pit. But he gets the damage across two, shut down already. They've got the knockback out of Sneaky. It's 3 down, and the back line stays alive. The comeback, the win comes through. 1-1 the series will go, and we will have a decider. Welcome back to the decider here between Cloud9 and Counter Logic Gaming. Best of 3, the first match of the summer split. Both these teams powering to be probably top 3 in North America here. And it comes down to this one. No subs, Raze getting the entire series here over Impact. So Cloud9 clearly relying on him for a lot of their pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is where some of them kind of talked about the team was looking to move, but still a little bit surprising for fans not to see him, pop in ever. This is deciding game number 3, though. Super exciting game number 2. If you guys missed it, tons of team fighting, lots of really interesting engages. The macro game, as they have talked about, was not so good. And we'll see if that does switch it up here in game number 3, the critical one to decide who's going to be first place in the North American LCS.
Alone in first in North America, the king of the hill, at least until the next match ends, and then they'll be tied. But In the meantime, LeBlanc Shen off the table, and as we compare back to the Game 1 bans, I believe they're identical so far. Fiora, Elise, and Ivern would round out the 6 from the first one. Of course, they're back in the same size as Game 1. There's the Elise, and so...
Now, do you slot in a Xayah or Rakan ban as Cloud9? Aha!
Xayah.
The answer to our question.
And probably is the stronger of the two as a standalone, in my opinion anyway.
I definitely do think so. I mean, Aphromoo really made Rakan look good.
Yeah.
It was often in combination with at least one other member, though. And we did talk about the extra ranges and small bonuses that they do get together. It's still very possible to do a Rakan Ori combination.
Oh, sure.
On their own, and you just have to look out for the flashes, but a little bit less likely.
Luck it.
Ray gonna give the fans what they want there with the hovers.
Yeah, of course. Well, maybe Yas will come in. Lulu actually be the first pick here, so moving up in priority pretty rapidly there. Setting the first pick, Lulu, even though CLG had not shown they really wanted to play it that quickly. And again, CLG, their first possible pick has been Gragas all 3 games.
Yeah, absolutely in love with Gragas for themselves. Definitely, they've already shown that it is a flex pick as well. So it adds a little bit more credibility to the early picks of Gragas. We talked about, we saw more jungle bans come through afterwards, and it might have, contributed a little bit to that. But Stixxay on his famous Caitlyn.
Yeah, back on this one. It is interesting with how fat Gragas is. There's got to be a lot of muscles under there for all the flexing he does. And he's going to be maybe doing that again here.
Got to carry himself around the rift all day long.
I mean, the best way to train your legs is just gain weight. Because, that's always in work, so.
Also, carry around giant barrels of booze.
Also, or brew or drink or whatever it actually is. I don't know if it's technically always alcohol. I don't know. It's up to ESR.
In the lore, it's 100% wine.
All right. You know what? Then you're right, and I rescind what I said. Ashe comes through here, actually. They're going to hop off the Varus train, but Sneaky's still playing utility in the bot lane.
Yeah, I know so many AD carries really like the matchup. Ashe into Caitlyn. To be able to push that one early. See if they can actually get control there, because this is a lot of playmaking as well. Adding the Ashe also so much of that pick potential for later in the game. If we do have so much of it being team fight based, see if C9 comboing an Ashe arrow plus a Kennen engage could be meaningful for themselves.
Looks like this time around Cloud9 is tired of not having pressure in top lane, and Kennen, one of the very premier top laners right now in professional League of Legends. Lots of lane priority, beats up on tanks for a living, basically. And that'll be the grab here for Ray. Lee Sin going to go alongside it. On the other side, Dardoch going to get his Lee Sin that he had done well on the first game. And it means that Darshan is definitely saying, yeah, I'll play Gragas top and a Kennen. That's fine with me.
And one of the drawbacks of Ashe, obviously no escape of her own. Yes, she does have Lulu on her team, but one of the AD carries you can feel comfortable about trying to make Gragas or Lee Sin plays onto. This does, however, solidify that it is Gragas top lane.
Yeah. Opting into the Kennen matchup, as we had mentioned. So, time for some jungle bans. Last time around, they had added Kha'Zix to this pool to try to push contracts down. We'll see if that happens. They figured the Xayah ban wasn't enough. Zyra must also be added. I'm glad I don't have to cast them together in the same game. Ivern actually going to be added, as that was actually dropped off the ban table from the very first. Compared to the first game, as they added Galio to the mix. So, yeah, the Kha'Zix is available. Graves might be up there as well. We've seen some teams like Graves.
Yeah, I mean, Contracts is really getting pushed down the list. He doesn't have too many options left. Graves is the last, highest remaining as far as the standard tier list goes, but that generally, pushes you a little bit more towards the farming and would make Cloud9 more mid-game oriented. Kennen really loves to go for, punishing the lane enemy and pushing him in and getting harassment, forcing him to miss CS under turret, getting damage on the turret as well.
Ooh, Bard, yes.
Aphromoo looking for multiple highlight games for himself. His Bard in the past has been incredibly critical. Bard also got really big buffs, honestly, in preseason. Huge damage buffs with the way that meeps work now.
Yeah, basically, the damage stack's about the same, but you're getting the slows, you're getting the cone AoEs, you're getting more meeps that are recharging faster. It is very easy to get incredibly powerful meeps out there. I've seen plenty of games where Bard is top 3 damage on the team, and it's amongst all the other damage dealers. If he plays well, it's going to be great. The Kha'Zix will come through for contract.
And I like this one more than the Graves option for contracts, because you can go a bit more offensive. And people are always like, Kha'Zix is so risky. He doesn't bring CC for the early ganks, but the damage cannot be underestimated. Isolation does apply early on, and it can be very scary in the early 2v1s, especially.
And Cloud9 going to round out their lineup with the blind-picked Ahri. They banned away Syndra, they banned away LeBlanc. No other mid laners have been removed unless you count the Galio, which you might. And Ahri's been grabbed up as the number 3 mid laner of the game here in this one. And CounterLogic Gaming hoping to counterpick that. And we've seen Orianna win the laning phase against her. It's going to be Aurelion Sol, the Hoo-Hee trademark.
Oh,
see if they can make this one happen.
So much mobility and long-range potential from the CLG lineup. Obviously, Hoo-Hee's Aurelion Sol is known worldwide.
Yeah.
But you can also set these plays up very easily with a Bard ultimate. You know, even if they could see him coming, then you don't have any time to get out. And then the possibilities of Gragas and Lee Sin playmaking, like I said, can be very unreliable and do require, you know, some very good execution to actually pull them off well. So no, the potential here for the CLG team they've drafted is pretty high. It is going to require large execution though. Meanwhile, Cloud9, they don't have any tanks on their team. Nobody even resembling semi-tank on the team. They will rely on their crowd control and their Lulu defenses as well to pull off any sort of skirmishes for themselves. I think they are very well set up for skirmishes though.
Okay. We will see how the Cloud9 skirmishing goes, or how well the playmaking of CounterLogic Gaming can withstand this. Aurelion Sol for Hoo-Hee, again, the trademark in Bard's Aphromoo, or Aphromu's Bard, whichever way you want to put it there. But certainly one they know about very well. I feel like Bard plays you and you're along for the ride. The champion has got a mind of its own sometimes. It's going to be a fun one to watch for. The decider here, the battle for first place and last place essentially on the line here. It's the first one of the split, and honestly, 2 amazing teams. Crowd ready to cheer on their favorite squads. Nice Tibbers plush there alongside the Cloud9 fans. The signs weren't held up long enough to read them. Sorry, guys, but it's time for Game 3 as Cloud9 look to close it out, or CounterLogic Gaming look to complete the reverse sweep in a BO3 fashion here as Cloud9 takes on CounterLogic Gaming in Game 3.
Oh, baby, we get to see Ray, one of the most highly acclaimed, you know, 1v1 top laners in a matchup where Kennen is one of the most banned top laners, simply of how oppressive he is in lane. So very, very good to see how Ray is actually going to be able to utilize this champion if he can get the early punish down. That being said, though, on the other side, CLG with iconic champions for their 3 members here, Dardox Lee Sin, Hoo-Hee's Aurelion Sol, and Stixxay's Caitlyn. Pretty much 3 of their most well-known.
Absolutely agree.
I'm kind of hesitant to put Aphromu's Bard in there with that one because he's
Alistar, Morgana.
He actually has so many.
Now Rakan. Yeah,
now Rakan. One game.
That trademark Aphromu Rakan. Or he 1v5.
Hit him with the classic. Wraith Wards coming in here. CLG already got theirs down. And Cloud9, I wonder if they even still want to go for it, as they've already seen Dardoch on that side. So you can just assume that he's starting either Red or Raptors. And there's not too big of a difference. He actually is going to start Red. And due to their ward on C9's Raptors, is going to assume that Contracts is still on this side. So if both of them are making the more likely assumptions, like very, very high percentage assumptions here, they should both know they're starting on the top side, and the possibility of ending double buff bottom side is definitely there. So bottom lane should watch out.
Yep. And Hoo-Hee actually can easily steal away the Raptors away from this Kazi. You can see he's hugging the bot side, kills off the thing, and then he should have the time to kill at least one of the small Raptors away, and looks like that's going to be the play here.
Watch the stars.
Okay, it's just going to be for the ward. I take it back. Didn't kill him nearly fast enough. I guess they've gotten a lot more health over the last few patches, and I haven't seen Aurelion Sol
Classic
then.
Freak troll.
Classic Freak, still bad at every call I've made so far this cast, but he will at least track when Contracts gets down there. And there's a stun. Dodges the charm. Sick trade out of Hoo-Hee.
Actually, really, really incredibly favorable for him.
And now they see Contracts.
He almost burned an entire health potion's worth of HP off of him down there. And do they get vision of Dardoch? Negative. Shoots it upwards. Going for the invade, though. Defensive ward was already placed by Jensen.
Trying to fight him on the red, and there's not much to do. It's just Contracts repeatedly being pushed out of his jungle. After ignited, though, running around at health pretty rapidly. The heal's already been used. One more attack would kill him off, and he's going to self-heal and not get much more. Sneaky did not go for the chase. He's going to run away and go back to his side of the lane. All right.
Impressive trade right there. And I actually really like the exchange. Smoothie's Ignite for Afromu's flash as well as the heal coming out. So that bottom lane that we're talking about, wanting to be fairly careful here, is going to have to stay with that strategy. Dardoch now going to be down in levels, though, to contracts on their Kha'Zix because he spent so much time trying to force this invade and force these plays on Contracts' side. This Kha'Zix getting ahead in levels could be very big. We mentioned the isolation damage. Lee Sin is outplayable in that duel, and you can really get to the point where it doesn't matter. Kha'Zix doesn't even care about jumping onto Lee Sin. If you have level advantage and Lee Sin is isolated, becomes trivial as far as how much counter damage Lee Sin can put back out if you get the first Q off.
Well, we'll see how the fight goes. Contract's going to continue to clear his side of the jungle for now. Smites the Krug. One of the best possible smite targets for a Kha'Zix that has so much armor. You kill it slowly otherwise. Who he waiting to see if he wants to roam somewhere. Walks by a ward just now. Good semi-deep ward by Ray, and you can see as soon as he walks by, there's the rush to get away.
Should be just fine in this one. Is pushing into the turret, but Darshan timing just an easy time CSing here, not getting bullied too heavily. That doesn't really start to come in until the extra items here for harassment. Both junglers, though. Look at this counter set up.
Jump on. Can he journey away? Doesn't seem to get the chance to do it. First blood comes through. Immediate kill comes in. Nicely done by Contracts. And for some reason, Afro did not have magical journey at level 3.
Oh, okay. So I was going to say...
He has rank 2 Q for no reason. You should never do that.
I was going to say the reason Smoothie flashes here is to deny the magical journey. However, if you just moused over Afro Moon, he doesn't have it scaled
and
up.
That's a bad mistake. You don't do that, like ever.
And even so... Yeah. All right, well, that is going to be a good punish by Cloud9. They burn the flash early on Afromu, head back there, and because of no magical journey, he goes down for first blood. As we said, the Kha'Zix versus Lee Sin matchup had a first blood in there for the Kha'Zix, and Contracts is feeling very good about the way game number 3 is going so far.
Yeah, got to agree. 700 gold lead feels pretty solid. Cloud9 off to a good start. The fact that, again, Kha'Zix has done so well. We'll see what else can happen here on this one. Ray uses his first TP to get back to lane just after Darshan had. A couple of daggers in for him. The Doran's blade added as well.
Dardoch actually still able to get the experience lead, and with that experience lead, can chase Contracts out of the river, take down its ward, and claim the scuttle as his prize.
Oh man, huge plays out of Dardoch so far. Now who he wants to roam, of course, TP is down for Ray. Here comes the assault, the attack in for this one. Can they get the damage across? Looking for the stun. And they're not going to get it just yet, but there's a slow waiting for him. Ult comes in for Ray, will stun off. Here comes the roam in for the rest of the team, but they don't have the damage for it. And no, the ulti, the ignite, it's not going to be enough, and Ray survives.
5 members of CLG are top. They also rotated Stixay, so in addition to looking for the kill, they're going to look for the first turret with everybody up there. They're channeling Darshan Recall. He doesn't have teleport, though.
Yeah, but Stixay does have a BF sword off that recall, so they time not having tons of attack damage available, and it's going to be a pretty close race, I think, across these two teams.
Unless Contracts actually decides to play risky and go in there. All right, did they clear out the wave?
Yeah. He saved 2 turret shots there with the W, and it's going to be Cloud9 who just with the standard laning members get first turret gold. They got the gank off of first blood. They got the first turret as well. This is Cloud9 with, for the first time this series, a great early game.
Yeah, CLG actually incredibly behind after that failed 5-man play topside. They lose out on not only getting that kill with everyone, but also the first turret gold going over. Really big start.
Gold. 950 gold as first blood plus assist, and the extra gold from first turret. That's the lead, exactly as Cloud9 have it, and that's the plays that have been made so far this game. Farms otherwise been equal, so C9, what can they do with this? They have been a bit slower of a team otherwise. They've been taking their time with these games for the most part, but this time they have no tanks, and licking people out with no tanks is going to be hard.
Plus, I mean, this is a bottom turret traded with an Infernal Drake up. So Cloud9, not only did they get extra CS on Stixay, or on Sneaky, because Sneaky got to stay down there, kill the turret, and land all the CS, they also have so much control over this blue quadrant of CLG's jungle that they can ward it up. That leads up to an Infernal Drake, and can help out with the snowballing here. The high damage composition.
As Ray's TPs comes back up, Contract's going to jump away from Dardoch and the rest of the
Yeah,
CLG.
he's not isolated. That's too many.
Yeah, but no TP available, and he's still working through the lane. CLG have 5 down here, and there is no Ray in sight.
Yeah, they realize they want to make a power move before Cloud9 can actually bring all resources down. Does Contract go for the leap smite into flash out for a steal?
Looks like he wants to try. Can they get him away with this one? Gonna go for the snipe. Not gonna go for much more. You're kidding!
He got it with the
He
W!
got it with no. It was the dot from Talisman. The smite came early, and Talisman took the kill on the Drake. That's 5 damage per second mitigated by magic resist. That should never happen.
That is one of the most insane steals I've actually ever seen.
I don't think there's a less damaging ability to steal with. This W hits early. Look.
Oh my
5
God,
damage per second.
It actually insta-dies off the smite because it's only like 2 health and ticks immediately after.
That is so tilting for CLG. And Contract's like, oh, I missed. Guys, wait, why do we have a Drake now?
God. Oh, Dardoch is going to be so tilted after that. Holy moly. They did everything to chase him off, too. Had 5 members on it, pulled the dragon out.
They didn't explosive cask him, which I thought they were going to do is cask him to get him away, but wow. Well, never say never. I think that is actually the lowest damaging ability that's ever stolen a major objective. Because 5 damage is what stole it.
Yeah, that's... Ooh.
All right, well, Cloud9 are winning this game by a lot, and let's see what they can do with it. As Contracts goes into the jungle, we wait and recover from everything else. 22 minion lead for Sneaky, 11 for Jensen. Ray is behind on Darshan. That is one thing that CLG have, but Gragas being ahead is not exactly a game-winning champion. But again, I still want to point out that, like, no tanks late game can be a scary teamfight sort of proposition.
Yeah, it can be, I guess.
You're not buying it. I've been wrong before this series, so I trust you on this one.
Cloud9, oh my goodness. Huge lead now, especially even just in the mental game. This is a game 3.
Yeah.
There's so much on the line. And, you know, not to discount the 5 damage steal there on the Infernal Drake, but also pretty good gold lead on a very offensive team comp.
Missed the stun. Darshan walks away safe.
Looks like Jensen actually is going either for Proto Belt or
GLP.
the possible Gunblade.
The Ruby Crystal makes me think he's going Proto Belt much more likely. There's
I
not a
just-
lot of Ruby Crystal allowed to be buy.
I just really missed the Gunblade builds. I was so hyped on them.
Oh, okay.
And
Pretty much
everyone,
LeBlanc only.
everyone was transitioning into double split pushers, so I can see the Kennen and Ari both split pushing, but
Watch some Splice games. They played Akali.
yeah.
Didn't win, but spoilers.
Played a ninja counts.
Oh! He gets away from the charm, but the chase is still on. Great stun out of Huhi and getting away with that one. And here comes Dardoch in for the backside of this. Of course, Flash is up still for Jensen, down for Huhi. A good trade for Cloud9. And Sneaky getting some free time down on the top side to continue what was started by Ray so long ago. 11.5 minutes in, looking for some turret damage. Pokes out on Stixay, and not much more.
All right, Blast Cone over here. Could possibly some extra force here. Oh, Aphromu actually clears out all the vision, so they abort mission. I feel like everyone in the game is still stunned from from the Drake going down.
I know we are.
I want to see Dardoch's reaction to, like, even figure out what's stolen.
Yeah. Because they saw the Void Spikes leave and like, all right, now we can burst it.
Yeah. I mean, they saw him. They saw Contracts.
Yeah.
All right, regardless, though, 2-man job here on the bottom turrets. And it looks like CLG actually will have defenses in place for all other lanes, though. So pretty free damage on the turrets.
Yeah, and Bray, you can see he's unwilling to go for this. He's still too squishy. Explosive cast or body time flash would make him die, so we gotta get the turret away.
And you can tell what the plan there is for Cloud9 is they're sending not only the bottom lane, but also more jungle pressure back up to the top side. It's just that not really gonna take effect anytime soon, so CLG actually going for the recalls first might even be able to get back in place.
Interesting trade of priorities on the map. Dardoch had followed Darshan bot lane to get the turret gold and then made sure he got solo gold. You saw him walk away out of range, and Contract saying, well, they gave away control topside. We'll take a red off of this and continue to go for top lane turret damage. It won't die? Looks like it will, actually, with Contract showing it should be enough damage now. And
so there is a possible counterplay here, and they are going for it.
That's a
teleport
flash
too.
Out of Sneaky. Here comes the Gragas. Ray has not joined the fight. It's a late TP. He's coming in now. He's joined the fight as well. Looking for Contracts. Nice body. Some explosive cast brings him in. He's guaranteed to die now. They're going to take down Contracts. Why did he even bother flashing? He's got no way out. The kill comes through. Ray did complete the teleport, I do believe, and gets nothing for it.
Interesting. Going for possible Rift Herald push after.
I think they should. They will. That's going to be really big.
Oh, they're contesting, though.
Stun is in. Jensen gets some damage. Here comes Ray. He gets stunned at the Scuttle Crab. The jungle is working against Cloud9, but Ray stays alive here on this one, looking for a bit more. Body slam blocked off by the Scuttle, and Sneaky takes the last hit on the Scuttle Crab itself, throwing away from the Bard, and from a big stun at a Who, he's looking for more damage. They're going to take one down thanks to Ray, and another one comes back, though, as Sneaky loses his life. Who he wants a bit more to chase, but won't find any champions. That fight actually did go positive to Cloud9. They got Darshan for Sneaky, and Dardoch had died earlier.
Yeah, and they stopped the Rift Herald there, so they do have to give up their blue buff, but you know, Rift Herald is a big pushing tool that they could try and use to get back into the game. Now, Cloud9 just have to clear out some vision here around Ocean Drake. Take another look at the beginning here, because mention all these long-range abilities. The flash gets blown super early from 6A. I think Darshan does a good job of waiting around Contracts and instantly getting the interrupt there with the body slam, comboing it with the ultimates. As you said, Contracts wasn't getting out of that one, so also the flash going down is another bonus, but look how close they came to the stars hitting. The star just barely doesn't hit.
That's hilarious.
Jensen goes in, he lands a charm on the back for the extra kill there as well.
Yep. And then Ray just barely lives. And yeah, he had walked by their would-be opponents, and this turns into almost nothing. They only get the one kill finally. And even as part of it, they killed off Darshan. It's funny, we talk about walking by those brushes and clearing them from pink wards. Have you ever cleared them for an Ahri and a Lulu that were just like, shh, let them go? It's like hiding under the tank, all those Battlefield 1 clips. Let it go over me, it's okay.
Yeah, definitely a scary proposition with the amount of burst damage. And good patience from Cloud9 to let Huhi pass.
Yeah.
They could have tried to go for the solo kill, the 2v1 kill there onto Huhi, but the patience allows them to stop the Rift Herald, get the 2-for-1. I'm pretty happy about you know, holding on to this advantage.
1,800 is the gold lead right now for Cloud9. They're up an Infernal Drake, down an Ocean. Still a better situation for Cloud9, of course. They are definitively winning in this one. Magical Journey didn't catch the recall. Sneaky just barely got out with that one.
That ward is not going anywhere, though.
All right, that one's going to be dropped down. Afro gets one more to the CS tracker, and mid-turn actually being wave cleared well by Jensen, and he's playing his safety properly. Pretty much all the spells are up for CLG, and he's like, that's fine. I'm going to wave clear 1v3, and he gets to.
All right, I'm still waiting for the transition of Cloud9 into the split push. You know, Kennen has the Blade of the Rune King completed now. Ray's teleport is pretty much dead on synced with Darshan's after that last little skirmish.
Yeah.
So that shouldn't be an issue, but it's constant plays around these wards in mid lane. They continue to look for. They've already actually seen Contracts get into position because there's a ward at Raptors, the pink ward in the Pixel Bush that is about to go down.
See how it goes. Contracts takes that one down. Still some time to go into the Drake, but they'll get Rift Herald in the meantime. Or sorry, Rift Scuttle. I misspeak there. Still fighting for ward control, and 3 minutes till Baron spawns, which still means 2.5 minutes to fight for the Rift Herald if they still want to try for it. And honestly, CounterLogic Gaming have complete control over mid and top lane right now. And the fact that Dardoch can solo this, I feel like they just should grab it because they can.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 are definitely showing that they're respecting or they're scared of the Bard ultimate into the Aurelian Soul Roam. Like the long-range potential is definitely there. But, you know, C9 do have their own tools of Ash Arrow as well. And looks like the Rift Herald's going to go over to CLG. All right. Timer on this one, so they don't have too long to hold on before they go for a big push.
There we go. First Rift Herald of the North American LCS. And Summer Split.
Insta-summoned here by Dardoch.
That turret is dead. 100% that turret dies. Quote me. All right, here we go.
One for the books, Freak.
Yay! I got one right. All right, turret falls down, and C9's like, yeah, okay, good enough for you, and they're going to take that one out. It's dead. It gets one minion. It didn't even get a minion. It got just the turret. But hey, CLG getting the gold back close, 1,000 apart now. Rift Herald did its mission.
Died for the cause.
Did.
Man, it seems like game 3, the trepidation we're seeing from both teams starting to set in, as both of them have so many options for going for picks, and all the outer turrets, except for CLG's mid one, are now down. So,
and hey, Afro has tried. He's forced a flash from Sneaky. He missed it by a quarter second against the recall. Those have been, I believe, the only 2 ults so far I've seen from that Bard. Now going to look for maybe a play and doesn't want to face into 2. Contract's nice sweep. He's going to get rid of that ward that Afro just put down. He knows that the Bard was right on that side of the map, of course. Ray still split pushing. He has yet to really get himself a minion lead over Darshan. Darshan was up 30 a little while ago, maybe 8-10 minutes ago into this game when they had done the lane stops from before. Ray has not been hugely impactful otherwise so far in this game on a normally lane dominant champion, and that hasn't turned into much just yet. CLG has brought the game back within 1K, and to be honest, off of how good the early game looked for Cloud9, all right, the early Infernal Drake steal, the first Blood, the first turret, this game is much closer than maybe the early game would have suggested.
all right, a little bit of a camping here for CLG inside the Red Quadrant jungle of Cloud9. If they leave vision down as well, you know, any sort of deep vision, when you're talking about this much pick potential, really can mean the difference between one of those 4-man pickoffs and an Ash arrow to the face.
Let's see, those arrows can land right now. Haven't seen Sneaky shoot many of them. Haven't seen many hit either. Still a tight game, and it's always interesting trying to shot call in games like this where it's just been passive for a while. It's like, well, what's the first move we make? I guess we start maybe warding around Baron. You have to like just invent where the play comes in because you're just kind of passively wave going against one another. And you have to start creating. Oh, that's a force flash. Nicely done. He arrows it right as he went for the wave clear. They find the ult. Sneaky, can he find the stun though? The Q's gonna go through the minion. Yes, they get the stun. The trap's there as well. The Sneaky still half HP. Gets away, flashes, but he might still go down. The explosive cast comes in much too late from Darshan to get them that kill. Sneaky gets away.
Even with Darshan flanking, Dardoch never takes that Q in onto Stixxay. Darshan is there, full tank, Gragas, ready to start this team fight off, and he does not take the Q in. Maybe some really risk-averse, as we said, game 3 kind of cold feet. A little bit.
Dardoch was probably the death leader of this series so far. Even in the win, he's been picked up a lot on the Gragas, and I feel like he said, okay, I'm playing a bit too far forward. Maybe I should be a bit more tempered, and that was not the time to learn that lesson.
I feel like the communication should have been there. It's a Lee Sin with flash. He goes in, that is a dead Ashe.
Yeah.
And Gragas is there in the middle to tank as well, but they do still get Ocean Drake number 2.
And CLG. Sorry, go ahead. Okay, so yeah, CLG, apologies for that one, have definitely been good at playing around the Ocean Drakes and taking one fight and just closing the game out with the regen. Here comes the dive out of the mid lane, forces the flash out of Huhi though. No snipe out of contracts.
Sometimes after a play like that where you don't take a Q in, then the next play you rush it a little bit. So it's always interesting to watch, you know, when he's able to actually jump in. Again, the 5-man squad grouping up, and again, Darshan!
Slam flash, explosive cast in. They found Sneak with a kill. Already comes through. They picked off Dardoch, and the trade does commence. They got the auto attack 1 for 1, and the trade better for CLG.
Actually, another really good flank from Darshan. He gets right back onto the summonerless Ashe, gets him under turret. Meanwhile, Cloud9 get their counter kill on Dardoch. Flash still available.
Aurelion Sol is on the way bot lane, and so it's going to be Ray running away from that one. Darshan also coming.
Yeah, Darshan already used flash, so Ray should feel just fine. No ultimate as well.
Not much here. So the game remains 1,000 apart. 2-0 on the heavily slowing Huhi, Aurelion Sol. Riley's just now completed. Definitely going to be a threat in the team fights.
And for all intents and purposes, all that action in mid lane was basically, you know, nothing. Oh, here we go, though. Solo onto Stixxay is going to stop for the ward.
Bard misses those Q. Doesn't really matter, though, and Contracts walks away with it.
Yeah, that pretty much all came to nothing there. There was no extra vision placed. Nobody setting up, you know, for the future here. 1 kill traded across for 1 kill. And we return to who is going to land the pick first. Ash Arrow cooldown's coming right back up. Bard ultimate is already available.
Yeah, and it really is. It's off of when the team decides we're going to manufacture a play. Right? And you saw Contact maybe tried. He put a deep ward down. There's a Bard near me. We can't go for the solo kill. I'll buck up for now. But at any given time, you can see that Tempered Fate. You can see that Ash, the Enchanter Crystal come out. The opportunities are always there. And the players are playing defensively enough to not be caught by them just yet.
Yeah, speaking of defenses, I also like this, pick up here, Quicksilver Sash from Stixay. He burned his flash to dodge the last one. So he's not going to be able to do that for another 5 minutes. And in the meantime, he's going to need a solution to that problem.
Arrow's going to land on who he gets Charm to get away. Gets the Cleanse get away. The Charm's not going to land either. Gets a nice little slow into Contract. Low HP on the Rex side. Wild Growth compensates for that one pretty cleanly. And Darshan's TP means not much, but now they've got Ray. Now on the wrong side of that fight was a lone 1v5. Gets caught out. Tempered Fate does not quite land on a sneaky. They haste the Whimsy, keeps him alive. Smoothie has to flash away from explosive cast, so more summoners lost. Does he go for the play? Yes, he does. The flash to run away, and the ward have to get out. Safeguard to his teammate, Dardoch now, and Darshan both very low. Contract wants to slow down. He takes that Stixay, goes for the fight. Can't quite kill it just yet, but Jensen is one spin away from killing him off. Doesn't quite land both halves of the Q, but he was nearly going to have that one there. And out they go. Just the 1-for-0, the kill on Ray.
The mid lane 10-man mob squads here, just over and over for this. And Ray was the odd man out this time around.
Yeah.
He went all in when the rest of Cloud9 were trying to disengage after Contracts got chunked so heavily. But Ray commits here onto the backside. A lot of ultimates were used to try and take down Contracts, but then Afro move, Ray's target. Big ultimate, but not a huge amount of damage behind it. And since Darshan's on the front line, the rest of Cloud9 are not able to turn around. Good flash there from Smoothie at the end, so that he doesn't get picked, but...
Ooh, magical journey over the wall means CLG going to try for a Baron rush here. Now by standing in the backside, they can be stunned, but there's no vision. Jensen's right next to him, and they don't know it. CLG gonna get this one with no contest at all. What a great sneak out of CLG. Suddenly, oh no, Contrast can see them. They've got nightmares. He's gonna go with this body slam. Darshan tries to for the time. The kickback as well, and this time CLG secures it. It took them 3 opens, but they got him away with it. Contracts no steal. CLG with the Baron sneak.
Oh my God, he just got punched out 3 times. Contracts tries to might, not able to get inside, and these games have been mid-fight after mid-fight after mid-fight, then slip in a sneaky Baron.
That was nice.
Now we'll get some pushing here from CLG. They need to reset after that recall, go back for the purchases, and look to use this Baron buff to actually tip the scales as far as the gold is concerned, because these games have been so incredibly close.
They really have been. CLG still down in gold, but you expect a team like this to really make the most of it. They've got the permanent regen like it's the old Baron buff, and they've got all the minion wave buffs as well. Jensen just going to play for wave clear now. And to play so far up as well, they've got some more control to make it safe.
All right, number 1, air ball on the ultimate. Okay, so it's only 2. He belly slaps him out first, though. Then the great kick there from Darshan. Finish it! Double rejected. Good calling there, Freak. Finish the objective, and they do get out afterwards. All right, so it is going to be mid and bottom lane, the 2 lanes pushing here for the Baron. Unfortunately for CLG, it is a 3rd Ocean Drake, which does not add too much beyond the first 2 for themselves, but they should take it anyways.
See what can happen in this one. It looks like it's C9 now trying to defend their jungle, but CLG, the more powerful team right now. And the wards are going to die into the bot lane. They go. It's already been set up thanks to Darshan. Split pushing on the Gragas.
Ray is pushing down the mid lane once again here, trying to get the wave pushed up, but he's going to need to come back to try and defend an inhibitor turret. Inhibitor turret goes down, and that is a wide open doorway.
Oh, they caught Contract with it. Sneaky got alive because he has flash. The knockback is there. That is a clean one, a free one. That's the pickup there. Charm and a stun and a kill on a Dardoch. He's gone. Darshan a bit low as well, down to 1k HP, but it does prevent
Ray
the turret
is circling
falling.
around for a flank. He does not have flash, and he's seen on a ward, though.
Health bar's a bit low. Half HP, double Ocean kicks in. CLG now regenning, and Stixay life stealing up with the Doran's Blade.
They have to make their decision. They're going to continue pushing here. Ray does have the outside track. Ultimate available for Pookie and Stixay, but that's it for CLG. Still going to get the turret.
4v4, 1 hit. Stixay takes it down. The turret has fallen. CLG have cracked into the base, but it's going to be it for them. Contracts respawning in 7 seconds means CLG going to recall.
Not going to recall yet. Want to grab the dragon first. Free objective. Oh!
They're still gonna recall. I didn't say when. 2. I'm still right, technically.
10 points to
Gryffindor. No, Hufflepuff. Wait, whichever. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
You're definitely a Hufflepuff.
I am definitely a Hufflepuff. That is true. There we go. The Ocean Drake falls. CLG triple Ocean.
Oh, they tagged Ray, and he's got the Rylai slow on top of it.
Oh, charm and nothing.
All right, they are going to buy some time for Ray to get out, but whew. Again, counter punches here from CLG. They use the Baron to get 1 turret and a 3rd Ocean Drake. Actually, 2 turrets, because the inhibitor turret did end up going down as well. Take another look at the start, because there's the obvious kill here onto Contracts, but then look at the counter from Jensen.
Great charm.
Immediately in the ult charm, point blank onto Dardoch to be able to get that counter kill. And that, he just pulled that one out of thin air. Yeah. That was very big in stopping the Baron push.
Yeah, honestly, when Cloud9 are doing well, it is off of Jensen. We were talking earlier about this. You were giving him a lot of credit for the finals run. Everyone remembers the Game 5 Echo Death, but honestly, you're right. Jensen had been so good with C9, and plays like this, he has been doing very well so far this series. His Syndra almost won them Game 2, but right now it is CLG playing better as a team. And actually, another negative Baron power play, 1,400 gold, and the Baron gives you 1,500.
Checks out.
Yep.
All right, are they going to fight over the control ward? There's still a lot of straggling members of Cloud9, so defense definitely #1 priority here. Stixxay is fully operational on the Caitlyn now, though, with crit multipliers ready. Mercurial, not Mercurial yet, just quick to the stash, ready to take out either the Ashtar or the Charm effect.
And out they go. And that's the journey back down to the bot side. Ray has been pushing this, so now he's got...
They could try and get his
numbered
teleport
days.
out,
Will he TP? Will he recall? He's going to TP. He will get out from this one.
And what?
Ooh, and he guessed wrong, actually. 50-50 of actually stopping him in his tracks there.
What an easy summoner spell advantage. What in the
world?
world?
The solo kill. He's dead. He's just gone. Suddenly, they went back to the mid lane, and Sneaky just forgot that there were opponents on the map right there. Takes him out real quick. Great stun and ult from Huhi. Thunder forced to run now. Going to jump the wall, and still the snipe is coming. Maybe they can get the rest of the damage here. Contract does have the leap, though. Out he goes.
All right, let's see what they can do with the man advantage here. CLG taking over blue quadrant. There's no real objective for them to take, and the lanes are not pushed. So even though Sneaky out in the middle of nowhere gets killed, CLG don't really get to capitalize a lot. They're pushing up mid lane. 15 seconds on Sneaky is what Cloud9 need to buy to be able to defend their turrets, and it looks like they'll be able to do it. Let's take a look at how it happened, though. Control war in that river, and pretty easy there. Huhi just straight to the face.
Lands the ult, which kind of guarantees the Q afterwards. Huhi played it right. Has plenty of slows, of course. The GLP. Pretty intense slow for half a second, and that made the skill shots land.
Yeah. Regardless, though, it's just kill money going over. Again, Cloud9 have opted to keep Ray split pushing. He has no teleport, remember.
And he's going to go for a bot lane tier 2 turret, which will be at least a trade, because CLG definitely going to take top lane tier 2. And they're not looking to push even more. You can see the Ahri wave clear is pretty good, and honestly, for playing without teleport, Cloud9 trading objectives equally is the best you could hope for. So well played C9 to wave clear properly and get a trade in turrets.
I think as well, they don't want a 5-on-5 team fight, especially in that small corridor. So is a good option just to go for the trade instead. Utilize that cannon with the red buff. Because again, Darshan, the full tank, Gragas here on the front lines, very disruptive to the team fights if they have to do the 5-on-5.
There's starting to be a gold difference, though. You're going to see a 70 minion difference across the two top laners here because Raze is split pushing so much. Darshan's helped him team fight for sure, and he's been useful. I want to give him full credit for that. He's got that 4 out of 6 kill participation, but there's a full level lead on Ray, and again, that 70 minion farm that even though he's on the losing team, he's up 500 gold against his lane opponent. And that's with 3 less assists and with less turret gold overall as a player. So.
All right, what'd you expect? Back to mid, Freak. Who's going to land the CC first?
All draft, all mid. Jensen going to find the charm onto the tank, though. Darshan's healthy enough. Looks the big play. Not going to find a stun on Contract. He stealths away from it. Gargoyle Stone Plate down for Darshan. Jensen staying alive pretty easily through the snipe. CLG going to clear out mid lane first.
Everyone holds on to summoner spells, but it's C9 that has
they don't want to let C9 rush Baron. So they've got to split between mid and Baron to make sure that C9 can't steal it, but at the same time, they want to get turret pressure down in the mid lane, and CLG going to play for wards and then head back down to this side of the map. Cloud9 bought some time. The kick and actually puts him into the Magic. And let's see if they can get a little more. Ray's going to kite away safely enough for now. Darshan to the back, but hoping to zone out Jensen. A quick slow comes through. They're going to find Smoothie. 1 kill picked up already. Caitlyn gets that kill for that. And a second one comes on. His contract is dead. The chase is in. A double kill now for Huhi in the mid lane. And Darshan is too durable to die. Flashes away, gets a quick locket shield. But now there's no way out for this one. Jensen just going to run. Going to get slowed a little bit. And there's a beautiful knockback cast from Darshan. 4 for 0 to counter Logic Gaming.
That's going to be Baron, and that... Why? There's going to be a party explosion there. That is the party blast cone. Baron celebration, freak.
True.
This is actually going to be the biggest opening in the game that we've seen up until this point, I believe. CLG, after this one and the reset, all the kill gold that they're going to be able to use, the Baron gold that they're going to be able to use, very big purchases coming through. And Stixxay is an absolute monster here now on the Caitlyn. Look at the big zone that they can complete here. We talked about Cloud9 comp, no tank. They're pretty even on gold. So CLG just split them up. Bard ultimate in the middle, and then Huhi's able to land the slows for all the follow-up damage here. And very, very big pickoff for themselves. As you said, Darshan full tank, able to just keep Jensen in tow.
And now looking for more people to kill. Of course, the inhibitors have not been broken. The bot inhibitor, of course, is still turretless from the earlier siege of CLG. And they're going to grab all the non-combat Drakes. CLG happy to play a more pacifist game here. Actually going to leave the Cloud Drake alive. That's even how pacifist they are here in this one. Look for the mid lane. Stun's going to land. Stixxay's gone! Oh. That is a huge arrow, and Sneaky, who had died so much this game, finally creates an opening pick. Stixxay is down, and now Cloud9 going to go for broke. They've been losing all game, and maybe they can get something out of this one. 2 minions alive. Contracts to dive. Look at the kickback, though. The assassination is almost there. Ray is going to get picked off. Dardak makes it happen, and Tempered Fate finds Sneaky to temper Cloud9's expectations. They're going to find the slow. They're going to find the stun, and down he goes. A double kill for Darshan himself. It's 3 dead and a 4v5, and Cloud9 thought they had the opening, and CLG don't even need Stixxay at all. They're going to kill him off anyway.
It's one opening here provided, and then a big punish by the opposite team. Couple mistakes coming through from both sides, and CLG come out ahead in the 1-for-3, technically, with Baron buff already having been acquired, allows them to push off of it. Not the most orthodox mid lane push there from CLG, but they are able to convert.
And they're going to go for a little bit of mid-turret damage, but with the last of the ranged minions gone, the backdoor bonus will remain. And here we go. Giant Star. Huhi looking to bring him in, and he's going to find a bit of damage, and Jensen, the kill comes through for Dardak. Nicely played. He is gone. And the respawns come in, but will it be enough if the middle inhibitor turret will fall? The inhib itself may remain standing. Does CLG choose to keep fighting? The Caitlyn is not far behind. Stixxay will be there in 5 seconds, and that means, okay, 4v4, but soon to be a 5v4. Contract still on the wings, hoping for poke.
Yeah, I think I
know better than the fight, but CLG closing out the game. Triple Ocean Drake means they're going to get full health pretty quickly here, looking to keep pushing. Bottom turret into the first target there. Stixxay, plenty of damage.
Sneaky has Ash Arrow, but if Darshan just stands in front of Stixxay, you know, an Ash Arrow on the Gragas is a safe option. Nothing for them.
Exactly, QSS is there. So, double inhibitor will be the take and the back out now. Couple Baron buffs still do stand. 40 seconds left on those, but pretty safe retreat for CLG. And this time, they will take their Cloud Drake.
Counter Logic Gaming. 2 close games here back-to-back in the series, but they're looking to upset Cloud9. Finish Spring Split as number 2. CLG with a huge gold lead, giant Drake lead. All right, let's take a look at this, though. This is the classic AD carry support flank that gets very heavily punished by C9. But then the dive right into the Lee Sin kick. Turn around here from Huhi, and Dardak goes in this time to finish him off before Redemption falls. That was quite a nice execution. Stixxay on the front line, same thing happens to him. And it's pretty easy for CLG to chase here with the Baron buff. They're able to get multiple turrets, 2 inhibitors down now to go on top of this giant gold lead.
And Ray has honestly been useless this game. For a player who's getting to start all 3 games, he's 1 and 2 on this cannon. He hasn't really created that much split push pressure. He's now got, I guess, 60% crit chance. That's cute or something. But has really had no impact at all, fittingly enough. And now CLG looking to close this one out with a 6,000 gold lead. down the top lane.
See, I like that one. It was super subtle and nice until you called yourself out.
Well, it wasn't on purpose, and I was like, that was cute. I gotta mention that.
Should have known better to credit you with that one.
No
CLG, though, looking for some credit of their own.
Yeah, they are.
Want to take home this first series.
Ooh, good charm. That's damage. That's going to be an assassination. Almost get it with the Ash there, but it's not going to stun the right target. Into the back line, a lot of damage on a contract. Jensen a half as well. Ray only knocked to the side. No good explosive cast here. The stun, though. Looking for Hui. Can they get the kill? Not just quite, but the damage is almost there. Darshan flashing away, and Darda kicks one back. The chase for contracts. The stealth. He gets the kill, but it's a trade. Hui takes him down with the stars.
C9 are turning it around, but they can't chase because of the minions in their base on the Nexus turrets.
And there we go. Looking back into this one. Looking to find the kills. They know where the recall is from Ray. Actually, yes, minions are killing Nexus turrets right now inside the base. Counter Logic Gaming.
They lost one.
Looking for more down the mid lane. Again, the Ocean Drake region actually means a lot in situations like this. The turrets are falling. They are going to get wave cleared in time, though, and CLG may have to bide a bit more time. It's 4v4, and the minions are gone, so there's not a lot of inherent strength in this siege.
Back to full health here for CLG. For the most part, no Ash Arrow available.
Oh, explosive cask is, though, and it's going to be Smoothie almost dropped down, but look at the charge, look at the play. It is Jensen picking up a kill on Afmu in the bot side. Another follow-through is there, and the shutdown comes in for Sneaky, and CLG did, in fact, overstay in the 4v4.
Oh, C9 fighting here. 2 inhibitors down, backs against the wall, still able to come out with the picks on CLG and prolong this one, buy themselves some more time to work with. All right, around the corner, going for the bush play. Jensen, a critical charm once again.
She stuns Uki.
Yeah, Sneaky was able to get his arrow off there. He's actually aiming for Dardoch to finish up the kill, but they'll take that opportunity to dish out the damage onto Huhi, get him low, extra confidence there to go in, and Contracts, even on the outside here, does finish off the kill right before going down. Whew.
Even though C9 won the fight, I still don't like how Ray's playing. He got only Darshan with the entire ultimate. They're winning the fight. He's ready for the chase down. He even flashes, and he only catches a Gragas. And this Kennen has not convinced me.
At that point, you're just trying to get somebody locked down to be able to grab one kill. I can see where you're going for here. You know, they need a big explosion to get back in this game.
Yeah.
Need to get multiple members. But if you're Cloud9, you take what opportunity you can get.
That's fair.
And they do buy themselves more time to look for a new opportunity.
Let's see if they can have that one happen. Ray, of course, still hard farming. He's going for some tank busting. His crit chance now going to add some armor pen as well. He's certainly going to have good auto attacks. He's basically got the Reckless special there.
Yeah. To your point, though, like, you know, the Kennen, I've seen Kennen banned way more often than actually played and actually gone through Champion Select. And definitely has been a bit underwhelming there.
See what comes through. Quick snipe damage on a Jensen. Does not get blocked off by Smoothie. Tried to get in range with Whimsy. Couldn't quite get the shield off, though, in time. And we're running out of item slots to buy. You can see full build is done for Sneaky. A full item still to go on Stixay right now, interestingly enough. No armor pen yet in his build.
Oh my goodness. Darshan even gets a Warmogs and a Spirit Visage on top of these 3 Ocean Drakes. If he gets out of combat, he regenerates the full almost like instantly.
It's like 2 seconds, yeah.
Here goes the Baron pressure though, high pressure situation.
And they're not gonna find anything just yet. Stun finds the tank charm as well, so they keep DCs down for a few more seconds.
Jensen really clutch movements there, able to keep himself from getting caught.
And Ray used TP to get into this fight, looking for a play. Here gets the slow, cutting back to the bot side. Not gonna find the Q to land on him, but it's just playing for minion positioning right now. Mid lane is pushing in Cloud9's favor. More damage than a Darshan, down to half HP. 1800 on him, but watch the regen when it kicks in. He'll be back to full soon.
Exactly, he just needs to get out of combat. He'll get Warmogs regeneration, empowered by Spirit Visage, plus the triple bounce break, and boop, 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 back to full.
I think the Fountain wouldn't heal him as fast as that. Darshan back to full HP, and that's after taking Asher earlier, so one important cooldown done and gone from Sneaky. Wave cleared, another snipe on a Jensen. Back they go, resetting from square one, but this time no Ash Arrow available.
Oh my goodness. All right, back to mid lane. Again, the same bush, looking for the same picks.
This time on different sides.
Are actually pushing towards the inhibitor. They don't care about the Baron. You can't take it fast enough that they
can
won't
win the game.
Get the inhibitor first.
That double open inhibs. These can both die. There is no backthrow bonus for inhibitors. These can fall rapidly. Ash Arrow comes up at about 5 seconds. So
they're ready to know that. Darshan has to stand in front.
He'll be taking 240 damage, though, from the volley poke, and CLG actually, the gold lead kind of stops mattering at this point pretty obviously, and they will not go for more.
Whew. All right. There's still a control ward on the Baron for Cloud9, so they're not even scared about the Baron bait at the moment. Possibly the Elder Dragon, but that's about it. Mostly, it's which bush are CLG waiting in this time?
And that one is the one
Still
Baron.
bush number 1.
Yes. But it means that it's going to be a trade. Cloud9 resign themselves to the fate and say, okay, we will trade a 2-stack Elder Dragon for that Baron Nashor pickup. Baron probably is stronger, but it's the best that Cloud9 could have gotten, I think, with this choice. It's kind of the eventuality of this play. Now, CLG looks like they are not going to go for the reset. They will rush to push right now.
All right.
Nope, just kidding. They're going to reset. They took a blue buff. Okay.
Yeah, take a quick break. Go fill up your Koveve. And we'll still be here, playing around mid lane, looking at the same bush.
I was going to say Kofifi was my take.
I like the, discussion that we've had around the pronunciation of it as well. You're like, what could it possibly
coverage
mean with it? Koveve, Kofifi. Regardless,
Kofif.
This is going to be determined by a 5-on-5 team fight. Elder Dragon versus Baron buff team. And, which carry is going to be able to escape the pick?
And there's a 1-minute timer difference as well. You can look at the Baron buff timer, subtract 1 minute, that's Elder Dragon timer. So if CLG really wants to min-max the buffs, they wait till Baron's got 1 minute left and then say, okay, now we'll go. Since C9 actually have 1.5 Infernal Drakes with this, they might actually be the better teamfight team with the current global buffs on. It's arguable, I suppose, and CLG may actually choose to wait this out and go for broke and go for that one last fight win in a minute's time.
I feel like there's so much riding on Afromu's Bard ultimate. Talk about team fighting. Yes, Elder Dragon buff is so good, but if you can actually even just burn key flashes on the backline before this team fight starts and gain flash advantage for your team before the 5-on-5, that can be so big because Hui provides permanent zoning, permanent AoE, large areas of slow, as long as the carries don't have their flashes, don't have their mobility. So, a good Bard ultimate can mean everything. They're going to start it off with the Giant Star.
Oh, he cut it off early.
I mean, it's really hard to keep up with it after that point. Oh, they get a little bit of a pick here on that.
Sean jumps the wall. Contract actually smartly hugs the wall to not be pushed over so that he doesn't have to use an escape to get away in case CLG is waiting. I think that was actually intentional by Contracts to not be satcheled. That CLG can keep pushing down. Of course, Gragas infinite regen. Back to full HP, not even a problem. Lots of help on him, 4K and more.
Contracts less than infinite regen, though, on the Kha'Zix.
Yep. As the Guardian Angel. An item that Sixte got to buy because there are no tanks in the C9 roster. He doesn't have to build tank busting. He gets to buy a QSS and a Guardian Angel and still have arguably equal to more damage than Sneaky.
Good point. And the name of the game is how are they going to be able to kill Sixte, the big damage output, if Darshan's in front of him, if Huhi's running zoning.
And a Knight's Vow from the Lee Sin as well to help give him even more tank stats. So Sixte has some bonus damage reduction and he can even heal Dardoch. See how it goes. Down to the bot lane. Mid inhibitor's already gone. It's been CLG in the driver's seat for most of this end game. The early game went to C9, but the comeback has happened so far, and CLG looking for a bit more. No charm gonna land just yet. Here comes the second inhibitor attempt. Build's done for many of the champions. Many of the players here have nothing else to buy.
Darshan still always standing right in front of Sixte, the bodyguard, providing him cover to fire over, and that's 2 inhibitors down. CLG looking for the Nexus turret.
And the minions are coming into range, but nice little dancing. You can see Ray kind of wants to make the minions not walk any farther forward, let the team wave through, and they have stopped that. So it's time for the next minion wave to spawn. And the next minion wave to spawn. Baron buff has time.
It's time for the Ash Arrow to land, freak.
Well, yeah, but he has to shoot it first. Good comeback. All right. In the mid lane they go.
Fair enough. I've heard that many times this series.
That's true. And of course they don't. They push mini wave and recall. I should stop with my predictions.
Honestly, though, a bit more time. Cloud9 just trying to wait again. Double inhibitors to come back up. Elder Dragon could respawn, but it's definitely a long ways out. It's really just so much. Again, are they actually going to be able to pull off that pick? I feel like they've been waiting in the same bush every single time.
Yeah.
And, not really found a pick off of it for the last 40 minutes.
Negative Baron power play. This series has definitely been teams unwilling or unable to close the game out during Baron. Some of that is the fact that Infernal Dragon, I keep saying it, Elder Dragon was picked up on the other side, which is worth almost as much gold as Baron itself, so that global gold trade was nearly identical.
We have a wrinkle in time.
Oh?
Just kidding.
I'm not gonna get that one.
Everything is right.
Okay. All right, out of things to buy. Contracts 1 slot left. Jensen almost done. Maybe Lichbane? I'm not sure what the last one
All right,
into.
it looks like they're going for a play. Huhi's actually using his E over the wall right now.
Attempt. They want to see if they can pick off Ray. They're almost in range.
Has flash.
Only broke the Banshee's veil. Oh, it's going to slow. Ray has no way out anymore. He's going to flash and look for the knockup, look for the CC, but he doesn't have the damage, I don't think. He's going to keep trying to run. Actually,
the
good damage
one.
onto Huhi, and Ray nearly takes him out in the 1v2. And actually, I'm not sure Darshan can win either. Ray creates so much pressure. He's going to stay for the heal, but now he's ignited by Aphromu. He'll find some redemption as well, and the entire team is in, and Ray gets picked off for, I'm not sure he should have stayed for the redemption, but still nearly did win the fight. CLG now 5v4 for a minute.
And as Ray gets up, the Baron is going to spawn 10 seconds afterwards. He does have teleport, so he can immediately get there if CLG try and force something around the Baron.
Let's see if they can do that just now.
It's a fairly large crit here. Again, with the static shiv, as we said before in the last game with Stixxay.
Here comes the TP. They're just trying to make sure they can make this happen. Darshan has the home guard buff.
5 versus 4. Double lines of super minions working their way towards the base. 30 seconds left on Ray, and CLG looking to move inside the base.
This should be what they need. Huhi, the star boy, looking to bring it in. Not going to find anyone to stun, but does clear the minions away. One Nexus turret stands between Counter Logic Gaming and the first match win of the summer split here.
17 seconds on Ray.
15. They're going to go for it now. Nexus is going to take a little bit of damage. One minion shows up. Stun's going to find the front line. Darshan's healthy enough, and Connor's forced back out. Guardian Angel pops. Can they kill him in the back half? They try to Stixxay almost get him, but he has Guardian Angel. Anyway, the root is there. The kill comes through. Stixxay gets him with the trap. Sneaky force to flash away from Tempered Fate. Slowed down, stunned up, and the kill could come through shortly. One more attack would do, but he just barely kites away. Darshan almost dead. Give him 5 seconds, he'll be back to full HP. Who even needs a teleport? Just drop out from the aggro. And instead, it's going to be the play for Baron instead. Not to close the game, but to grab something else in the map. And CLG going to grab that without a problem.
All right, we're cresting the 50-minute mark here. C9 are actually moving outside the base. I feel like they should just take control of minions right now. There's no way they can contest that Baron.
30 seconds to the contract's respawn, and CLG would rather siege with a Baron buff than a 5v4. They will give contracts time to revive.
All right, take another look here. Minion wave cleared out very quickly, but Darshan with a very good ultimate here on the Grog. He's the one who ensures they pop this Guardian Angel and they get the kill on the contract. Dardoch then goes very deep. He's still able to escape with his own Ward Hop though. And CLG don't lose anyone in that engage.
And in they go, CLG looking for one more attempt. Of course, mid-inhib has respawned, so the base is a bit harder to kill than last time.
And again, the kills are 100% just about the opening in the game that you get afterwards. Gold from the kills doesn't matter at all to anyone. This is just about the 5v5 now. What summoners are left? Stixxay critically has none for CLG, but neither do Sneaky or Jensen on Cloud9.
A little more poke comes through. Front line gonna walk in front here and look for a couple of auto attacks. The threat of a volley slow into follow-up damage, and follow-up CC a bit too much. You can see Stixxay playing very far back here. Crits the minions, looks now for the inhibitor, and this time around it looks a bit safe. Dardoch has been poked a fair bit. Stun's gonna land on a Dardoch, force a kite back. You said not that tanky, to be honest. Sterix Gauge is not a huge tank item.
Yeah, definitely the tank that you want to hit. If you hit Darshan, he just walks to the back of the line, heals up to full, as we said before. But popping the Sterix and getting a chunk on the Dardoch is a little bit of decent work. The inhibitor, though, is dead.
All right. It's been picked up, and now looks like they're going to go to the bot side. CLG once again going to keep running the table. Inhib is back up. This time Baron buff on for 2 minutes. Could give them enough time to push more. The triple Ocean Drake means that this poke doesn't mean much even against the people who don't have Warmogs. The rest of the squad, as long as they disengage for 5 seconds, they'll get the health back pretty quickly. Dardoch once again in the front. No Ash Arrow available means not really any threat. You can see how much faster that siege went for CLG.
All right. So again, 2 inhibitors down. 40 seconds on the Elder Dragon. It looks like CLG want to bait again. There they go!
And they're gonna catch Sneaky. The stun's not gonna land, but the follow-up CC could be there to slow the explosive cast. The bot laner is down 1 for 0, and now Counterlogic Gaming looking to close it out, looking to find someone else to kill. No marks on the bot lane, no damage really left over now for Cloud9. And here we go, Nexus turret number 1. It's backdoor bonus, but does Dardoch really care? Looks like enough that yes. Buys him 20 seconds. Sneaky up in 55 though. And the mini wave coming in from the bot side soon. Mini wave in the mid lane here as well.
Yeah, Cloud9 have to come up with something very creative here to be able to survive. Super minion buffed up by the Baron, and CLG are going for the Nexus turret.
They're going for it. Stixxay chunked to half HP. Jensen tries to find the play. Not going to get it yet. Slowed down by Bard and picked off. Stixxay gets the kill. And that's going to be all she wrote. There shouldn't be a way back. The double kill as Contracts falls. Ray jukes the skill shots, but it doesn't matter. The turrets have fallen. The Nexus will follow suit. And Counterlogic Gaming take down Cloud9 in the first match of the split. Hugs to the newest member of CLG, Dardoch. Helps revitalize a squad who failed in the quarterfinals to FlyQuest. And this time around, they do their own reverse sweep, taking down Cloud9, one of the sweethearts of the split for sure. They were 1 game away from being the champions. Instead, they're defending runners-up, and CLG have taken them down. Dardoch so far undefeated in matches on Counterlogic Gaming.
CLG word association with the team so far this split is 100% playmaking.
Yeah.
They've definitely, had the ups and downs as far as objective control or even map movements, which are things that we used to associate with this team. But the playmaking is definitely there. They were able to team fight critically. And as you said, this is a very big upset. This is Cloud9 previously finishing number 2 in the split. CLG got knocked out very early in playoffs, instantly. And starting off their split here on the right foot.
In spring split standings, as far as playoffs are concerned, this is 2 versus 5. And CLG is the 5. They got Dardoch in the roster. People said this is an upgrade. Maybe it's 2 versus 3 now. Most people saying CLG is the top 3 team. And getting this win means, okay, yes, they are a top 3 team. And maybe it's better than top 3, it's top 2. And that's, it's early stuff, but like, right? This is a team that probably should have been a really hard match for CLG, and it was, but to win it bodes so well for the roster move. Dardoch himself has said he's much happier on the team. The environment works very well. Certainly does look like thumbs up for CLG.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have more work to do, but this is the kind of opening that, people want to see with the team. Basically making the biggest trade of the offseason individually with trading out, Smithy for Dardoch and breaking up that roster that had been together for so long, the longest of the LCS.
Yep.
It's important to have, good things to show right when you start out. Does a lot for morale and does a lot for, team building and looking towards the future. Absolutely. I think they're very happy with opening up with a win versus C9.
Sure, and opening up with a win. They closed out the game with 1 team fight. We got to replay that one to show you real quick, as it was the CLG game-ending team fight there. And the big thing was the fact that that Afro ult just barely tagged Sneaky.
Oof, yeah, they're able to get it. And we said the Bard ultimate was going to be critical for CLG ending out the game. They got it on the summonerless Ashe, and from that point, Baron buff, and everyone just standing in front of Stixxay. It's Operation Keep Up Stixxay. If he's alive, we are out DPSing Cloud9.
Especially if Ashe is dead right there. But what's interesting is actually in the damage numbers, Sneaky almost doubled Stixxay's damage on a more under fire champion, to be completely fair, and Huhi actually did way more than Stixxay as well. So Huhi, I think, quietly a killer.
Huhi again, deathless game on Aurelion Soul, hugely impactful. We keep talking about
highest KP,
the
highest
zoning
damage
for team fights that he creates, the damage he's putting out, the roaming pressure. Definitely deserves his accolades.
Yeah, all right, well played there by Counterlogic Gaming. And now for more on that win, let's check in with Riv and CLG's newest member.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. I am joined by CLG Dardoch after their victory over Cloud9 to start things off on the split. A pretty intense best of 3 to start things off. Kind of don't have to go through the whole game, but kind of walk me through the intensity. What was the communication to bring it back into Counterlogic Gaming's favor?
I guess we were just kind of talking about how to, or we were just playing around manipulating the mini waves when we had inhibitors down, but we didn't take into account that 80 Kennen could just, I guess, be a stand-in Ashe at the end of the game. He's just kind of killing us all. But yeah, we played well as a team and we won.
And how was it coming over to Chronologic Gaming? Was it kind of plug and play for you? Did it take a bit, or was the communication right there with the team from the get-go?
Well, we have a lot of vocal members, and we're an all English-speaking team, so there's no, language barrier we have to get over at the beginning of the split like other teams I've been on. So right from the get-go, it was like a lot of communication, and we're just kind of nitpicking good and bad communication out of that huge communication pool that we have.
And coming into this season, previously you've kind of had this aura, this discussion of composure that would follow you around. How are you going to nip that in the butt? How are you going to keep Dardoch at a top level of play and continuing to win with Chronologic Gaming?
I guess the difference is that I'm being held more accountable on this team, where that stuff doesn't really fly with Zach or with Tony or anybody on the team. They're just like, I don't like you doing this, stop. And it's, all right, my bad, bro.
All right, well, nip in the butt like that, it's going to be over quick. So, you guys play Team Liquid tomorrow. Is it going to be another victory? How do you feel playing against that roster again?
Yeah, we're going to win. And I don't feel scared at all. It's whatever.
All right, there you have it. Dardoch and Chronologic Gaming pulling out the first win of the split over Cloud9. We're going to throw it to the analyst desk to break down the rest of that game.
Thank you very much, Rid. The first W does go to Chronologic Gaming in a 2-1 victory over Cloud9. But referencing this interview here that we just saw with Dardoch, he talked about that transition from Immortals to CLG and the communication barriers not being there, which he's had to deal with in the past.
Yeah, that's what I'm really looking for Dardoch, because we talked about this is the split for him to really define himself or redefine himself, because he's always been on teams that have a rookie that he has frustrations trying to teach somebody else the game. Now he's with a bunch of veterans. And he's always been on mixed language teams that have Korean speakers on it. Now he's on an all English speaking team. There's no excuses for him. His play has to speak for itself. Today wasn't really his best day, but it did look a little more team-focused and team-centric than we had seen from the past for him. So I'm really excited to watch him going forward on CLG.
And to that end, I mean, this game, especially here in Game 3, was incredibly back and forth, right? And so neither of these teams looked extraordinarily polished here on day one, week one of the North American LCS. But as we dive into this third game and look at this CLG victory, I want to identify the strategic differences between the compositions and the win conditions that we can tie to each of them as we then see them play out throughout the game. So let's dive right into this. Help break it down for me. C9's comp, CLG's comp.
All right, we'll start with C9. C9's a lot of pick potential here. The big part of this is they have Charm, and they also have gap closers, as well as a Lulu to stop engages or pick people, and the Ash Arrow to start things off. So you're looking at something that's like a 4-1 split push with the Kennen. But what happens for Chronologic Gaming is this is a tempo-based composition. They will use Bard portals and they will use Aurelion Sol to get across the map faster and out-rotate you. So they use tempo to their advantage, and they also have a tank against a tankless composition. So they want to have either fights that are in their favor in terms of numbers advantage by quickly rotating, or they want to just straight up 5v5 team fight this composition. And so I think the big thing here to watch out for is you want to split push as Kennen, but you can't do that against Aurelion Sol or Bard because you'll get caught out and you'll get picked off very quickly. We saw it towards the end where he could do that a little bit, but there are no objectives for them to capitalize on Cloud9's side.
All right, it's a fun response to what would normally create a lot of map-wide pressure in a 4-1 split to say, we won't let you do that because one, we can collapse on you crazy fast, or two, we as 5 can always get to another lane faster than you and put pressure on a single objective.
Yeah, and I love that this is really comfort for CLG. Dardoch's Lee Sin, Aurelion Sol for Huhi. You also have Stixxay's Caitlyn, which is one of his top 2 champions that he's known for. And then you have Aframu's Bard. This is just a great composition across the board for them that I think really helps CLG's style. And we've known them to be a team that loves to play the map. Now they can outplay the map with this tempo.
And so here's where we're getting into the gameplay itself. We saw these two styles really clashing because CLG first to every objective, right? They were dictating the pace of the game, and Cloud9 forced to be reactive. We saw that right at 9 minutes. The Baron Steal, or not Baron Steal, the Dragon Steal that comes through contracts. I mean, this is just a funny interaction, but once again, it's CLG starting the objective.
Yeah, last number you see is 513. Smite is 510. The Hunter's Talisman does 3 to 4 damage. It doesn't do the full 5 because the Dragon actually has some magic resistance on it, so it's just barely, literally just a single-digit number that mattered there, and that was huge. But I want to go back to your point about CLG getting there first, because Cloud9 were up in gold. CLG were first to Rift Herald, first 3 Drakes, and they also were able to get First Blood. And Yeah, they were able to get some kills across the map. But the big part there is they were always the ones making the play, and even though they're down in gold, they still had map pressure.
All right, let's jump ahead to another fight, 33 minutes into the game. A 4-for-0 for CLG in the jungle here, once again showcasing the prowess of their 5v5.
Yeah, and you saw right there, the Ash Arrow looking for a pick, the Charm coming out looking for a pick. C9, that's how they want to play the comp. They finally got it together, but they're grouped as 5. They have no split push pressure here. And so CLG just disengage, say, all right, let's force you down mid to make a decision here. You either start the Baron with no tank, so somebody's going to take some damage, or if they push out mid, get priority, and flank.
Now, your pick tools are gone. Our chase tools are still around, so we're going to catch you up here in the jungle and start our own fight.
Exactly. Catch them with the Bard ultimate there, and then the Aurelion Soul for the chase down, the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, as well as just all the damage to come through. This is a big team fight for CLG. And they got to push out the mid first, and they got to take the fight. And it's just really,
there's
honestly,
nothing more depressing than being on the losing end of Aurelion Soul fight because you can't get away. It just feels helpless. And we saw every single summoner spell used by C9 in that fight, and yet all of them but Ray die. So, I mean, a big fight win for CLG there, but again, it seemed like in that moment, C9 didn't correctly identify, once again, their win conditions. They took the stab at it, and then didn't realize without these tools, we need to get out of here and do it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, it's so hard, though, for C9 to actually function in terms of this composition against the one that Counterlogic Gaming did. Because like I said, you want to split push as Kennen, but you always have to watch out for the ultimate of the engage of the Bard onto your 4-man unit to start a fight, for the Aurelion Soul to roam and actually push out and get to where the Kennen is. So there's all these things you have to balance, and it really sucks. And you can even see, like, Cloud9 struggle with that. Because CLG had control of all the objectives, I talked about the 4, and they got the first Baron by sneaking it as well by playing the map better.
I mean, the one time we did see the split set up, even as Ray was being a mechanical god in the bot lane, all of CLG was able to rotate down to the bot lane and eventually kill him while C9 was trying to do the same thing. They just simply didn't get there in time. CLG gets advantage. One more team fight to take a look at, 35-30 into the game in the mid lane. 3-for-1. This, once again, C9 overreaching where it doesn't feel like this is where their comp excels.
Yeah, you actually had Stixxay dead ahead of time, so they're trying to force. So C9 say, this is our opportunity. They don't have their tank line there either, but they just dive on this composition that has the Aurelion Soul, the kickback, stopping them from actually getting in, and that's just one of those things where you're trying to force an advantage, but you can't really do it against this comp. And I think that that's just, once again, CLG having a really good draft.
Yeah, and as we award Huhi player of the game here on that Aurelion Soul, I'm going to come back to you with something that I've asked a million times before when seeing him play this champion. I mean, here, this is the best reminder that Huhi should not be allowed to play a champion like Aurelion Soul, but also, when will other mid laners start picking this champion up? It's clearly effective. Why not use it?
Yeah, I'm actually really unsure as to the answer. We saw some mid laners when Huhi was first bringing it out, kind of pick it up over in Korea, make it their specialty a little bit, but nobody's really done it as much as Huhi has. Guy is 7-2 right now, all time in the NALCS in terms of record on that champion. And you saw there, 40% of his team's damage. Disgusting. You'd think people want to pick it up. It's so hard to master, and if you actually just misstep, then you're going to be like wasting a whole bunch of your time, like losing the game for your team, but also losing your practice time, losing your solo queue time where you're trying to learn all these other champions. And Huhi just really jumped on that train early, and he's never kind of gotten off that bike where it's like he can just keep getting back up on it, right? It's like, haven't played it in 3 weeks, totally fine, get me Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, he kind of slots in on that champion, no problem every time. Final question, this is a big ticket one. On the outset of week 1 here for CLG, Dardoch in on the new roster. How do you feel about his performance and the teams as a whole?
I'm just excited about Counterlogic Gaming altogether. They just took down the team that got second place that we knew was coming in without some type of MSI hangover. They were able to do that.
And no roster change.
Exactly. With no roster change, and they were able to actually do that pretty, like I wouldn't say handily, but pretty good, right? It wasn't something where I'm like, oh man, that's awful.
Right.
But they were able to come back from a deficit of 1-0, and they're able to turn it around. So I'm excited because I think CLG is going to start looking like the old CLG, because in spring, it was like, oh man, this doesn't feel like my CLG team. This doesn't feel like the playmakers, the guys who want to go in, who want to play the map, who have those great level 1s. Now I think that identity's coming back. They're going to have more of those things they're throwing your way, those cheap jungle invades that people are like, oh, they caught me off guard. They're going to try to get every advantage they can. I'm looking forward to those plays from people like Aframu and Darshan.
I mean, yeah.
Dardoch.
I mean, Dardoch being a star player, you're going to look for him to define the play style of the team that he's on. We've got more league action coming your way. Up next, Xmithie makes his debut on Immortals as they face Phoenix 1. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
get him away with this one. Gonna go for the snipe, not gonna go for much more. You're kidding! He got it with the No, it was the dot from Talisman. The smite came early, and Talisman took the kill on the Drake. What a great sneak out of CLG. Suddenly, oh no, Contrast can see them. They've got Nightmare. He's gonna go for this body slam. Darshan tries to win the time. The kickback as well, and this time CLG secures it.
Just go. Guys, up here.
He's up.
Okay. Careful, don't die.
I portal now.
We have no reason to die. He's gonna die.
Let's do Brand.
Oh yeah, boys.
Let's fucking go.
The follow-up CC could be there to slow these explosive casts. The bot laner is down 1-0, and now Counter Logic Gaming looking to close it out. And Counter Logic Gaming take down Cloud9 in the first match of the split.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NALCS Summer Split. I am Rivington Bisson III, and stepping up to the plate for our second match of the day is Isaac Azale Cummings. Bentley, good to see you again. It's been a while.
It's good to be back.
Heck
Summer
yeah.
Split, I'm hyped.
We just forgot from Brazil, now we're here, now more LCS. We just had a crazy best of 3, and we are jumping into our second match of the day, Immortals versus Phoenix 1. So let's dive right into the roster rundown. On the blue side, it is going to be Immortals. That means we will have Flame coming into the top lane. Now in the jungle for Immortals is Smithy. Pobelter at mid, Cody Sun at bot lane with support Ole and Coach Song.
And on the red side today, it's their opponents. It's gonna be Phoenix 1. In the top lane, Zig. In the jungle, Inori. Mid lane, Ryu. Bot laner, Arrow with support Shady and Coach Fly.
So we got Phoenix 1 coming pretty hot off of last split. We saw how strong they were after missing out on playoffs. Immortals made a change in hopes of repeating their 2016 success.
Yeah, back when they still had, Hooney and Rainover, it's a very different roster, and missing out on the playoffs, they wanted to shake some things up.
Yeah.
And, they lost Dardoch, they gained a Smithy. Dardoch was the reason that they won a lot of games, but he was also the reason that they lost a lot of games because he often made the game about him. He was either going to carry or he was going to lose doing it. And with Smithy, you have a different beast. This guy is willing to play a more supportive style. He's reunited with Pobelter, who he won a championship with, and their bot lane in Olay and Cody-san really improved massively throughout the split. So I'm very interested with a jungler who's not going to be making the game so much about him, win or lose. Can that bot lane step up and really become a carry?
Absolutely. The synergy as well. We'll see the teammates being back together. We'll get into later, and we'll see if they can carry against Phoenix 1, who return after, as we said, winning 3rd place that match in Vancouver. So coming back hot.
Yeah, and it means they're going to be one of North America's representatives at Rift Rivals because they have locked in that 3rd place seed. So it's going to be NAEU. They'll get their chance to play internationally there. And after a split of uncertainty with the roster, constantly swapping out their junglers, swapping out their supports, it seemed, kind of random at times almost.
Right. Absolutely.
Shady would be losing, Stun would be winning, but they'd swap it anyway. They landed on Inori and Shady for their starters, so they've locked down their roster. And despite Shady getting some criticism because he had a much worse record than Stunt, he did have to play against very difficult opponents like C9 and TSM, which P1 never really beat anyone.
Yeah, and didn't have very many games at that, so the synergy was only slowly growing with Shady. So we'll have to see what they can do getting into game. We're almost into Champion Select, a second game. I hope we get another best of 3. That first one continued to test the teams here, and that's what we need at the beginning of the split, to push the teams to the limit so nothing is left to chance. We will see Ivern being banned out here as both junglers a little far away with Ivern.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting because anytime you're coming into a new meta, start of the new split, summer split, it's a new patch, each team is going to have their own idea on what's strongest, on what really they should be playing and shouldn't be playing. So Pick a Man can be very different from series to series. For Phoenix 1, this is a season that they're looking to build on a lot of success in the spring split. They were solidly the 3rd place team. They finished 3rd. They pretty much always lost to TSM and C9, but by the end, they looked like they were always going to win against the teams below them. And people, want to see them continue to grow. You want to see P1 continue to improve and look to challenge those top 2 spots. So they're going to need to show that consistency here today, show that they still have the strength to take down teams like Immortals who were quite a bit below them in standings.
Absolutely. When we think of that, we look towards their picks on Ziggs. For him to make a big play, or Ryu doing that, it needs to for sure come from everybody from now. A lot of star players would show up for Phoenix 1, but if that team can come together, I think we'll get that team that does consistently beat C9 TSM. Ban phase 1 finally ending. Let's see what these guys have for each other. Nidalee ban as well.
Yeah, Nidalee is something that had been picking up a little bit more popularity in the new patch. Elise, one of the best early game junglers. Inori obviously still has access to a plethora of picks. We've seen Kha'Zix. He was always a big Rengar guy, though it has fallen a bit out of the meta. There are a lot of answers. You also can play a lot more of the tank-type junglers. We've seen things like Gragas. Zac is one who's getting banned out a lot. There's still things like Olaf. So a lot of options, and we're going to have to see which direction they're going to try to take their composition in.
The Elise is picked up for Smithy, more down towards the bottom of his list of junglers, but it's a nice and safe pick in for him. Be early in the jungle, or aggressive early, I should say, in the jungle if he wants. And the Karma, shields already coming in for Phoenix 1. The Kha'Zix answer from Inori, so junglers have been picked.
And the Kha'Zix is someone who can match that aggression from Elise. Obviously, it's hard to team fight, I would say, late game on a Kha'Zix because you're so squishy when you dive in. You're very vulnerable to being picked off. But that said, with the Evolve W, that is really the playstyle that has kind of been adapted to for most professional players. You get that Evolve W, you spam that out, you have poke, you have wave clear, and that's really the contribution you kind of bring towards the mid and late game team fights until you're willing to jump in and try to trade out your life.
And much more Caitlyn love on the Rift as of late. Gets protection from the Lulu, so making sure that shields can't be combined here between those combos.
And Caitlyn is very strong, and with the crit items getting buffed since last season, that's something that did really help her out quite a lot. That said, especially in some other regions, we've really been seeing the rise of popularity of things like Twitch, of things like Kog'Maw, because with the new Doran shield, you can actually survive in lane a lot more easily. You have a lot more ability to take that poke against someone like a Caitlyn, and then you can get to a point where you're stronger than that Caitlyn on Twitch and Kog'Maw and some of these hyper carries.
Just gonna play it slow in the early game anyway, so it doesn't really matter if you have to take that shield. Looks like Arrow is calling for assistance from the LCS refs for a moment.
Pick and ban's going to continue for now, though, and Varus is going to be what Arrow wants to play. So, you know, Varus, I feel like the ultimate can be very powerful as a primary engage, but generally speaking, it works a lot better as a follow-up engage because that ultimate can be very difficult to hit. So if you bring in someone like, I know, Gragas in the top lane or someone who can kind of set them up, you know, ult someone into that Varus ultimate, it's really strong as a follow-up. So I'm going to look to see them drafting something like that because when you look at the Phoenix 1 side right now, it's not really a lot of CC in this composition.
Seems like Arrow was just talking to Coach. We'll see if they can lock in that CC. As you said, they have a bit of that chain of corruption, but not for sure. Not a consistent lockdown. And I think most Varus players will know that. Galio getting taken away as well as a LeBlanc. We see that Renekton that has had a few games played recently. Zig could be going on to that Jarvan, but the Shen is also helped, or could be helped for global pressure here on the side of P1.
Yeah, and Shen can be delivered by that Kha'Zix. It allows you to jump in more aggressively because you have the Shen backing you up, the Stand United shield there too. So that is a pretty nice combo. Going to give them some more CC coming out of that top lane. That said, you know, Fiora is actually on the table here. Flame is someone who has played that before. I'm not sure if he's going to have the confidence to go for it. It looks like he won't. He's going to lock in the Jarvan. Still a fine matchup and going to be a great combination with the Orianna in particular because you lock them in with Catalysm. They can throw down that Shockwave. And, you know, for someone like Varus, if you don't have your flash, there's no escaping that.
Shock in, pop up. You're going to have the Lulu Wild Growth on Cody, or not Cody's son, but Flame as well after that. What will Ryu choose? And start weaving some walls if he decides to go with this. It helps with the Shen. They can still get in on any deep dives, but it will be the Ahri, so he has a way out of that engage if he does go in.
Definitely seems like a very heavy dive composition here for Phoenix 1. You know, had they gone with Atilia, it kind of would have made more sense as far as, you know, 1-3-1, be able to catch people inside lanes, things like this. But this composition is a lot of dive. You have to be able to zero someone out very quickly. But Lulu and Orianna, you know, with double shields, with that polymorph, it can be pretty difficult to actually make that happen sometimes. So we'll see if Phoenix 1 is going to be able to execute on that because you have to be on point with those engages if you go for them.
Immortals as well was a team that could do well if they got an early game, controlled the lead, got Pole Belter going, as well as Flame. We talked a little bit about that synergy of Xmithie and Pole Belter now back on the same team. We'll see if that comes into play as they have the crowd control to make that work. And Flame did take that aggressive top laner, so we may get some damage down onto Zig to start things off.
And we saw earlier in the day, you know, pretty consistently people going on these kind of bruiser type champions in the top lane, going for things like Black Cleaver into Titanic Hydra, and you can build the Gargoyle Stoneplate as that third item because you've already built up quite a bit of HP. You don't have the resistances, but the active is going to give you that, you know, 4 seconds of very, very tanky stats. And that's pretty powerful.
Just being a beast, diving in. It seems like it's a lot of what this meta consists of is going in, but also needing a way to get out. Gargoyle Stoneplate just plays beautifully to that, synergizing with what the guys have to do.
Yeah, especially in combination with someone like J4, who so much of his burst is front-loaded, so you can flag and drag in, you drop the ultimate, you put down as much damage as possible, and then you instantly are going to pop the Gargoyle Stoneplate after that when you really don't have much more damage coming. So some of these new tank items have been very effective, and it's pretty interesting to see them kind of incorporated into the builds here in the LCS.
All right, we are on to the Rift for Game 2 of the split here in the summer. Immortals versus Phoenix 1. We'll see, as we said, Phoenix 1 off that third place finish in the spring split. Look to continue some dominance here as Immortals with a roster change in acquiring Xmithie. If they can start things off on the right foot.
Actually, not too many Doran shields, really, in this game. Only 2, not bad. And I think that this is actually pretty smart from Cody's side. I mean, we'll see if I get proven wrong. If you eat too much poke, then the Doran shield is better. But if you are going to be the aggressor in the lane, if you are the one poking and not receiving it, then something like the Doran's Blade can be the more powerful item. So I do think that sometimes people kind of over-index on the item and they just take it blindly in all matchups when I don't really think it's 100% necessary. And if you have a heavily advantaged 2v2 matchup, you could go with something like the Doran's Blade.
Right. We'll see. Looks like they're going to keep him out of lane for a bit. No minions to be missed, obviously. They're just toying around with vision and the Raptor wards to go down.
Yeah, and Nori looking like he is going to start at Raptors. Likely both junglers will. And you can just get a leash, a Q from both the Orianna and the Ahri. Will make things pretty easy for those junglers. But a lot of early poke already down there for P1 onto Ole. Can't base now.
I love the fact that everybody's running the ignites as well with the hit on exhaust recently. It's just more, why not ignite? Even just cleanse for Pole Belter to reuse ignite. With so many assassins in the game, usually you see one of those exhausts.
Yeah, especially against someone like the Ahri, who is a pretty easy exhaust target. That's something that can really hurt you. And Ole taking a lot of damage here in the early stages of the lane is very impactful, because this is a lane where they want to be aggressive. They want to use that kill threat with the ignite, with this Caitlyn, push them in and poke them out and threaten to kill. But if you take too much damage early on, it really can kind of limit your ability to do that.
Nicely benefits a Varus and a Karma as well, the two slows they can provide. Get a focus resolve into that hail of arrows. You have a long lane to chase down this team. Quick flag and drag just outside of turret range. Nicely done to get his passive in as well. Flame puts Zig under the turret. Shouldn't be too much trouble to start things off.
Yeah, it's a nice trade for Flame, but Shen is one of those champions that's very happy to get pushed in because it's so easy to farm under turret with the bonus damage from your Q. Even though it did get some nerfs in a recent patch, it's still pretty darn easy. So you're going to be comfortably farming there, and Flame could get a little bit of advantage, but you don't expect a Shen to ever fall too far behind a matchup like this.
I'm interested to see what Flame can do on somebody like Jarvan, though. We see him kind of in the spring split being one to take Camille. We said the Fiora was also up, and on both teams, they have champion pools that go so deep for Zig, Flame, Pole Belter, Ryu. It's interesting to see back on damage what Flame will be able to do here.
Yeah, exactly, and it's kind of, if you have the lane control, how do you turn that into an advantage for your team? Some players will stick in lane and will try to harass under turret. Some players will try to dive. Other players, you can just push in and then roam. Always threaten to invade into the jungle and take camps away with your jungler. Threaten that 2v1. So there's multiple ways that you can kind of exert your dominance in a lane, and we'll see what he's going to try to go for. Nice trade.
AD or bot for bot, support on support. Nicely done there, and the focus is a bit of a trade win there for Immortals, as they now get pushed into their turret. 22-21, and we're just about evening up on this wave. Jungler bottom pressure is coming in here from Inori, but ever so slowly as Xmithy was talking.
And Cody-san is actually taking quite a bit of poke, but having the Warlord's Bloodlust, he is going to have a fair bit of healing from that and should be okay. Inori's going to have to bail out, as he did get spotted on those Krugs.
Good call from the team as well, missing bot lane. And to care for danger.
Yeah, and basically what that does, although it's not the biggest of deals, it means Smithy took away one extra camp, and Smithy kind of has his free reign of options. He knows where Kha'Zix was. He knows Kha'Zix, was likely going to go topside because his bot side camps were already cleared. So you can infer a lot of information from just seeing the jungler in a place like that, and it can help you to plan your next routes and maybe get an edge for the Immortals jungler.
Let's see what happens when level 6 comes up. Cody-san, Ole have to be very cognizant of the fact that this Shen is on the side of P1. He easily get taken down for a double kill in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the option, right? Wait till level 6, wait till you have a pretty powerful spike there. And if you can land, that Shen taunt, you have the Kha'Zix coming down, you can easily roam your Ahri down, you can do 4 or 5-man bot pretty quickly. And that could be something that they look to do, because I'm always much more of a fan of proactive Shen plays rather than just saving the ultimate for defense. It's so much better to constantly use that ability, because if you use the Stand United, they match with the teleport. Now you have TP advantage. So if you constantly make the plays, you end up having that global advantage, and they're looking for a play now.
A little too far forward. It's not going to even be a level 6. Cody-san flashes out. The heal is there as well. Both summoners held by Ole on this one. And they are able to push back. Shady did use Ignite, so 3 down in the bot lane.
Yeah, Cody-san, both summoners down, so if they want to go for that level 6, it's now that much easier because Shen is going to hit 6 at a timing where there's no summoners on the Caitlyn. Smithy now is here to cover his bot lane, so at the very least they can push in safely. He'll just start this recall and he'll be here in case anything happens, but he doesn't want the wave to get frozen against his bot lane. So Cody-san gets the final CS, will have a good buy, and that's just smart play from Smithy.
One of my favorite types of plays there. You play on the safe advantage the other team feels they have and sweep the rug right up from under their feet when they go in. Arrow and Shady both a little low on mana, so they choose to stay back, and nothing comes. Smithy, however, was not really seen throughout those plays, so he still has a bit of fog of war to play with in the jungle and can get himself pathed into a good situation. 6.5 minutes in, no real lead on any side of the map. Smithy's been twice top, I believe, but haven't really seen the pressure out there. Flame and Zig just kind of going at it themselves.
Yeah, for the most part, the junglers have been content to kind of just try to steal away what camps they can. You know, they both have their trackers now, so a lot of it is just about knowing where the other jungler is for your team, so your matchups can be played properly. You can't actually play your winning matchup to win if you don't know where the jungler is. So that's a lot of what these guys are trying to do.
Oh, call this a little bit of a roam here by Ole.
They are on a ward.
Yeah, they're hatching that one.
And this is a lane swap top to try to get the first turret very early on here. We do see Karma roaming up to top, and P1 are going to match. So IMT have gotten the earlier back. They got the BF store. They're getting a lot of damage down on this turret, and this is something that has kind of developed with the new patch changes here as well. And even just that move gets them ahead on the turret.
Oh, patch changes. It developed with GAM. Gigabyte Marines. No. But they look like they have the upper hand on this. Good push to the top side. They can rinse and repeat, especially with Cody-san's summoners down. They get him out of lane. They get him with more support, put him in a lane where that won't be as much of a trouble. And they may set themselves up for some first turret coming up soon.
Yeah, and they're just going to, right again, swap right back. They base. Now they're going to head bot, and they're going to try to keep doing this. Just kind of keep ahead of the curve, basically, with P1. So P1 cannot match their roams, cannot match their lane swap. And if you can do this, you really do get momentum, and you can keep that tempo going, and hopefully eventually for them result in getting that first turret.
So in a perfect solution then, if you're P1 and you have a top-down vision like we do, what is the stopper here if the other team is rotating all around? Do you have to deep wards? Do you just have to kind of take a guess and dive in a fight?
I mean, I think there's a number of options, but we may see a dive here, so we're going to have to wait for that.
Oh, it's Smithy onto Zig. Pretty tanky. Going to be able to call Spirit's Refuge forward to save himself a little bit more. His team will start to take resources top, but this might be the turret trade that Immortals was finally looking for.
Yeah, it should be. 4-man bot. This is very well executed from Immortals. Very good macro play. They're going to get that first turret. They force Zig back, but you know, to your point, there's a number of different options. Okay. You can either, as they're basing, move your members top and try to 4-man push that turret as they have gone back to base and try to get it faster before they can get bot and do it to you. Yeah. You can also, like, in advance, keep 1-man top. In this case, Arrow would have stayed top. Support and jungle would have gone bot, and you try to defend there with, say, 3v4, while your ADC is free pushing top. So you can get advantages, but they don't know exactly where the team is, and they were not anticipating those moves.
And that
so
wrong call puts you even farther behind.
Yeah, it's Infernal as well. So really, they're getting everything in. And a lot of this is early game planning and just better map movement from Immortals.
A few more items coming in, mainly still that slot open for these vision wards here on the side of Immortals that they're able to be continuously putting down. And a big thing about it I always like to see as well is that those are able to be guarded as well. They aren't just placed down to have that vision and then walk away.
And one of the costs now that we are seeing from this, like despite the first turret gold, P1 is actually up in gold, largely because of the amount of time.
Ooh. At least they made it fast.
Yeah, Ole's going to go down. And I mean, Cody-san had fallen behind in farm because he had been moving around the map so much, and Arrow had just sat in one lane and farmed. And now that they got the kill as well, they're actually opening up a pretty big gold lead for themselves. Still, the Infernal Dragon is in Immortals' favor, but P1 did end up coming out pretty well.
Very interesting place to die. It caught us off guard even from first blood. All these turrets on the outside ring are down except for mid here. I should say all, the mid and bot. You have Ole that far up by himself. A little scary. Pobelts are now in mid here. Does have Smithy on the bot side, but Ryu hovers top, showing mainly wards, and vision is there.
This is one of those things where really it's like, can you get more out of early gold? right now, and can P1 get an advantage from that small gold lead that they have, or does Immortals kind of just make the game go a little bit slower? Because later you get into the game, the better the Infernal gets, right? So that is going to be worth more than the 700 or whatever gold lead that there is when you go 15, 20 minutes into the game. It becomes worth a lot more. But right now, P1 is more powerful, and it's kind of about if they can actually get something done with that. Because Arrow has a full completed item, and on that Blade of the Rune King, you're pretty strong. So you're looking to try to fight this Caitlyn, who wants to get to the kind of 2-item power spike at least.
Immortals hopes to play around that power with these wards they've bought. Cody-san only getting a few shots on the turret. Wild Growth Flash as well. Looks like a lot used in defense. And it's going to be a push in the fight. Rotation from Ryu could be caught out by Pole Belter. Little 1v1 in the jungle over a Vision Ward. Pretty scary stuff.
Trade of Summoners, I'd still say pretty good for P1. Yes, they spend the Shen Ultimate and the Nori Flash, but they get both Summoners off that AD carry. So now you can look to force that play again. Flame doesn't have his DP, Zig still does, and that's something that they can kind of continue to try to set up and try. You know, you have an extra objective now, so they can try to force this around the Rift Herald, knowing J4 does not have a TP and Shen does. We'll see if they can actually pull this off, though, because Immortals is aware of it.
That ward, there's 2 behind. There's 1 actually in front right on Ole. Ryu rather getting hit up pretty hard. Pole Belter just around the corner. Shockwave is up as P1 has to stay split. It's been the coast-to-coast walk from Flame, calling in the teleport now from Zig. They're going to meet each other as well. Inori is waiting for his teammate before they do anything as they all eye the Rift Herald. It's going in the favor of Immortals. They turn on to Flame for the for sure kill, but is it for sure? And who gets Rift Herald? That goes over to Xmithy.
And no one has actually picked it up yet. They spited it away, but Immortals now need to push them back, and they will get the Rift Herald in a pretty crazy fight.
Was not snuffed out by P1. They could not gain control. And what a rotation by Immortals as well, calling the teleport up from Zig as Flame walked it over.
Yeah, I mean, P1, you know, they had the TP advantage, but they didn't actually force the play fast enough for it to matter, because Flame was able to walk the whole way up and still arrive. You know, they didn't kill that Rift Herald off very quickly, and they're able to respond very well. So both of those global objectives are going the way of Immortals, and we'll see how much they can actually get with that Rift Herald. Especially if you can get a kill before you drop it, you can often get 2 turrets.
Absolutely.
But at the very least, you can just walk top and get at least 1.
So Flame and Zig matching those Tiamats quite closely. We just saw Zig push it in now. Flame will do the same. Actually, those guys are pretty held to the bot lane for now. Flame can actually make the teleport play himself. And we'll see top lane being pushed here by Xmithy and the rest of the team as they feel like they'll be able to hold off Zig. They don't know the Stand United time possibly. They're going to do all they can to take down this turret. The first one that they prepped on that rotation.
And the question is, do Immortals actually expend the Rift Herald on this first turret that's like 1 or 2 hits of HP?
That's a good point.
Because like I actually think that optimally you just want to kill it off now, then try to get a pick or perhaps even just push up and look to use it to pressure the full HP turret, because this one's pretty easy to pick up. So they do grab it, and you have a few minutes to work with the Rift Herald. Lasts like 4 or 5 minutes or something like that.
Yeah.
So they're gonna maybe move it towards mid or try to do something, but you know, it's better oftentimes to hold on to it for a little bit to see if you can get a really good opportunity, because you always can just even drop it in base and have it walk down a lane while you pressure the other side of the map.
So many uses.
Yeah.
It's like being in a candy store. It looks like they actually might try to do mid. Ace in the hole onto Ryu. Doesn't actually do that much damage. Just looking to push out. They may be able to bring now Xmithy mid as the bot lane push will drop that turret.
And Ryu is roaming bottom. They're going to actually look to try to pick up Flame here, perhaps. Stand United is up, so they could look to go super aggressive, but
things in
they
mid.
may just be able to take down the turret. And now, does Smithy actually drop the Rift Herald mid? So that's where they're going to try to push, but there's already 3 P1 members here. We'll see if they can even get a turret.
And they actually have Cody's on top. He's going to have to make a long run down. They may be able to get enough damage on Rift Herald. 1 or 2 shots here as it makes its way towards the turret. Lines up, turret torpedo, connects. And we got 1 shot. Looks like they'll be able to take it out. Yeah, without Cody-san there, it really kind of just falls flat after the 1 shot. Again, they do have a turret prep, though, and Immortals has been moving quickly to those types of situations.
Yes, I mean, they get a little bit of damage on it, but that's certainly not what you're looking for from the Rift Herald. You definitely want to at least get 1 turret from that, but they didn't have their members in position, and you know, it's not a free turret. You need to be prepped, or you need to have them out of position, or get a kill or something. And now P1 will go straight over to Dragon. This should be theirs.
setting up a little bit of vision as well. Their pink ward line has, P1s I should say, has always been, you see behind the red, they had one up at top try when they were defending that, and they continuously move it down. It's been hard for Immortals to even get past those mid turrets or mid anywhere. So even using that Rift Herald, they didn't know what was coming from behind the mid turret.
Yeah, I mean, both teams do have a pretty good defensive line of pinks. You know, you can see 4 on Immortals side.
That's true.
You can see at least 3 on P1 side. But to your point, they haven't been able to really kind of crack that vision line and have the safety to feel like they can move around and move more aggressively there. But for now, right back to the mid lane, and Caitlyn is scaling up. This is always time that they are buying for her, and she's such a strong sieging champion that they should be able to at least knock this down, and they're going to continue to try to move around the map and get more.
Chain of Corruption can do a hail of arrows, may stop it. Very fast wild growth from Ole onto Cody's son. Here comes Ryu, charm out to the left, just missing over the shoulder of Pobelter. Very close and nicely timed, trying to get in on that repel, as Sig just misses out. P1 defends. And now they will stop the push from Flames.
And it does look to me like there's some miscommunication on these Stand United, because this is a couple times now where the person who has the Stand United coming in is actually backing off. Oh, nicely done. Flame.
Hops out, puts him in the basket. Have fun, guys. Flames out of there. Does have to use his flash, but plays it quick to draw the pressure down. Allows his team now to maybe crack a little bit of that vision. You see the wards forward. It's all a part of the step and their plan.
Yeah. Played very, very well there. Able to taunt over the side before he got actually taunted up by the Shen.
Cody's son now to clear out mid. Looks like we will have Pobelter going towards top side. 171 to 148 against Ryu in the mid lane, as he was able to pretty much push that in and control it consistently. Now gets the benefit off this top wave here. And we really have not seen a shockwave initiation from that. A taunt hit coming out of P1. It's always been little skirmishes so far. Neither team has really been tested to the max in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's been P1 trying a few times, but unable to get it. Now onto Cody's son.
Another little skirmish, and this one's scary when the AD carries all by himself. The shield comes in. Help picks indeed. And Cody's son keeps his life.
It feels like this whole game has just been Cody's son running away. Like, how many times now has his flash been forced, but they're never actually able to go back to the scene of the crime and follow up and take him down without those summoners, so they haven't really been able to capitalize on that pressure, and they need to be better on their engages with this Shen, with the Ahri, and really going in at the exact same time, having the confidence that you can move forward to deliver the Shen into a better spot. Because if he's ultimating onto you and you step backwards, he's not in range for the taunt, but the ultimate's essentially wasted.
So he's a feels bad man.
Yeah.
You're pinging in. I'm coming. Just keep going. Balls to the wall. We'll see if Cody's son switches up the play if these next fights come in. I mean, he's got a Kha'Zix, a Shen, possibly an Ahri diving into him. We're going to go ahead and delete that Kha'Zix out of that equation. Inori goes down. Great job by Immortals being inside the jungle. Shockwave finally coming out of Pobelter. Ryu's going to get soloed. Ow! As he tries to take control of the top lane. Flash as well there, and Immortals finally get that opening in the map they've been looking for.
Yeah, it's a big plays from Immortals. They not only do they get the 2 kills, they get summoners off of both of them there as well. They can be pushing. They're going to be having pressure mid from the Caitlyn. You know, bottom is shoved up by Jarvan, and they can look to try to crack this top inner turret as well.
Fight to the mid lane. Chain of Corruption's on to Cody's son. Here comes the teleport in. They're going to put 3 in the mid. Now Flame might have himself in a bad spot, but he is drawing members down, which means top lane has free time with the 2nd tier turret. Red's being taken by Xmithy, so they deny more resources, and again, slowly prep these turrets for continuous takedown. But P1 has that in mind as well as they gun down mid.
Yeah, it was a really good catch there from Arrow. I mean, that was really the one vulnerability, but they're going in.
Flame lighting things up. Let's see if he stays alive in this one. He's going to get taunted. Flag and drag in as well. Zig onto the turret, and Flame's going to get hit with a piercing arrow from Arrow. Rather get killed by Shady in the end. That Ignite ticked down. And the team comes up now 1 kill up 20 minutes in as P1 throws down their own pressure.
I mean, why didn't Flame just cancel his ultimate and walk out? He kept the ultimate up for the full duration there. He's like, I can't get out. He just press R again.
I'll be there for that answer too.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if he thought he could just survive and keep them locked in with him and try to get an advantage from that. But, you know, I'd like the play to try to push them off the turret and try to keep that up. But he could have just ultimated, canceled that out, and then backed up, and he probably would have accomplished the same thing without dying.
Goes Potion Corruption, gets that in, so he has a little bit of health as he makes these engages. We'll see one more time in mid what started this all off. The lane resets, and Arrow just goes off.
Yeah, he just hits that ultimate right onto Cody's son, and Cody's son he had Flame coming, so that's what gave him the confidence, I think, to step forward, but really did not understand how much damage was going to come out here from Arrow. And then Flame wants to clear out the wave, wants to keep them safe, and let's see. He flag and drag forward. Oh, he actually doesn't even use it. He has the ultimate. He can cancel this at any time. He's trying to hold them in, I guess, and thinking the tower is going to do enough for him, but like, that was just very poorly played from Flame. He could have even QE'd out or just canceled his ultimate, but trying to get too much and overestimating perhaps how much damage the turret was going to do. But no one from his team was actually hitting the other players, so it was only the turret.
Maybe throwing a little glitter at him.
Yeah.
Give Ole some credit. Just over 20 minutes in, and the gold is even. After everything we've seen, these teams have been in each other's faces, left and right. And Immortals showing a bit of consistency here in the early game to keep down P1, but now getting caught is going to mix things up, puts Immortals in a sticky situation. And that's going to be Xmithy going down. Now P1 using this time. They're going to go ahead and grab another Drake on this game, and that's a Mountain. That'll help with these objectives.
Yeah, it really will. I mean, we talked about how hard it is to hit that Varus ultimate oftentimes, but Arrow back-to-back, getting picks for his team, nails the ultimates, showing why he was the Spring Split MVP. And yeah, Varus is not the same kind of lethality Varus that he played last split, but it's still very strong.
Yes.
He has the practice on this champion, is executing extremely well.
It's still playing Varus, and a lot of, if you just look down the stats on these teams, match up from lane to lane. A lot of the guys share the same champion pool, but Arrow stands out above Cody's Sun, and it's not even in really getting kills. It's being able to get that damage done and then get the kills. They're not finalizing. He's doing over hundreds of damage to do it, so knows where to stand. That helps the team out as well, knowing they don't have to protect Arrow. Good things happen when your AD carry can start a fight like that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one of the things to me that always made Arrow stand out from some of the other AD carries is not even necessarily his score lines and things like that. It was the fact that he always seems to be standing in the right place. He's always getting the maximum amount of damage out, and that's really what you need from your AD carry. You need a consistent damage threat, someone who's able to threaten the tanks, push people back, and not give up their life. Because if your AD carry goes down, especially later into the game, you often have no chance to actually punch through a lot of these tanky members.
Here it would be up to Ryu and Inori. They still get some damage out of Shady, but the build is definitely utility in this game. And again, reset to that mid lane. Seems like we're getting a lot of fights here. The middle portion of this is teams losing a bit of vision. Everything kind of tunnels into the mid along with them. And we wait for the next hit. Summoners up on both sides. Some pretty good fights out of this. So it looks like both teams are going to play it safe until they get that engage they want. Really no objectives to play around right now either. You just have to make an unsafe move into the jungle.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Right now, I mean, Zig has the push, so it's actually Immortals that needs to respond and do something. P1 is happy just allowing him to split push, shove up to that turret, and once Flame actually shows bot lane, you could look for P1 to try to make a play with the Stand United, try to start something up with Ahri, with Kha'Zix. Otherwise, they can just establish vision control around the Baron here, try to clear out as many wards, and really start to threaten that area of the map.
Does meet up with Flame for a moment. It's going to be such a ring around the rosy for them in the bot lane. I wonder what P1's going to be able to do with that distraction game and the double teleport. Doesn't look like much right now. Seeing Inori in the back and Xmithy in the base means it's a bit of a breather moment here. Baron is up, so the vision wars will start to hover towards the top side of the map as well as Ryu.
And one of the things you can kind of infer from the build here on Zig is that he did want to have a split push focus style, completing the Titanic Hydra first. A lot of people would just get the Tiamat for some wave clear, sit on that.
Right.
But when you fully complete that, you're not as powerful in team fights generally because you're much less tanky, but you are very fast at shoving out waves with that, constantly keeping it pushed up, and utilizing that split push kind of pressure and global map pressure that Shen has.
And we see that flip side in the build of Flame. We might see a dead Cody Sun as well. Wild Growth goes down as Xmithy tries to answer back. They call off. They say there's too many as the Stand United comes in. And Pole Belters just on the top side of the fight would be routed by Ryu. So they call off, and they're going to have to jockey for Baron position as the Vision Wars begin.
Yeah, a lot of wards around here that they are clearing out. There was a flash ultimate that looked like a whiff from Arrow, but they still get a kill on Cody Sun, and they may be willing to start up the Baron or really try to bait in Immortals and see if they can actually get a fight off that, because they still have some pretty key ultimates with Ryu's up, and good luck to team fight.
Volatile Spiderling, good bit of damage.
Are you looking to flank? They could be starting here.
Hit onto Xmithy. Charm is missed with Repel, but he only has Gromp to go to. The team knows it and gets that Frenzy to get himself out. A little bit of help from Ole as well to get the movement speed. They're going to have to make themselves scarce on this one. Get a reset on the positioning, get that lane pushed on the top side. Everything else is even, so they can stay to play.
Pretty well played by Smithy there, actually, to be able to get out, repelling to the Gromp, sidestepping the Charm. If you go down 26 minutes in as the jungler, Baron is very easily on the table. So it was key that Immortals was able to stay safe during this death timer of Cody Sun. And Cody Sun really has been getting picked on. He either needs to play safer, have someone in his back pocket, or kind of just respect the engage coming out of his opponents, because he's pretty much been without summoners the whole game from them forcing onto him. And now Pobelter we'll have to play it a little bit safe as two members show for P1 on top side.
Just about 1,700 gold Arrow is above Cody Sun, so you can see those being the items, as well as the Ninja Tabis for Arrow to make sure he can deny Flame that 0 out damage if he were to get Cataclysm right away. 2,000 gold lead, some of that, like we just said, Arrows alone as he begins to push mid lane and make sure the lanes are prepped up. A few wards in the mid lane keeping Arrow safe as they move up, and it's now Immortals to set up. They've had great hits from Flame. The engages have slowed down, though. We have not seen any engage ball drops from Pobelter as well into the Shockwave. There's so many possibilities from Immortals, but it seems like they're ready to absorb a fight rather than take one.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of feel like they are, one step behind a little bit. To their credit, they do have very good scaling. Late game team fight with Lulu, Caitlyn, Orianna,
that's true.
Plus ball delivery, so they may be happy to kind of just take it late and play passively. But they had some nice moves, getting the first turret early. Since then, it's been mostly just P1, going for fights onto them, as you said, getting farm advantages, getting kind of side lane advantages, and looking to try to pressure them out.
Back to the mid lane. Starting to be a pretty commonplace here mid-game.
Yeah, I mean, if you were just watching the CLG C9 game, it felt like that game was an ARAM for half the time. CLG just was refusing to go and take down the top inhibitor for what seemed like 20 minutes.
Back and forth. It's almost they're completely set in their way of only getting this scenario, pushing after that scenario. Well, the scenario seems like P1 at Baron. This will move Immortals around. Now they're actually on opposite sides of the map. So they have to figure out a way to get home on this one, and it might be through going down if they don't back right away. They're pushing down the turret. They're going to try to make P1 march to the beat of Immortals' drum here.
I mean, Inori is a little bit low. He took a lot of Baron damage this early on, so Immortals could actually just go to bot lane and try to push up there. I think that would be the better choice instead of getting so aggressive here.
Is happening right now. Zig goes down. The team leaves him. And it looks like Immortals is going to be able to walk out of this. No, gets back charmed on the rappel down. Flame now tries to go in the fight, one after the other into I think I can situation, but they can't. And now a 2-for-1 is the team gets retribution for Zig.
Yeah, they are not on the same page at all. I mean, the bot lane is running out as Flame is diving in by himself there, and now P1 could look to try to pressure around Baron again. They have full vision control here, and they're going to look for an engage.
I mean, they don't even have the Shockwave here. The dissonance is the only thing to really continue to separate them. The Glitter Lance, if it can reach. Pobelter gets the help picks, and he looks to get some wards around the side. Actually, bot lane has to be respected here. They got to clean up wards and top.
Yeah, exactly. And Pobelter is going to have to go to top lane to actually clear up those minions. So now you just take the Infernal. You tried to go for the big ticket prize, which is that Baron, but they weren't successful in that bait. So if you hang around there too long, you'll get nothing. Instead, P1 can go collect an Infernal Dragon, even that up. They have 3 under their belts now here as well. So for that Elder, it's going to be heavily in their favor. And this is just a lot of damage going on to Zig. They fully commit with the ultimates. They're willing to go for that. But at this point, Immortals could just go bot lane, where the lane is already pushing. They could look to threaten that turret, and then Flame is diving in. Look at Pobelter, Ole, and Cody Sun. They had no intention of following that up. They were already in the Varus ultimate. So, Flame not on the same page as the rest of his team, which was often one of his problems last split.
Right. It looks so good as well. Going in onto Zig. They take down the tank, the guy that can save everybody else. Yeah. And they got themselves into a real sticky situation.
I mean, it's a good ultimate from Flame if Pobelter still has a Shockwave, right? Like, if that's still there. But when you commit most of your big teamfight spells on the Shen to take him down, that is pretty much the end of the fight for you. You have to then kind of respect the fact that the other team is more powerful because they still have those ultimates up.
Well, the ults are back up. Ole, Ardent Sensor there for Cody Sun, giving him a bit more assistance and sustain. Each time he gets that shield. We've seen this fight before. Arrow used the Blade of the Rune King immediately to get upper hand in the fight. Cody Sun can't move. He cannot fight as well. That's the idea. 7-3, 31 minutes in. We go back to Baron for a jockey of position. Teleport up for Flame and Zig.
And it's not even just the items on Arrow, it's a massive XP advantage over Cody Sun now. He's down 2 levels, and it looks like Ryu's going in.
Gets it onto Cody Sun. That's going to be him going down. Ryu gets that kill. Wasn't sure if it was going to be Arrow with the shots or Ryu coming in with the Spirit Rush. And it looks like they have the idea of now jockeying for Baron, but pulling Immortals through the jungle, yo-yoing them back and forth until P1 gets the fight they want.
Yeah, they just keep going back to the Baron. They have to clean out this vision once again, but they can threaten it. Remember, they have Zig on the bot side with the Stand United available, so P1, now that J4 has come up, P1's main squad should actually back off and just let Shen pressure this bot lane turret, because that is a guaranteed advantage that you can get right now at no risk to yourself.
And they're telling Flame, go down, come up, go down, come up. You can see him go between Raptors and then back up, trying to stay with the team. Which way does he go? They're going to have to give up the turret if they want to take the fight now, because it already is a loss of something.
Exactly, and Immortals is looking a little bit paralyzed. I mean, Zig can continue to push.
Yep.
Anytime he sees Jarvan or the rest of the team up there, he'll just start pushing again. And now P1 is starting up a 2-man Baron here. It has been spotted out. We'll see if Immortals is going to go for it.
Yeah, the Scrying Orb came through. This is actually a good chance for Immortals to get through and clear out these wards. P1 actually has to disperse. They're losing ground. And Immortals can use a chance to get a breather here. This is good for them to get inside the jungle.
It is, but Ryu could move down to the bot side, and they could look for a 2-man dive onto Flame, which could force Immortals' hand. But here's the play again. Ryu in point blank onto Cody Sun. So much damage. And then right after the QSS gets used, Arrow nails his ultimate, and they're able to take down Cody Sun once again.
Little walk prediction there inside the structure of the turret. And here comes P1 now, Immortals. Trying to call the Baron bluff.
And
we're not doing it, don't worry.
There yet. They're going to go for a steal. Let's see if it happens.
Ryu's in, throws it over, and Nori's going to take Baron away from Immortals. Can they continue to go for the fight? Spear Rush used by Ryu, and they're going to try to route down the outside. They do not have a mid lane wave to push in, so Immortals should have a chance to recuperate here. But they are going to hold them off to the left. P1's now going to go down mid lane with the help of Ryu pushing the wave.
And P1's just trying to hold them there. Smithy going to get caught out. They're delaying their base while the mid lane is being shoved up, and they're going to be able to pressure down this turret. Ryu escorting that wave in now with the Baron buff, with the red buff, and they'll get at least this tier 2 right off the bat. And that was super risky from Immortals, but they felt like they were so behind in tempo they couldn't answer the Shen, and they needed to try something, but Inori comes up with a steal.
Very, very big. Immortals trying to use that split second. They got in, got the vision, tried to use the vision, and P1 was able to latch down.
They certainly were, and now for P1, you just wait for the Shen to push in the wave. You don't need to do anything crazy. The only way you kind of lose out in this situation is if your 4-man squad gets engaged on before Shen has pressure. So Shen now has that Baron wave almost at the turret. Multiple members must come down. As to show here, you pressure the mid lane turret. You go back and forth like that over and over, and look to do that damage.
Interesting engage. Could have got more damage on the turret, but they want damage onto Flame so he can't defend it. Inori's gonna get zeroed out. One more ball move. And Inori does go down. A few highs, a few lows. It's a mix of a game. It's a mix of a game.
I mean, he just straight up stepped on the trap. I guess he had his sunglasses on or something. Couldn't see.
Hit onto Ryu. Ryu gets out with a Spear Rush. Flame's trying to get... Flame is hit. Trying to dodge and serpentine his way out of a charm. Gets himself a wild growth and to safety. But now you're looking at an 8,000 gold lead. 7,000. As it ticks up here for Immortals. A shot over to Ryu. A sliver of health as the team limps away, trying to guard him. A teleport now coming in for Flame. Home guard's going to be the speed. Does he have... Oh,
nice.
Stopped immediately by the arrow of Arrow.
That was actually so well timed. And knocking off the home guards there, he loses his move speed from coming out of the well. And that really did stop it. But here is again from Inori. No vision until just now. Ryu went in to get his jungler vision. And then the jump over and the smite. And that was actually a pretty late smite from Smithy. It was down to 400. And he could have smite a little bit earlier than that and taken it out. And and that would have been a massive change in this game because it is now fully in P1's control. Elder is spawning, mid lane inhib is down, there's pressure across the map for P1, and remember, they have taken more dragons, so if they get this Elder, they're going to be ridiculously strong.
Just to think the way that Baron played out, having a Kha'Zix and an Ahri couldn't be more perfect. If Ahri didn't like it, I'm back out. Yeah, we like it, Kha'Zix jump in. Unfortunate for Immortals to have that exact scenario in front of them when they tried for it. Elder Drake now here, 35 minutes in. I don't know if it can be contested, but they might just try.
And that's why so many teams try to send someone over to zone out the jungler to stop them from making a 50-50. And it's why P1 right now is backing up, because they don't want to allow them to just have this 50-50. But Immortals is moving in to try to take it themselves. We'll see if they go for the smite fight.
And Nori in there. 4,400 HP still. Cody-san very low. Ryu now trying to get out of the fight. Cody-san ace in the hole. Again, won't take down Ryu right away, but that's going to be Xmithy falling. That means Smite over to P1. A 3 Drake Elder Dragon. They lock it down, and now they're looking for more kills. Shockwave to stop back arrow. Forces the flash, but Honori's trying to get in. Cannot find Pole Belter or the isolation as they just push off Immortals. Now looking for more outer turrets.
Yeah, and P1 could just go and take even this bottom inhibitor, which is exposed right now. They could look to pressure mid as well as the super minions are coming in. So they're pushing in both waves. You can at least get the bottom inhibitor, but then you could potentially threaten to Ed with the Elder buff and the super minions coming in mid.
No mana onto Pole Belter. He's forced to go back, but he's got the top wave pushing out. Almost 5,000 gold on the Baron power play for P1. Quite high on the charts for what we usually see here, and 9-4. They haven't even been doing much killing in this game. The teams, when they do find each other, get a few hits, blow a flash, and then work around that. P1 has just had the better deal on each end of the deal. Sorry.
Yeah, they really have, and they're setting this up very intelligently. Having Ryu escort in the mid lane wave, creating pressure. You make someone answer those super minions, then you take an odd man fight. Never allow your opponents to have an even fight when you have the advantage.
Almost a bait to one. Zig feels comfortable getting up. Only a few more shots. Smithy comes up. Just about half HP for him. His minions already onto the Nexus turrets. Got about 30 seconds on that mid inhib before it does come back up. And it looks like the team knows it as well. Top lane has been prepped. P1 has so many things in order for themselves right now. It'll be a few fights they lose before Immortals even gains ground again.
Exactly. I mean, Shen is shoving in the bot lane wave, going to be constantly pushing up these minions, threatening the Nexus turrets, so that you non-stop have to have Pole Belter or Cody-san, back there responding to those minions, and the rest of the team can move forward and pressure turrets and get damage done. They are just corralling them at this point. I mean, they're moving in from all sides. Two men have to go bot to answer Zig. He's going to keep moving up, keep defending those turrets, and Ryu, very difficult to answer as well. Plus, if your three-man squad that's defending the top lane turret moves too far forward, the Shen and the Ahri can come and actually flank and just go for a collapse and a dive.
Clearing out parties of 3, and making sure Cody-san stays on the back line. They need his DPS throughout this fight. Still trying to get the locket on shields on the Ardent Sensor. More for him. Finally picks up a little bit of armor pen, so he can start tearing through Zig, as he has been on the front line of these fights.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that Arrow is actually not going to build any armor pen in his build whatsoever, despite the fact that Flame is picking up armor. There's already 2 armor items, well, 1.5 if you want to say on Smithy here too, but not really concerned with that. Looks like he's probably going to be building towards a PD, and he'll be sitting on that for his full build, which is pretty atypical against any game where there is a fair bit of armor. You generally do want to go for that Lord Dominix in a time like this. So one thing that you can say about the Phantom Dancer over that armor pen is actually the damage reduction that it offers is pretty underrated, because you have the flat damage reduction from the PD passive, you have Blade of Ruin King lifesteal, you have Tabbies which make you more tanky, and you have that Maul. So you actually do become relatively tanky despite their strong amount of dive. So if they are diving in on you, you have KD to protect you, and then you have a fair bit of kind of strength in and of yourself.
He realizes that damage that Flame can do right now. Zig hovering around. I think somebody just caught an eye of him on the side of Immortals. They have turned away from the fight towards Baron, and he has a super minion on that turret. 2 super minions alone will take down an Nexus turret. You have a Zig and 2 super minions. You're definitely going to be taking that one down, even if the wave spawns. He'll take hits from Flame, but I don't think he's going to turn away before that turret goes down. Now it's the choice of the rest of Immortals. What do they do?
And there's honestly, like, there's no real answer to Zig. He can just go and start hitting the mid lane inhibitor now, and you need to send a second member back from Immortals to actually deal with him. Flame does not really do enough on his own, so he's going to keep being so annoying with this, and P1 can eventually look to start up that Baron or bait someone in, but they have all the cards in their hands.
And someone like Zig, he has immensely stepped up from a position he was in previously on previous teams. Now seeing him come in through P1, playing Kled in a completely different style, now Shen in a completely different style, shows that he has both ends of that spectrum and continues to keep the team in this game from a very supportive top lane position. Nice Spirit Rush, getting the Shockwave out of Pobelter. Ace in the hole is now used. Immortals down 2 ultimates before they even start the fight. Ryu's is down, and so is Arrows, so looks like we're even on that.
And this is also pretty smart here from Zig. As soon as the rest of the team backs off, he moves towards the bottom side of the base. We can hopefully outrun this. We'll see if he's able to do so, and waits until the ultimate's used, then flashes away. P1's already back on the Baron. He can stand united in. This should be a Phoenix 1 Baron.
They may pull off for the fight. They do see Xmithy. They don't want him in for the repel. He's going to try anyways. 2,300 HP, a little too early, but he had to get in. There was no vision. There's not much you can do at that point, and Xmithy goes for broke.
Yeah, he had to try for it. No real choice there in Smithy's shoes, but P1 makes a smart play. They turn, they eliminate the chance of 50-50, and that's something that Immortals failed to do earlier when they gave that chance over to Inori, and ever since then, it's really been all P1.
Now it's closing out the game, not giving your opponent respect, in a good way, but knowing that you can take them in a fight and taking that fight. We'll see if P1 can continue to pressure down. Zig's been basically setting that up, so I can't see all 5 of P1 being scared coming into this base now.
Yeah, I mean, one thing definitely going for Immortals is the fact that Pobelter is super farmed. He has his death cap. He's 3-0. He's level 18. Like, if he can hit a really good Shockwave, you have a chance, right? You have a super farmed Orianna. You have a Caitlyn who's getting to very late game status, and you're depending on these guys to come up big. You need to make a big play now to stay alive in this game.
It's going to have to be a huge hit. You wish you could flash forward and make that Shockwave, but you know it's probably going to have to be a flash out at some point with the power of P1 right now. And Immortals towards the top side. No, it's the last turret. They could hover around.
Which is why you have to depend on someone like Flame to set up that engage for you. And it's why Immortals can't just sit back, because P1 have been bleeding them out. Immortals need to look for that play and go for it, even if it's that 5% chance. It's better than the kind of 0% chance of winning when you actually are just sitting back and letting them push you in from all sides.
I mean, the scenario is they're at the turret, but they're really not, right? It just went down. There was no retaliation. Something has to be done. This inhibitor will fall. Minions are going to be pouring in from every lane as P1 looks at the last Nexus turret.
And they're finally going in on Arrow.
Flame gets hit, taunts it up. The rest of the team pulling back, not having the Shockwave come in yet. There's an entire team, but it cannot get Pobelter close enough to get that Shockwave in. And it looks like now they defend the Nexus. The members of P1 looking for more kills. That's going to be Ole going down. Cody Sun, Xmithy, and Pobelter on the backside of this one. And the Nexus turret down to 10% HP. One last shot for P1, and they take game 1 over Immortals.
Yeah, well-played game from P1. Immortals just not really able to get anything going this time. And P1 made it look pretty easy. You know, they just slowly kind of pushed them out. They controlled the side lanes, and it was a well-executed game. Even in that last fight, Pobelter, despite the good setup from Flame, he got zoned out by Ryu and was never actually able to step forward and nail that Shockwave. So P1 definitely playing to their win conditions. Played it slow, played it well.
Played it very well. Looking at that bot lane, we talked about Cody Sun and Ole possibly stepping up, where you're going against that MVP, and now Shady that stepped in to see what they can do on this team. 5-0-7 and 4-0-9 from the bot lane. A lot of strength coming out of there for P1. And as we said, Zig 0-1 and 8 can play all of those styles. We've seen it before. The crazy Kled and the kind of reserve Shen.
Yeah, I think they played very well. Arrow definitely, you know, the big star of this game, hitting so many Varus ultimates that got them those mid-game picks and being able to get that in. Yeah, Inori with the steal on Baron was also massive. And they really were able to just play it very intelligently. I thought that their builds, their game plan were all very smart, from the early Titanic Hydra and the kind of commitment to split push on the Shen, just not allowing J4 to really group and do what he wants to do.
Strong showing there from P1 to start things off. We're going to throw it over to Dash and Zyrene to see what they make of that game.
Thank you very much, Riv. Phoenix 1 coming out top here in game 1. But let's look at how they did it, because I think it was a very slow bleed, right? Or at least that's the way it felt, and they kind of mentioned that it looked clean from Phoenix 1 from start to finish, and that they had control of the game for the majority of it. Before we get into the game itself, though, continuing with the theme of week 1, roster moves and team identity, right? Let's look at Immortals through that microscope, given the fact that they've brought Xmithy in, but in general, this is a Flame team, right? And Flame we typically look at as a guy who wants to be splitting, who wants to be dominating in the top lane, not necessarily grouping and fighting.
Yeah, I was a little confused for Immortals in the champion select, because Phoenix 1 picked the Shen. You could pick the Fiora into it, which just sounds like a great Flame champion to me, and you can 4-1 split push with it. I thought that would have been like maybe a really good suit for the team, but they went with the Jarvan-Orianna combo, which we almost never saw this game. And one of Immortals' biggest issues during spring was they couldn't really group up and have Flame be on the same page, so they eventually went to split pushing because it was like the easier thing for the team to naturally fall into. So they picked the team fighting comp, but it doesn't solve any of their issues because they don't play it well in the slightest.
Right. In the context of it being week 1 and the fact that this team hasn't had, months of practice together, it does make sense to go for something that should be easily executable in that, okay, Jarvan ult, Orianna ult, that's how we fight. That's our win condition. But if you can't even execute on that, clearly we have an issue.
Exactly. And Phoenix 1's comp is meant to split you up with the split pushing Shen, which will have 2 globals and can always kind of push you around the map and make sure that there's an unanswerable global in a side lane. But they also have a lot of pick potential, and this against scattered teams is perfect, right? You have the Ahri charm, you have ways to catch people out and run them down with Karma. So I think that this from Phoenix 1 kind of actually preys on Immortal as a team comp, or as at least their players together, because they are not on the same page, and this exploits that very heavily.
Some peculiarities in the draft here for Immortal, specifically this Galio ban coming in last as well after seeing the Renekton ban. So therefore, Fiora we know will be on the table. Why not leave the Galio up and say, hey, you can have it, we'll pick Flame into that matchup and let him run wild with it.
Yeah, I still feel like the Shen and the Galio, the 2 big globals for people in side lanes, 2 really great champions that you can pick Fiora into if you want to do it, but you do risk having a carry like Ryu who wants to dive, or Arrow who you want to dive yourself, get some type of damage reduction or shield on them. So I do feel like those 2 champions in the top lane are pretty big issues. So I don't blame them for banning the Galio out. I just kind of question why they didn't pick the Fiora, because I think it's better stylistically for the team.
Absolutely. Let's dive into some gameplay. 28-40 into the game. This is a 2-for-1 in favor of Phoenix 1 in the mid lane yet again. But this was peculiar to me because, again, Immortals, looks like this is the fight you want to take, 5v5.
Yeah, you can blow up Zig here, or get his flash, or get him to taunt away, and he's no threat without using Shockwave. But then Flame goes in, Arrow has no flash. Arrow has no flash. Go in, Jarvan ulti him, and get the Shockwave down on where he is, and he's standing next to another person afterwards. That should be a very easy call to make after you push away Zig and you don't use Shockwave on him. So it felt like they were just trying to get something instead of go for the right fight there.
Right, it felt frantic, didn't look like they understood exactly how they're supposed to win the game. Once again, Jarvan using his flash defensively after EQing in, as opposed to just flash ult with the Orianna ball on your head.
Yeah, it was actually a really good ultimate there from Arrow, but I do feel like the engage was too late at that point, so it's kind of like failures all around for Immortals there.
All right, but now let's push ahead to the Baron steal, because once again, Immortals on the front foot. They're the ones dictating the pace of the game here. Start up this Baron, a blind steal from Ryu and Inari.
And this is something that Immortals are not expecting in the slightest, because you would set up and turn in a heartbeat with a team fight composition onto this team, but the fact that that was completely blind, Ryu's like, they're in this area, I don't want to check through that Caitlyn trap line, because you could step on one of them as you go through the brush. I'm just going to go over the wall, risk it. I have multiple Ahri ultimates, or charges of it, and he just goes in, and Inori's like, oh, it's 2K? Let's put threat on Xmithy, put pressure on him, and then Inori jumps in with only the pressure of having to steal and not worry about getting burst down like Xmithy did in the Smite fight.
Now, of course, there is some element of luck there, as it always is with Baron steals, and so for Phoenix 1, you're going to be coming away from this game saying, hey, we were this close to giving away a Baron, and maybe the game going the other direction. So for some things for them to work on looking towards game 2, but I want to now flip back to Immortals, since this is the one with the big roster adjustment, and look at our final final fight of the game. And understanding that they're behind at this point and that this is probably an unlikely win for them, even now the execution doesn't quite seem to be there.
Exactly. But that's right there. It's like, where's Orianna Ball? Where's Pobelter's Orianna Ball? He's off on the left side. Where's the Shockwave? He's got it up. I mean, the members
He's got Flash, too.
Exactly. I know the members of Phoenix 1 have Flash available, and you should really be using the Jarvan ultimate when they don't. But that's still an opportunity. That's an easy win right there. That looks like a delicious ultimate for me. I will take that, put the pressure on them to outplay with a Flash. But they weren't doing that, because you can throw those ultimates out, look for those picks or those fights, and like the previous fight that we had seen before, Arrow didn't have Flash then. You're never going to find a better opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. But a lot of that, to me, feels expected for week one. Again, not necessarily giving an excuse to it because it's a loss either way. But given the fact that this team isn't super practiced, and contrary to Dardoch, this team is still dealing with communication issues, whereas Dardoch is now on the all-English-speaking team, you can definitely see that Immortals is still going to have somewhat of an uphill climb in terms of getting to that well-oiled machine kind of state that we like to talk about.
Yeah, Immortals definitely have a lot of work to do, figuring out their identity. Are they a split push team? Are they a team fight team? That's really what we're looking for here, because they added Xmithy, but I don't think it's stylistically going to change them too much, except for they don't have that kind of risk in the jungle, but it's still Xmithy giving up some early deaths, too.
Now, player of the game is going to go to Arrow here for hitting a lot of clutch ultimates, also being deathless throughout the game, right alongside Shady as his support.
And there were some question marks about Shady in particular. The guy ended with 100% kill participation in this game, supporting Arrow, and really saving him a few times with some clutch Karma shields. And I think that Shady had a lot of kind of criticism because he came in to replace Stunt, who seemed fine, but the team played with Shady, and they made that decision saying, this guy hasn't shown you what he's made of yet. All he's done against is play TSM, C9, and playoffs, so he's always had pressure on him, and he was a rookie.
Yeah,
right?
those are huge matchups.
This guy comes in with literally a week of regular season play and then playoffs under his belt. He's one of the newest players to the LCS, and so we have to watch him grow.
It'll be a lot of fun to watch him grow alongside our Spring Split MVP. Now, we have to step away for a quick second. When we return, we'll see if Immortals can even up the score against Phoenix 1. Game 2 coming up after the break.
Immortals being inside the jungle. Shockwave finally coming out of Pobelter. Ryu's gonna get soloed. Ow!
But he's no kill. Elisa's on your right. Okay.
Elise behind us.
I'm coming. I'm slow. I'm here. I'm behind Elise.
I'm here. What? Instead of getting so aggressive here
is happening right now. Zig goes down. The team leaves him. And it looks like Immortals is going to be able to walk out of this. No, gets back charmed on the rappel down. Flame now tries to go in the fight, one after the other. And it looks like now they defend the Nexus. The members of P1 looking for more kills. That's going to be Ole going down. Cody Sun, Xmithy, and Pobelter on the backside of this one. And the Nexus turret down to 10% HP. One last shot for P1. And they take game 1 over Immortals.
I always wanted to do before was like just lead the team, like a group of people, and try to play it, for example, like my own way. Because usually before it was just like half and half. So like me and Zach, like early game, and then his is like late game, for example. And sometimes like we kind of butt heads at like what decisions to make and stuff. And then in this team, like all they needed just like someone to lead. And yeah, this is like what I'm aiming for this split.
Well, we'll see if Xmithy can lead Immortals to a win. Welcome back. The teams are gearing up for round 2 of Phoenix 1 versus Immortals. We're about to jump into Champion Select, but Immortals doing a little chatting backstage to right the wrongs there. They just seem to keep getting taken apart in the fights by Phoenix 1.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, they drafted a pretty good comp, but they weren't ever really able to kind of get the pieces together, have those 5v5 team fights that they would like to have. And you know, we talked about even in pick ban, and Zyrene mentioned again on the analyst desk, you know, Fiora would be a great pick. When you blind pick Shen and Fiora is up, that's something that Flame likes to play. It gives you a super clear win condition as well. You just split and match there, and then it's like you don't really have to deal with the intricacies of collapsing on the split pusher or finding the right fight and things like that. So, you know, maybe we'll look to see if Immortals are able to draft a kind of easier to execute composition this time.
I agree with that. I feel like something like Fiora, you could say, unlocks Flame a little bit more in his style of play.
Yeah, especially when a lot of the problems that he has, it's not about individual mechanics or anything like that. It's about communication. It's about being on the same page with the team. And we saw that on the Jarvan. And the Jarvan has to work very well with the Orianna and with the rest of the team on when to engage and how to engage in these sorts of things. Whereas with Fiora, I mean, yes, you need communication and split push as far as the push and pull, but for the most part, you're just on an island and you kind of just do your own thing while the 4-man squad tries not to die.
A lot of people didn't like that before. Now they want to be out. Now they just want to fight on the island. It's been changing.
The island is a great place to be if you're the Fiora, because Fiora owns the island.
So nice. It's your getaway. Little R&R. Ken and Thresh, see the same things we're seeing here against Ole and Flame. And there's the Ivern Zyra once again. A lot of control being taken away from Phoenix 1 in the composition with those.
It definitely is. And I mean, Ivern is something that is so powerful, especially in combination with the other shielding supports. We haven't really seen it in NA, but we have seen it abroad where teams just do a first-round draft of like Karma and Lulu. You know, you can do things like that where you can just have mid lane Karma or Lulu, and you can run the protect the AD carry compositions, which I think for both of these teams does kind of play towards their strengths because their AD carries are some of the strongest members on their team.
There is the Zac attack. Banned out. Phase 1 is over as the Karma will not be seen here in Game 2. Everything else is up for grabs.
I definitely expect, I think, probably just first pick Lulu. I think that is very, very strong if you want to go that route. It's an easy blind pick. And since Ivern and Karma are already off the table, there's not really kind of like a shielding support type answer. That said, you know, Caitlyn is also very strong as far as the pushing power of that, and that is going to be given over to Arrow, who already was doing very well in lane on that Varus.
Interesting, but also shows comfort right now. First pick me that. We know we don't have a lot of lockup and shields on the other side. Well, Immortals answer will be here for 1 and 2.
And I mean, either way, for Immortals, they were going to get a trade, right? If you take Caitlyn, then you can probably grab Lulu. If they take Lulu, then you can probably grab Caitlyn. So I definitely expect them to draft the Lulu here. If they don't take it at all, then I would be really surprised by the lack of priority there. But it is possible to just pick up something like the Elise instead if you want, but I definitely think the clear-cut pick here would just simply be Varus and Lulu, and you run back essentially, you know, the opposite lane.
Says he wants to lead, and he has a voice here in second pick as well. Varus, Elise are the pickups for Immortals.
And no priority on, you know, Xayah either, which has been very highly prioritized by some teams and some members, especially, you know, we saw it shown off in combination with Rakan by CLG earlier today. We saw some Xayah in Europe as well, and it can be very, very strong, but I'm just not really a big fan of the draft so far for Immortals, just simply because I feel like giving over Lulu is kind of a mistake. Yes, you can draft something like a Nami that lanes very well against it or whatever, but Caitlyn Lulu is such a powerful duo, and the fact that like blue side can actually get both of these picks without really having to give up anything that they really care about feels like Immortals has already kind of dropped the ball a bit. I mean, Elise is not really an Inori champion whatsoever. Like I don't even think that Inori would have played Elise if it were left up. So why are you prioritizing that so early? Why are you trying to get that out?
It's down there in his picks for sure. interesting as well. Renekton getting locked in here, so top lane choice coming in for Flame as he wants a little bit more damage in that pressure. I mean, he had the Jarvan last time. He had what he needed. This time he's going to get a little bit of more tankiness in it.
Yeah, you do get a little bit more tanky, and one of the big things is that your early game pressure is very, very high. Yeah. You know, you're such a lane bully, and in combination with Elise, that's a very powerful diving duo. So if they can get to a strong place, you know, depending on what Phoenix One picks as their top laner, the 2v2 can be very heavily in the favor of Elise Renekton, and diving is very powerful with your level 6 ultimate. You have more HP to tank up the turret, plus Elise can reset the turret aggro with Repel. So Immortals should look to try to ban out 2 top laners probably from Zig and try to get a very advantageous matchup, because that's really where they need to get their edge from this draft.
As Immortals, and maybe we'll see a little bit more drafting composition that would actually favor their lane switching early again.
I mean, it's possible. I think it's going to depend upon a lot, like what support they pick, like if they can actually push. Because right now, you know, Caitlyn and Lulu is a very strong pushing lane that can shove you in. And you know, with Karma off the table, Zyra off the table, who are 2 of the other really strong pushing supports.
There's some rotation.
You know, Bard can be good with rotations, but you do expect this lane to be pushed in against the Caitlyn and the Lulu if they really want to shove.
There's the other side of that we were talking about just a second ago. The Shen now to the Kled for Zig, as he's going to be going even more forward in these fights. They pick up Ryu on the Orianna, as he was Ahri in the first game, and that may go to the hands of Pobelter.
And Ahri, you know, as the counter pick to Orianna, it's one of the best matchups in that 1v1. It can be very, very strong. So Pobelter should have the advantage there. You would expect that Flame should have the early advantage against Zig. But that said, this as a teamfight composition from Phoenix One is ridiculously powerful. And the engage is going to be so strong. It's so easy to actually deliver that shockwave, because you pop the Kled. Olaf is charging in behind with the Orianna ball on them, and you can pick people off very easily with that. You can initiate team fights very easily with that. And Olaf just does not care about any of their CC. There's no like shielding, so there's no peel, because you know, Cocoon's not going to do anything, Charm's not going to do anything. You can't actually stop him. So it's very, very scary for the Varus to have this shielded up, powered up Olaf charging you down.
Well, we'll see if Cody's son can keep himself safe. Varus not having the most escapes in his kit. You can just throw down that hail of arrows, and Chain of Corruption will just be eaten by a Nori's Olaf. We'll see how they do. Like you said, an aggressive composition, but a little more aggression as well in the hands of Immortals. Flame getting a Renekton he can be a bit of a beast with now in the top lane, as opposed to kind of waiting for his Jarvan to come online. You see there, hashtag P1, hashtag IMT win as we go into game 2. Phoenix One holding true with their strength of the 3rd place team coming out of the split, or a spring split, I should say, here with a game 1 win, looking to make it 2-0.
Yeah, I think they're on course to do so. I think that their composition is very strong. They do have to play around some of their weaknesses, which would be perhaps the early solo lanes. There may be some advantages for Renekton and Ahri, especially in combination with the Elise, which is such a strong early ganker. Olaf obviously can match to a point, but it's more at level 6 that Olaf is kind of, you know, able to match against that Elise when you don't have to worry about the crowd control. So we'll see if Immortals is actually able to get anything done early, or if P1 is going to roll through this series.
All right, we are on the Rift. A very early Varus Elise pick, so we'll make sure we keep an eye on those and how strong they play out for Immortals. Smithy as well, we just heard him saying needed more of a leader voice on the team, right? A lot of people expected kind of Pobelter to be that as Immortals started, and Pobelter still had that mid kind of job to do, if you will. A lot of pressure there. Now Smithy comes in, can start to relieve a bit of that pressure, and maybe we'll find that Season 1 Immortals brought out once again.
And that would be exciting for the team, and you know, it can take some time.
Oh yeah.
When you have a new leader on the team, a new voice, because it can give you a new way to actually play the game as a whole. And you know, Dardoch to Smithy is a very big change. It can be a positive change if he works better and integrates better into the team, but you need to get used to that. They've actually been spotted here, I think, but Smithy may not have seen them sneak their way in. If they can catch it with an axe, they could actually force a summoner here.
He's gonna wait. Oh, they're going all the way around. So they're not going to allow him Raptors. They're going to push him out.
It's going to
force a flash as well. Nicely done. The bear trap would have pulled him back. Luckily, it did not trigger in time for him to head over. But now they'll be able to work a little bit more towards that top side of the jungle. And they're going to rinse and repeat.
They have to be a bit careful here, though. I mean, they could get collapsed on. They don't actually know that they're there. So they may actually try to do a delayed attack here onto Smithy, but there's 3 members up here. And
Missed. Cosmic
Nori's
Binding
done.
taken
He's
down
gonna
to
go
Nori. It's going to Flame. Is that going to be first blood for him? There is no smite here. His ghost is down, and so is a Nori to start things off. Exactly what Immortals needed, and now they're going to be pushing through. A kill to possibly come through on Zig. He's got Scarl to hop off. May not be a chase after that, but not what P1 wanted for the start. Immortals smiling ear to ear.
Yeah, I mean, Nori and Zig just never left. After they forced the flash, they just stayed there. And yes, there will be some losses as far as the minions and XP, so we'll have to give it a few minutes and see where things really end up going. But it's first blood for Flame. That's where they needed to kind of have some early success, so that is good for them. The bot lane may end up being a struggle because, you know, they're going to be down in XP and perhaps get bullied heavily off this as they blew summoners and P1's bot lane did not. So you really have to wait until all the summoners have come back up, then evaluate this. And
see it again. Flame was also getting level 2 there, so expect Zig to take some damage.
Oh, he did actually spot him. So he actually did see him go into that bush. So Smithy is playing it cool. They know they're there, and that is why they call up the whole team. And Ole was really the guy who was able to make this happen. Nails the binding, and then Flame levels up his stun. Good follow-up there, and then getting another binding down, was able to force out a flash.
Also keep track, we did have the flashes blown by Ole to continue that play. His ignite is down, so kill pressure to Arrow and Shady in a lane that did very well last time. They're coming off that momentum. See Cody Sun stepping up, feeling good in the situation. And Ole is trying to grab brush control still. So Immortals, they are not hesitating and trying to create pressure in different areas.
Yeah, they're definitely not, and we'll see how much they can actually get done with this. And also, you know, when Flame is going to take the time to base. Looks like they're doing a 3-man collapse onto Ryu, and they do have flash on Flame, but he's playing it safe.
Seeing that pressure towards mid, that means P1 going hard in the bot lane. Ole, big damage, that's a headshot. Caliber net backwards, the ignite is down. That's the kill pressure we were just talking about. With summoners down, they focus Ole, possibly focusing Cody Sun, but he drinks up the cocoa and stays safe. Good guy, Ole.
And that's exactly why you have to kind of wait to see who really got the edge from that, because their bot lane was down on summoners because of that invade, because of what happened. And the fact that P1's bot lane was able to capitalize on this means really level 1 did not matter now. They're probably, if anything, at an advantage because they have the edge in the bot lane with Arrow and Shady on such a strong 2v2 type lane.
They can all turn so quick, and that was only an ignite needed. It went through the heel. We'll see it again right here.
And Ole, I mean, he's stepping forward. He's posturing pretty aggressively. He needs to remember he has no summoners. So, you know, you opt into this fight. P1 can look like they're losing the trade, but they have the summoner advantage, so they're still quite a bit ahead. And Shady did a good job landing both of his Qs there, lands the ignite, able to finish him off.
As well, Shady waited for that Thunderlords to come back up, going in and out of the engages, making sure he got that proc once again. Great timing.
Really is. And another thing you kind of have to track is the fact that Flame never went back to base yet. So great, he got first blood. What has that gold done for him? They're laning evenly here because they're both just sitting on the same items. You know, had Flame started with a second Doran's item, that's a different story, but he didn't actually decide to go back and spend that gold and TP back to lane for a lane advantage. So, you know, that's the safer play, but it means that they're getting nothing from this first blood just yet.
It helps for Zig. He's on one of his main champions, if not the main, so he's just kind of selected hard mode for this game. If Flame did even get a level lead because of the early kill. But he's holding out great. Now Smitty's going to be on that top side. His jungle's clear. You may see a little bit of love here as these minion waves are piling up.
And you do have to be a little bit careful as Zig, as the wave is getting pushed in and Flame is approaching 6. That's where you really cannot afford to get dove, because if you lose all these minions, that is so devastating. It's actually oftentimes worse than just dying itself, is losing the XP, because you'll come back down 2 levels, and that's kind of why Nori is also up here around this time. You need to have your jungler protecting you, and likewise, you know, Smithy is around topside because he needs to have his jungler escorting the wave in so that he is also safe and doesn't get ganked when he's pushed that far up.
Oh, Ryu trying to play the ball game. Sometimes you get yourself in trouble, but he was waiting for a Nori, and Pobelter almost took the bait on that one. Ignites held and flashes on both sides. As now the jungler topside, Smithy may feel a little more inclined to get some position after seeing a Nori mid.
He did see a Nori there, and he's sneaking up through the brushes. So, I mean, the only thing is Flame hasn't bought yet, right? So they have to keep that in mind. He doesn't have any items, so he's not particularly strong, but Zig moving forward, he's going to get jumped on.
What a great bait by Flame coming in on this one. Will not get Scarl back, and Zig goes down with teleport down as well.
Really well played, and he is going to lose that whole wave, so that is very bad for him. Now Flame gets a really good base timing, and they lose that XP. Cody-san, pretty low, will survive though.
Nice little relic heal there by Ole, throwing out the cup of cocoa. And we even see Arrow with the assist and kills they got coming back. Trying to farm up his call, just get extra gold out of that, knowing they have a strong lane.
Yep, and they're really going to try to push their advantage through turret damage. It's not necessarily about the farm because Cody-san has been farming very well, but they did get a kill, and you can get up there and get a lot of damage down on the turret. Shady also, pretty atypical for pro, but it's something that I do like to see is the early upgraded gold generation item. So he picks up the early Frostfang, and because he's constantly putting that on cooldown, he's actually going to have a lot more gold from it, in 10, 15, 20 minutes.
Love that mana regen as well. If you're Lulu, you just need to keep spitting out the help picks and the spells. Nori, this could be where P1 gets a little scary. Not something they need to do, so they call it off. He's going to go ahead and see what he can do over here at blue, as Smithy was smelling something crazy in the bot lane.
And Smithy did go the Moby Boots build, so you kind of have to really move around the map, and they're going for this play right now.
Oh, they're moving and shaking, baby. Arrow now the focus on this. Flashing forward, there's the help as well. Level 5s, no level 6s here just yet, and Nori is going to make his way over to Ole. Ole flashes out, and now it's Flame that has come down. Ryu picks up a kill for himself as it's just a scatter for Immortals in the end, not knowing Nori was in the jungle.
Oh, Smithy does hit the cocoon.
Doesn't look like it's ended. They're still going for the fight. A shockwave hits Flame, doesn't do much damage. This is going to be a Nori going down, and now Flame coming up huge. Ryu's going to get taken down with one more swipe, and Shady. Arrow's also in a bad spot, looking for the execute. Nobody gets the auto on him. Cody-san diving deep, puts the snorkel on. He goes down, and it looks like, I should say Zig, as he goes down now. Cody-san trying to stay alive.
That's
with
an
Zig
ace.
diving him.
An 8-minute ace.
Absolutely ridiculous. Mayhem is only one down from Immortals.
Oh, what a ridiculous series of events. So, I mean, this is a good play from Immortals. They want to try to force something, but Nori is down here. He can respond pretty quickly. It was a good flash from Shady. Everyone's TPing in, and basically all madness just breaks out here. They do kill off Olay, and P1 gets pretty confident with this. They know that Pobelt are still mid. They feel like they can go for a dive, but the fact that Smithy is here, lying in wait, they're walking in with no vision. So much of Nori's health is chunked out. They're tanking the turret on the right side this whole time, and they just get whittled down because Flame is very strong. Arrow actually, he shouldn't have been here in the first place, but the fact that he's already there gives up an execute instead of a kill.
We're going right through the batting order again. Pobelter picks himself up a kill. Shockwave is down, and Immortals activate on the mid lane. Through the catalyst was Smithy there coming in. Ole tried to get his hands on that a bit, but Immortals much more proactive this game with this composition than they were in game 1.
Definitely, and I actually can't remember the last time I saw an ace that early. It's very CLG-esque. But they had already played, and here it is, on to Ryu, trying to juke out the cocoon, but Smithy just waits him out. Very nicely done. Cocoon into the charm. Really smart stuff from him. Allow him to just juke himself to death because he didn't have flash.
Simple Elise mind games. You run up, throw the Q first. Almost looks like Cocoon. Then he's running back towards the turret. You grab him. Nice farming. Love watching Zig do this.
Yeah, I mean, with the Moby Boots in the Aether, which be so ridiculously fast that he's going to get right up in your face and be able to kind of do this sort of a play. And unless you have a summoner, you can't actually really do anything about it. He'll just run up point blank.
Well, that's what they're betting on. Both summoners down right now for Ryu, and he's actually been playing the mind game, if you will, with the ball and throwing at Pobelter. So Pobelter has had the upper hand. Tempered Fate just off to the side as Immortals again pressuring bot lane, not giving P1 any time to really set anything up. And this may call pressure for Nori mid to see if they can gather something there.
And it should be first turret. This is actually super smart from Immortals, because if you think about the advantage that P1 was accruing was really the turret damage. You can see that bot lane turret was so low, and you come down, you make this play, and then all that is essentially for naught. They get first turret anyway. They open up the map more. They can control vision, and that's an Infernal Dragon that they could look to next.
Turrets like that as well for Immortals, I feel, are ones you can predict the team's going to take, and they can make something else happen on the map for themselves. It being so low, you know someone's going to be down there. You can take the fight if you want it. It's all easier said than done, but just about 2,400 gold in the lead already. Immortals may be able to do whatever they want. Here we go for that Dragon as they recuperate from the backing. Or at least just grabbing vision for now. Maybe they'll take the fight knowing it's a long lane.
I mean, they could just go for them again. They're so far up. There's no turret here. You're not safe, and Elise is back again.
And that is why they took the Varus, the Elise, to begin. Unfortunately, it cannot continue this time. One safety minion up. Are they going to take it? Pobelter goes to the wall. Oh, finds Arrow, the kiss of death. Coming in immediately. The charm saved up for Shady. They're going to go 2 on this one. Pobelter looking to get it. Cody's son will secure that one, if you will. Ryu trying to push mid lane. He is winding up, but not doing too much work.
And P1 just not really kind of showing their respect over to their opponents. The fact that they're that far up in the lane, without really a lot of vision in the area, without a turret to defend you, without summoners.
That's that play. They're going to go for this turret. Let's make a play on them. Immortals kind of doing the fundamentals here. Get themselves the Infernal. We'll have nice vision around this area, and if they need to even give Flame help, they can head topside to do that. They have great control so far.
And this is a very heavy damage team that they're running, and when you have a composition that loves to build a lot of AP and AD, that Infernal is that much more valuable. So here is the initial play. You can see in the background the Bard and the Ahri were already roaming down, and that's what kind of gives them the confidence to move forward. They have to retreat momentarily here. When Inori does show up, but Inori is right? He can't actually do a lot in these fights. So is Arrow. They know they don't have summoners, so Pobelter has the confidence just to dive right in there, knowing they can't really turn on him.
Great, simple mechanics by Pobelter. So easy to cast one of those wrong, but he hits everything spot on. Flame.
That feels
turret pushed
bad when you're getting actually proxied off your turret in a 1v1. And Flame is playing a very strong early champion, got first blood, picked up a couple more kills in that bot lane ace, and he is just so much stronger than Zig at this point that Zig is really getting bullied and falling very, very far behind.
And it seems like we saw, Jarvan last time. We were talking about the Fiora for Flame, but now the Renekton. It seems like the Fiora, the Renekton, more than just one engage. The Jarvan kind of leaves him with the one option. The Renekton continues to go in the fight, and that seems to favor Flame's mechanics, Flame's fight style.
Yeah, and I also think that Renekton can kind of be more aggressive and push an edge in the lane more than kind of this bruiser, tanky build that is the same thing for Jarvan. I just think that Renekton is more of an early game champion.
Yeah. See what he can do with 3-0-2. Also in mid lane, the solo lanes for Immortals right now matched up and heavy hitters. About 14 minutes in. We'll see how they use it. If they're kind of going back to somewhat of a laning phase. They've broken out of the bottom now because they need to use this pressure, and it looks like they will put it mid.
And you want to see Immortals continue to look to make plays, and this is a good attempt because now you can get a little bit of damage down on the turret. Had they landed that should be a kill. They don't, but they need to constantly make plays because you do not have as well of a scaling comp, right? You have a Bard versus a Lulu. You have, the Elise is going Moby Boots and getting picked off.
You don't have an Elise at the moment, actually. 30 seconds on the clock for Smithy with no teammates behind him.
That's tough, and maybe that's the thing, though. You need to constantly make the plays and push the edge, because if you get late game 5v5 with this composition, with the Orianna, the Caitlyn, the Lulu, and this big beefy front line, it's going to be so hard for Immortals to match up. So despite their early game success, they need to get more, and they're trying to do that.
Nice slice and dice, keeping on the front side of the fight. Ole could get a long Cosmic Binding now against the turret. Doesn't find it. Actually, Scarl popped off, but they're still going to get Zig. I've actually never seen him have this much trouble from a team on Kled.
Yeah, he really is getting picked on, and Flame's just doing a great job. I mean, he's got that early advantage. He's really pressuring it. Zig didn't think he had a chance to get out, decides to not even blow the flash despite having a lot of time to do that. Just kind of accepting his fate there. But it means another turret, and this is exactly what Immortals need to do, and it's kind of what they failed to do, play to their win conditions in the last game.
And having some series of wards as well isn't even helping P1 at this point. The journey is just allowing Ole and the team past these wards, past any of the vision that would keep you alive, and it's like you're getting a Zac engage from everybody on Immortals right now.
Yeah, and it's one of the things I really do like about Ole as a player. He's a playmaking support. He plays stuff a lot like Morgana. He likes Thresh. He likes Bard. He's very, very good on these explosive champions, and it's something that Immortals kind of had lacked for a time. That playmaking player, someone to look to make something happen, and I like the fact they're putting him on a comfort pick here, and he's getting something done.
2 Rift Heralds for Immortal over these past 2 games. We'll see if this one allows them to take a turret. And we'll view this fight one more time.
And he goes in. I mean, Zig is already very low, so he is probably correct in thinking he can't actually get out here.
Yeah.
So does decide to save that summoner. And the big thing is they got the turret afterwards, so they're trying to continue extending this gold lead. But meanwhile, you know, a lot of farming going on for Honora. He's actually a level up on Smithy, despite the fact that Smithy has gotten kind of more done. And, you know, Orianna is very close in gold. The Caitlyn is getting pretty strong, has cashed out her call, took down bot lane turret. So P1 is going to get to a point where even from behind, they will be pretty scary in the team fight, as long as they can try to make Immortals fight for every inch, not just start giving up too much.
Still waiting for the scaling. Oh. And oh, not close enough for the binding. Chain of Corruption's flash as well. Everything at the last second, and the cleanse immediately to make sure that does not stick. But Immortals all over the map is just coming out of the woodwork, and P1 is not expecting it.
I mean, it's another play from Olay, right? Force both the mid lane summoners. Cody-san timed his ultimate very well, so Ryu did have to use both those summoners, like he called it out, with that cleanse, and now right onto that mid lane turret. Orianna had to back up, and they don't really have the wave clear to feel safe to do this, it looks like.
They have to call Zig over. It might be the engage. He actually stops halfway through and turns back to the top lane, knowing that the wave is cleared. A few wards are behind Immortals, but really no position for Zig to get behind them and get a clean engage. The team has a lot of safety to get out with that magical journey. It's like Immortals still playing it safe too. They'll get pushed back. They're not going to take every fight just because it comes to them. They are playing their win condition quite well here. Looking at a 3,000 gold lead, just about 20 minutes in.
Yeah, they really are. The one thing going for P1 though is if Zig can stabilize against Flame and just hold that lane even, you know, you don't join the fight, but he doesn't either. In the 4v4, P1 is actually very, very even, pretty much. Like, they're actually pretty reasonably tied here, and with the comp advantages, I think that they can match up 4v4. Most of the advantage is on Flame, so if Zig can stabilize, they can look to try to fight it out 4v4.
Got his Black Cleaver, currently sitting on 1,200 gold. So Zig does have items to get. He's trying to clear out these last few waves here. But you can see he's down 1,600 alone right there on 2 Flame. It's such a great early game. Mid lane pretty even up, as we said. We just have to see one of those shockwaves hit here that Immortals has been so good at dodging. Trap line is out. Last bit of protection here on the mid turret, and it looks like Immortals will stop the pressure.
And if you're P1, you're really unhappy about the fact that it was double Infernal. I mean, that is pretty brutal because Elise is building damage, well, going into some tank now, but, you know, a lot of AD on Renekton, on Cody-san. Pobelter is going to get a lot out of this. Like, everyone is going to get something from this, and the fact that you're able to pick up double means they're able to get these pretty easy objectives without having to force anything too crazy. Nice reaction.
Always worth a try, but it is very hard to hit. Especially if Pobelter was kind of playing mind games in the mid lane as an Ahri versus an Ori. Sometimes he'll sit near the ball. You're ready. You're saying, oh, yeah, I'm a little slow to the hit this time. And you always get that Orianna to play the ball game with you. Here comes Rift Herald. Yep, on the top side.
Exactly. He held on to it, didn't even expend it on that low HP turret, and it's going to get a lot of damage down here. They're sieging aggressively. Can they actually kill the turret? Probably not. Almost, though. That's like almost an entire health bar on that turret. So now Flame can actually get back in the isolated 1v1 in that top lane. And 1 or 2 hits, and he will take that out. So that's now the safety of that removed from Zig.
See, Ole playing pretty scary up here, but also making sure Cody-san could possibly get out alive, waiting for the blast cone. He's over, and he is to safety. Flame now, lane to lane. He's doing coast-to-coast work for the team, making sure everything's pushed when it can be pushed. He's just close to the CS that Ryu has right now, as he's been keeping himself up in farm. So it seems like P1, without that early game, definitely on the back foot, not able to find their way in. It's almost kind of flipping that first game over. We saw P1 engaging all the time, and now they're having trouble even finding a way in.
They definitely have been. Pretty interesting second buy here from Smithy. Early Knight's Vow, actually, for Cody-san. Already linking up with him. So to me, this really does tell you that they're trying to actually push their edge now. They're trying to, get Varus to the strongest possible point that he can be at because he has a lot of their kills and already on 2 items. You get him the nice vow on top of that. If you can keep him alive, he's going to be very, very powerful in the fight. But a lot of interesting itemization options here. Like, Zig, he picks up a Caulfield's. That could be a Death Dance. It could also be a Mob, but they're looking for an engage. As Flame is bot side, we'll see if they go for it.
Zig could throw it down here. He has the entry right to the back line, but he can't really see the front line. The ward just got placed, and he did not like what he saw. Flame teleport up. Looks like he's going to wait on seeing Zig come down.
And he's just going to zone him off the creep wave, right? Try to force Zig away, and Olay is here.
Ultimate rather coming in from Zig. Shady just on the other side. He's going to slow the team. That will alert them the rest of P1 is here, but it's no way to engage, so Immortals can still stay, play in the jungle. They're really not fearing anything right now, as they know P1 still has a bit of work to do before they can take the upper hand.
And honestly, they don't have to fear anything. As long as they know that they have even or greater numbers, there's no reason to be afraid. They're very, very strong at this point in the game.
Top wave eventually going to squeeze out for P1, so they don't have to worry too much about it. Bot lane they're handling right now, but Immortals doing a very nice job recuperating from game 1. Cody Sun and Ole switching things up a bit, even after taking that hit very early in the bot lane with summoners down, able to stop that bleeding from happening. And again, Ryu, a very big focus here. They know that's a game-changing ultimate from Orianna. That's not the first tempered fate we've seen for him.
No, definitely not, but he has been able to do a pretty good job avoiding that. The fact that Immortals now got all this vision around the bot side jungle gives a lot of safety to Flame to play aggressively. He'll know if Olaf or someone is kind of coming over there, and if he actually has to be safe. Looks like Ryu expended his Shockwave and Kovalter expended his ultimate, so I'm assuming that was a trade there to dodge out on that Shockwave.
You gotta try. As many times as you know she's gonna Spirit Rush away, it's Spirit Rush or Shockwave, right? So you take it, you go on it.
Yeah, and I think it's a good trade for Ryu if he can get that every time, because he is just trying to farm. He is just trying to slow down the game, and if you can make Pobelter blow his kind of playmaking ultimate every time, then it's harder for him to really push the pace, right? And as P1, you want to play the slow game from this position.
They're both just about 69 seconds for Pobelters and 68.5 for Ryu, so as soon as they come up, they are firing right at each other. Ward clearing going on by Immortals, so they can make one of those plays count.
The one thing you obviously have to be scared of, though, for Ryu is if you drop that Shockwave and he ultimates past the ball aggressively, then you could be in trouble in an all-in.
Things get scary.
But Pobelter hasn't really had the confidence, or perhaps hasn't had the vision to allow him to do that. So it's definitely something that he's got to be careful of. And Olay on the side, probably looking for a Bard ultimate pretty soon. It's going to be coming back up, and that will likely be their next attempt at a play.
There's a cleanse. Very nicely done. That called for a chain of corruption. Shockwave just missed as well. A few more. So, whoa! Cody's son trying to get the hits on the turret. Underestimating the damage. Puts Immortals on the back foot here. And P1 has not had this chance for a while. Luckily for Immortals, they were able to create the distance right away, but that was dangerous.
Yeah, it feels like a little bit of frustration there, kind of seeping in for Immortals. Not able to get anything done for a while. And they try to overforce on that play. It actually almost costs Cody Sun his life, but he does hold on the summoners. And Zig is setting up for a flank here. I'm thinking that Cody Sun may have had to go back to base. He actually hasn't, because I do believe he had that red buff and a lot of regen, so right back to bot.
Oh, good spread. Ragnarok. Teleport, that's Flame. He's going to be right on Honori. Does he try to go for him? That was Ruthless Predator on the first hit, or just his Tiamat. We'll have to see the resulting fight here if he can stun. Just calling the wave to get it forward now as everybody repositions onto this one. Zig, oh, double stun! No follow-up from Ole, though. Unfortunate. But he saves himself, and actually that made P1 turn as well. These skirmishes have no end, but many starts. Somehow.
Yeah.
Many starts.
They're not able to really get anything too big from it. Trade of some summoners, some ultimates being traded out. Immortals will grab the dragon, but this one is not something that P1 is super concerned about, and definitely not one you want to fight over. If the next is an Infernal, that's something they may have to consider fighting for, because triple Infernal may just be too big of an advantage to actually give over, and it is. So for Immortals, you essentially now know in 6 minutes, they must contest you. So you can look to try to set up a big play around that time before P1 has really gotten to the point where they would ideally like to fight.
Seems like so long, Isaac. We have to wait 6 minutes?
It definitely is. And I mean, that's the thing. It's like, for Immortals, they're kind of feeling that pressure too, right? You know, because this is scaling. Like this whole composition is very, very powerful. And Ryu, he has not been dying in a while. He's been farming well. Arrow is going to be approaching, you know, in that 6 minutes, he may be approaching his 3rd item here too. If Caitlyn's on 3 items, if Oriana's on 3 items, you're pretty scared if you're only up a couple thousand gold here.
Now, we did see that Caitlyn was the first pick on the side of P1. It did happen that it was the Elise Varus. So if Shady comes up big on that Lulu that Caitlyn picked for Arrow, your MVP of Spring Split could be coming up huge. As you said, farming well, Ryu farming well. The impact plays have not happened yet. Here we go, my word. Ole taking a bit of damage, but he has been able to get himself in and out of these situations that calls P1 over, wastes their resources, then gets himself back with the team. Here, I think they're taking a little bit too much damage, a little too much creep for the advantage.
Yeah, they're trying to see if they can get control around the Baron, you know, force P1 to come forward, then you make a play. Because you do have a lot of pick, you have a lot of CC, but you don't have a great straight up just walk at each other 5v5. You need to hit an Elise Cocoon and pick that person off, or a Charm, or a Bard Ultimate, something. You can't just walk straight forward through a Shockwave, through, you know, this Caitlyn trap line and expect for it to work.
There's a Shockwave that hit. We haven't really seen the damage yet. And they haven't either, so they don't know the distance. Smithy now has alerted his team. That's an ouch.
Oriana is strong, boys. I mean, Ryu has been farming for a long time, and he is getting very powerful. I mean, so much farm on him, and even Zig going aggressive on Flame now. Now that he has completed his Death Stance, despite the fact that he is down that Gargoyle Stone Plate, he's pretty strong at this point.
See Ryu chatting it up with the team right now as they make calls off of that move. Knowing that they have Xmithy down means this is an opening.
Pobelter is kind of coming around behind them, though.
Oh,
they may look to set something up here. Arrow gets caught. They will look to fight.
Pobelter now in a ward. Actually, he's cleared it with his sweeper. And that's not going to be an engage. Somehow Arrow gets himself to safety. Ace in the hole onto Pobelter, as that has just been continuous from first game to second game, as the AD carries have even changed that champion. Okay. Interesting interaction in the journey to the bear trap. And it looks like they are going to get themselves some damage on the turret. Good wave clear here from Cody's son and Ole. And now Pobelter waits. He was patient on the outside, biding his time. And can Flame actually be the one to cut them all off?
Level 3 ultimate.
Zig's looking for him. They feel like he could be coming from that right side, and Nori will be the face check. This is not a resulting fight, but it might mix things up for a second.
And just not able to actually continue the play. P1 is just playing so patient, and now it's Ole caught.
Shockwave. Very surprised it did not clear out Ole. He must have got a heal down on himself. And it looks like a flash there. As he gets out, summoners are coming back up as well for Arrow. He'll be a little bit safer on the Caitlyn. And I think both teams, oh, they are not going to wait for ultimates, but finding a Nori on the Cocoon is not the one they can take down.
Exactly. And Nori is so good at actually face checking into this. You have the Lulu behind him for the shields and the speed ups, and if they commit to it, you ultimate, you run right out. So it is definitely someone who is pretty good at playing from those scenarios. Zig with that Death Stance doesn't really mind taking a little bit of damage here and there. He can lifesteal that back up, and Ryu is getting very close to his third item. In fact, he actually decides to purchase that Ludens instead of waiting for a death cap. So he has his 3 items.
Yep.
Arrow's on 2.5, and there's still 2 minutes until that dragon spawns. So these guys are going to be at very, very strong points.
Pobelter working off the ball, making sure the team, he knows they can defend mid. They just did it with Cody's son and Ole versus 3 for a while, so he is not needed for wave clear. That's going to be the hit. Smithy's in it as well, and they have a Nori on the other side.
Pobelter coming from the side.
Teleports there. Ryu gets hit. Wild growth on a hit from Shady. He's been on point with the ultimate, but can he save the rest of the team now? Sig in a bad spot, tries to get to the back, and Immortals are starting to crush the health bars of P1. Both teams gather with each other. Cooperating now on either side of this mid lane. It looks like a Nori still trying to gain vision, but nobody went down in that fight with the safety of the supports and their teammates.
Yeah, again, just it ends up being one of those fights where it's just a trade of summoner spells and ultimates, and no one does go down. It looked like it was kind of some of that anti-synergy with the Cocoon landing on Ryu as the Bardal comes in. You may have wanted to just deal damage into that with the cleanse not up, but Zig does need to reset. He needs to get his health back. And try to get healthy and back out there on the map, because 45 seconds until Infernal, P1 needs to have vision around this, needs to try to set that up, because if Immortals get it, they should be able to close it out. So that in my opinion, should be the focus for Immortals, even more so than perhaps the Baron right now. But obviously, you do need to keep in mind that your opponents could look to rush and trade.
And Immortals putting up a very similar game to P1. Look at Flame in the solo lane, Pobelter in the solo lane. That was Zig and Ryu last time, doing very well at 3-0 whatever and 3-0 whatever. Now it's Flame at 3-0-3 and 3-0-2 Pobelter. These guys going off quite well. And now they're looking somehow to close out this game. They've also done a very good job at not giving P1 an objective to fight at.
And Zig is top without TP, so P1 may just be making the call to not even fight for Infernal, which seems bizarre to me to give over a free third Infernal to this team, but I guess they don't feel like they can fight for it. They feel like they're too weak right now, perhaps, and they may try to force around Baron, but they're not going to be able to do anything. Cody Sun's going to take this easily and then move back up to the team, so that's really big for Immortals.
Flame has also taken top CS, got his stone plate as well to be a beast if he needs to teleport into the fight. Remember, those teleports are now mismatch as Immortals are solo grabbing objectives on the map. That's 4. And now in another few minutes, they're going to be able to go for that Elder Drake. As we said, knowing they can force that fight. In the previous game, it was the same situation. 10-6 here, 32 minutes in, as the Baron Vision starts, but it's just the jockey for that area.
I mean, to put some things into perspective here, with the triple Infernal and the Death Cap, comparing the mid laner's AP, that's 300 AP on Ryu compared to 560 about on Pobelter. Like, that is an insane advantage. And Pobelter has so much AP now, if he catches anyone, he can kill him off.
Oh, Cody Sun being torn apart right now by Inori, but Inori gets turned around on Xmitty dodging the ball. Ole over the wall. He's going to be a bit of a chase now with that Shrine behind him for speed as well. And it looks like, again, the team separate, not fully knowing what their initiation or the end result will be. Inori in a bad spot. He's got Zig just next to him. Pobelter misses the charm over the wall, but he gets the Orbit Deception on the return. Hitting Inori. Flame goes in, takes a few shots. Arrow throws out the Peacemaker, but cannot find that result. And now Zig just missing out on the Cocoon. A shield from Shady as Immortals once again close down on just one member, but then another turret.
And they can perhaps even just keep pushing it. They're going to actually go straight back towards the Baron with Inori dead, Zig very low, and no TP on him. They know this should be theirs. Flame is a little bit low on HP. Shockwave coming up pretty soon. We'll see if P1 actually wants to try to fight this. It's going to go down fast.
Ball Vision, huge damage to Ole, moves it in, doesn't have a Shockwave position on that. 2,000 health on the Baron. That's the hit to Xmitty. Flames out with a sliver of HP and probably calling the team over as well. They can't afford to fight. Pobelter going in huge. Xmitty picks up the kill. Arrow now doing what he can. He does have Shady on his back. Zig says we can fight this, and the team is there with him. Pobelter is going to go ahead and pray for this one. He's going down. A kill to Arrow, but they do lose the Baron.
And it's still very worthwhile, I think, for Immortals. We'll see how much P1 can actually get off this, but you're seeing the effects of these neutral objectives that they've taken, and they're so ridiculously strong. With the triple Infernal, Inori is getting absolutely melted, and then Pobelter stepping forward, deleting Ryu. They are so powerful at this stage, and P1 felt like they had to try something. If Shockwave was up a little bit earlier, it could have made the difference. I think this Observer UI, I'm not sure it was actually up just yet at this point. At least in live, it didn't look like it, but right now, Flame moving forward has his GA complete, and they're going to look to chase him down because Smithy is here too.
They are out of there. Quick run to the base. Good vision wards in there for P1. They will be able to stop or see Xmitty coming through that they can stave off whatever this snowball would be. And lucky for them, Pobelter waiting to come back up. You can see how much pressure just 2 people can create, though.
Yep, and I did get confirmation that in the replay, although it showed the Shockwave being up, it was down as it appeared to be in the live play. So it wasn't that Ryu made some misplay or anything, just not using it. He just didn't have the ability yet. Otherwise, he would have been able to punish more.
3 seconds away.
Very, very close. And that can make all the difference, right? Like, at this point, when you're this strong on Orianna, the Shockwave combo, you can actually sometimes just outsmite the jungler.
This becomes difficult. You can't even take a look at the camps in your jungle without seeing Immortals come out from behind the wall. And even then, P1 wants to get as much damage as they can on the outside fight when they're trying to make Immortals retreat. It's the back and forth. Who's got the better yo-yo game? P1 goes in, P1 pulls out. Immortals tries to get themselves a little bit of room. A huge wave on the top side is about to crash into the turret, and it's got to be respected by P1.
Yeah, I mean, Immortals has a great gold lead.
Oh, that's a ward.
Yes,
that's a ward in a wave. Never mind.
Their composition is going to get like outscaled technically, but with Triple Infernal, like, all that math is essentially out the window. So it's going to be so hard for P1 to really do anything here. Yeah. They need a really good shockwave from Ryu. It's basically reverse situations now, where Pobelter was not able to find that shockwave last game. We'll see if Ryu can do any better this time around.
I think you'll be able to find that shockwave on Oli and Cody-san. They're the two that actually haven't separated, so if you're ever going to find two people to hit, those might be the ones. P1 was playing the same thing against Pobelter's Orianna. Great separation in these fights, but you can find that AD carry and support next to each other. That possible chance.
And that would be huge if they could. You know, you could follow up with the Olaf and that Kled diving in and maybe then win that fight. But if you're going front line to back line, if, you know, both ADCs and both mid laners are hitting each other's tanks, Triple Infernal is such an insane advantage that your tank line gets melted.
Almost 10,000 gold in the lead. Stretched thin now. P1 across the front side of their base. Immortals puts the finishing touches on a few of the outer inhibitor turrets. Next wave coming in here from Flame may be one of those. He will be responded to by Ryu. You're just waiting. Ready to set up these bushwhacks, ready to play. Ole. No, how many supports this late in the game hang out by themselves? I'm going to start calling him Trole. He just hangs out. He can just mess up your roam so hard. He's been doing it by himself, back and forth, picking up chimes, getting a Cosmic Binding.
Oh, and here's the engagement looking for Cody-san.
Can they get through? Here goes Zig. Cosmic Binding back. They lock him up, and the bear trap on a rope just gets broken. Cosmic Binding in. Ragnarok's going to be next. That is held. And again, Ole gets his bot lane out.
Yeah, they're able to survive, and top lane's being pressured. Ryu is here. I don't know if he can take this 1v1. We'll see.
The shockwave on himself. Throws down the sombrero for the party. And a slow walkout. The redemption coming in.
Yeah, he should be okay. Bard is coming here as well. I don't know if Ryu's going to keep going.
They're going to fight for it. Oh, hit comes in. One more onto Pobelter. The Guardian, or I'm sorry, onto Ryu. The Guardian Angel is procced up. Slice and dice through. There they are. The Ragnarok's not going to be stopped by the binding. Yes, it just wears off. And once again, he gets out his players alive.
Was so long that the Ragnarok expired during it, and they're already on the Infernal. If 3 Infernals wasn't enough, you add in the Elder, you get 50% more on top of that. They are so ridiculously strong with the true damage, plus all the AD and AP they have.
Immortals is playing several little games around the map on this game. They're able to play a little bit of a fight in top side, making sure they're working off the ball as they get the Elder Drake on the bottom, and now with a 10.6 thousand gold lead. They look to put the hits on these turrets. Trap line is out, but it's only going to do so much if they lock down the turret. Ole over the wall. He's going to start drawing in a fight, but that allows the back line to get hit, and Pobelter takes that advantage immediately. Turret goes down, so does Ole. Is it hashtag worth? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, I mean, Ryu is back up, so they're going to look for the miracle fight. They need a good shockwave. Can they get it?
And Righteous Glory there as well for the team to use if they need more catch. Smithy taking the damage. The repel is straight down as he has nowhere to go. Flashes over the wall, taking one shot. The charm, are they going back in? They do! They take down Ryu. He's out. Zig, very, very low, waiting to get Scarl. One more attack, but he can't get in. And it does not look like anybody else is going to get the shot that they need. Flame right on that heavy call to Meek. If he needs to get his health back, he will be able to. And Immortals play that one right to the skin of their teeth. Arrow looking for possibly another kill, but the team hesitating on their calls. They say safety over aggression.
Yeah, I mean, Arrow team fighting very well. You would want him to try to step forward and finish off those low HP members, but he knows he can't because they're so strong. And if you get hit by really one Q and even a W from Pobelter, you're probably just going to die. I mean, Ole is going pretty nuts here, feeling very confident, but look at the amount of damage Pobelter puts on a full tank Olaf. If that is your AD carry or anyone else, they die instantly. So that is the threat he is dealing with. But P1 does hang on. Arrow getting a lot of damage out, playing it very safely here too, maximizing his efficiency. And with good team fighting from him, they are still alive against all the odds.
That's something we said about it earlier. A lot of the stats match up here. But Arrow's damage.
Look at that. That was a charm that did 80% of his health.
It was ridiculous. That over the shoulder of the tank right in front of him. What a shot onto Ryu.
That's actually nuts. When I saw him get chunked that hard, I had assumed it was the Q plus the charm. That was just a charm. He almost one-shot him.
Kiss of death, man. 15-9, 40 minutes in. P1 holding off this game. against the odds because Immortals has been at the front door of that base.
Oh,
for
that
some time.
Bard ultimate.
That was a flash as well. Shady is definitely stuck if he gets hit. Cosmic Binding missing on the outside. Ryu may not have much longer to live. Wild Gaze coming in from Shady as he can, and he gets taken down instantly by Flame. Zig and the rest of the
still
team
alive,
very
though.
low on the backside. Can he hit, though? Arrow does have red. He can kite himself out, but there may be too many members to kite out as it's only Arrow and Ryu alive. Immortals is in the base.
They are, and they have the minion wave there. They're going to get at least one more inhibitor, but P1 is going to heal back up. They're going to get back out there, and these are some low health bars for Immortals, so it's a little bit risky if they stick around. We'll see if they try to go for the end.
30 seconds, no shockwave. Arrow can still deliver that damage. The trap line is set, and the headshots could be the catalyst to keeping the base alive. Xmithy goes down. The ball will not reach. No dissonance damage to follow through. Arrow in a bad spot now. He finds 2 members of Immortals. The Nexus is now going to be in the eyes of Immortals. And 20-9 in a turnaround game 2. Immortals brings us to a game 3.
Well played from Immortals. I mean, they did what they needed to do. They did have some trouble closing it out, but the objective control really paid off for them so big. Grabbing those 3 Infernals, getting the Elder Dragon, and really that was the biggest difference throughout this game because P1, they got behind early, but they were able to delay. The fact that Immortals got triple Infernal and kind of controlled the map like that was really their edge and the reason they won.
Props in both games now to the solo laners. P1 had it in the first game. It was all about Flame and Ryu. This game, it was about Zig and Ryu. This game about Flame and Pole Belter playing so well. Bot lane coming up after that huge hit in the beginning, but Immortals really stepped up this game. Game 1, they seemed to be okay with things happening. This game, they wanted to make things happen.
Yeah, they did, and they had to because they picked this pick composition where they're going to get outscaled, they're going to get out team fought in a 5v5. I mean, look how close some of these team fights were, and they were up, 17,000 gold with triple Infernal, and these were close late game team fights. So had they not made so much happen, gotten all those neutral objectives, they certainly would have lost late game, but they were able to execute it, and we're going to game 3.
I love it. Great start to the summer split. We're going to get 6 games on day 1, and there's still 1 more to go. For more on how Immortals tied this series, let's hand it off to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Riv. Going to game 3 again here in our second series. This time, Immortals striking back to even it up 1-1. But I got to be honest with you, I did not expect that game to go as long as it did based on how it started. I mean, we had the craziness at level 1, blowing lots of summoner spells and even getting kills handed over. And then we had the 8-minute craziness to the bot lane, which we'll get into. Before we do that, let's look at Champion Select again, because minor adjustments were made by both teams. We swap out the Jarvan for the Renekton, and then we get the Bard here for Ole, and I feel like it's an entirely new look for Immortals.
Yeah, and I really like that because you think back to Ole's champion pool from before, loves things that pick, Thresh, Morgana, he's even pulling Thresh bans, right? This guy loves to play champions that catch people out of position, and he can identify that very quickly, so I think the Bard is a really good playmaking champion for Ole. And then they also had a top laner that could shove out that Flame looked very comfortable on, and they went with just overall a more pick-centric composition instead of team fighting, which I think does suit Immortals' style a little bit better.
That said, they were aided by 5 early kills here at 8 minutes. 5 for 1 in the bot lane. Let's take a look at this Clown Fiesta.
Yeah. One of them is an execute, though, so they didn't get full credit for that one. But I think one of the big things here is the TPs come through, and then Ole gets caught out on the side. Right now, Cody-san actually goes up to kill some minions to hit level 6, and he just continues to make sure that they can have that ultimate. And then the rest of P1 actually wrap around, and this ultimate becomes crucial here to lock down Inori, and it actually spreads to Ryu to keep him in place and deal some extra damage there to get them and pick up those early kills and then have the wraparound. And Arrow really just wanted to help. He just walked straight through the turret, but the fight's already over by the time he gets there.
Gets the execute off, but 2 kills over to Renekton. That sets up, as you mentioned, Flame on a split pusher, looked very comfortable on this champion, also had the gold to make work with.
Exactly, and I think a big thing, like Azale was talking about it right there on the desk, that this was a team composition that kind of got outscaled from Immortals, and P1 would just out-team fight you, even though they were so far ahead in the late game. Immortals still struggled a little bit in the team fights. It doesn't seem to be their forte to begin with, but also that composition could have been bad, but that was a fight that got, slingshotted back on to the Phoenix One, and they started it.
Now the sun has set here in LA as we get a look at Pobelter, our player of the game this time around on that Ahri. I know, Zyrene, you loved the build path taken by Pobelter considering the state of the game, both the gold that he had as well as the dragons picked up.
Yeah, a lot of Ahris will go things like Banshee's Veil second, and you really want Void Staff like third item, but he went for a Death Cap as well as a Morellonomicon and a Luden's Echo. So he was actually, when they got 3 Infernal Drakes, he was getting over 120 AP from those Infernal Drakes, making so much use of them that he was able to run into those team fights, Spirit Rush in, W, really didn't have to hit any skill shots, and then people were just dying left and right.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Azael talking about when the charm hits in the late game, so he did hit the skill shot. It did 80% of Ryu's health. He doesn't have to hit it. He could have just W'd and probably killed everybody. He Spirit Rushed around, and yet he was still hitting the skill shots, and that's the thing. Now, I do want to take a step back for a moment and say, while Immortals did get the victory, we have to acknowledge that they did it with a substantial lead from very early on, and it still took some time. So, of course, we'll be looking for them to clean things up, be able to close a little bit smoother. And then on the flip side, we got to give a nod to Phoenix One, a team that even last split during the spring seemed to surprise all the time with how many comeback victories they would have, or at least their ability to stay in games and elongate them off the backs of players like Ryu and Arrow.
Exactly. I was about to say their 2 carries in their mid laner and their AD carry with Ryu and Arrow. Those guys are very consistent. We even saw like last people up at the end of the game, you know, fighting tooth and nail to make sure the Nexus doesn't go down. I think their carries are very solid players. It's just the people around those carries with Shady, you know, getting acclimated completely, and then Inori coming back into his role as the starting jungler, and Zig, who actually looked really out of sorts this game. So they didn't have kind of their rocks around them to build and have that foundation on, so their carries really didn't get a chance to shine because their front line was just dying so quickly or getting picked off.
Well, the teams are all tied up, but only one can claim the series, so meet us back here for Game 3 of Immortals versus Phoenix One right after the break.
Let's go.
Let's go.
High energy, guys. High energy.
3 members up here. And
Missed. Cosmic
Nori's
Find
done.
taken down to Nori. It's going to Flame. Is that going to be first blood for him? There is no smite here. His ghost is down, and so is a Nori. Doesn't look like it's ended. They're still going for the fight. A shockwave hits Flame. Doesn't do much damage. This is going to be a Nori going down, and now Flame coming up huge. Ryu's going to get taken down with one more swipe. Are they going to take it? Pobelter goes to the wall. Oh, finds Arrow. The kiss of death.
Olaf. I'm here. Play.
Keep going. Wildgate's coming in from Shady as he can, and he gets taken down instantly by Flame. Zig and
Arrow's still alive,
very
though.
low on the backside. Can he hit, though? Arrow does have red. He can kite himself out, but there may be too many members to kite out. And 20-9 in a turnaround Game 2. Immortals brings us to a Game 3.
I'm not too worried about them. I think Dardock was a pretty good jungler, and Smithy has to fill a lot of the gaps that he left, where Dardock was really aggressive early. So if Immortals can't really cope with that, it might be harder for them to win against a lot of these teams.
Well, the picks they have so far, the Elise working out a little bit for them, but they still have to change a few things as we are at 1-1. Welcome back. We are about to attack, heading into Game 3 now of Immortals versus Phoenix 1. And we have to see who can pull this one out. Phoenix 1 actually finding a little bit of falter here in the beginning of the split as our third place finishers in spring.
Yeah, they definitely are. And I mean, we talked about, how consistent they were last split at beating everyone below them in the standings. So, losing to Immortals would definitely be atypical from them, especially since they are supposed to be now, settled on a squad, having practice with them, and really kind of more prepared as a team than you would expect Immortals to be, who kind of just picked up Smithy pretty recently. And, talking about how he wants to be a leader, so changing kind of the shot calling, the play style, losing some of the aggression from Dardock. But it seemed like in Game 2, at least, it worked out pretty well, and they were able to kind of make up for that a lot of the time with Ole, who was playing very aggressively on the Bard, moving around and not always getting kills, but forcing summoners, forcing people to back off turrets, and really kind of pushing the pace.
It was kind of against the grain, too, because we saw Arrow and Shady both pick up the Caitlyn and the Lulu. And we're like, why would you give up Caitlyn and Lulu? But it didn't seem to phase Immortals. They figured out how to play against that composition. It was to not just go in and kill them, spread them thin with Flame.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, the fact that they were able to continue to push the pace from the beginning all the way to the end was so important for them, because their composition really was inferior in the team fight, and you saw how close it was in those late game fights, despite an enormous gold lead for Immortals and despite triple Infernal. So without continually being aggressive, they wouldn't have really stood much chance.
And look at this MVP stance you just saw on your screen there. See, quite calm even after a loss. Arrow getting ready to play. You saw Zig on your screen first. Very focused last game. You can see Arrow very focused.
Concentration of a killer right there,
But Zig, super focused on that Kled. They let him have it. They said, you know what, take it. We'll just make sure you cannot do anything with that Kled. And that's really the first time we've seen Zig not kind of be able to work his way out of a bad situation. Usually he's very strong in that.
Yeah, he is. And to his credit, he did kind of bounce back and at least start maintaining in lane despite a really bad early game. And we are just waiting for all the players to arrive back at the stage, to have a little bit of time in between games, especially after some draining ones like that. So it's going to take a little bit of time to chat it over, get a snack, use the washroom, and they will be back shortly.
Must be nice
for
life.
Game 3.
We're here on time.
That's true. There you go.
It is, though. After stressful games like that, you got to rethink, reset, get yourself some drinks, don't spill it. Oh, you're all right. Got it. We're safe. All right. No delays. And we get the coaches set up as well. I love the fact, even it's been so long, but having the coaches on stage, that extra bit of information. Because if you ever have been in kind of a very tight draft where you're like, all right, don't let this happen. By the time you get to the last pick, you're like, holy, we let it happen. They have the exact champions we don't want. And it's so good to have that extra voice in the back. They've been so helpful over the past few seasons.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of it is about the preparation, both from the coach, but also from the team, knowing your priorities, knowing what you don't want them to have, knowing what you're trying to avoid, trends in drafting and picks and bans and things. A lot of the teams and a lot of the best coaches do a ton of mock drafting where they go through and they say, what would a draft look like if we did this? And they try to run through a bunch of scenarios. And even if it doesn't really give you an advantage, knowing that you've gone through all these drafts and then seeing it happen in the live game makes you feel much more comfortable, because you've accepted that that's a trade you're willing to make to give up X for Y, right? And it kind of gives you that comfort and the security of knowing that you had prepared for this situation and you're going to be okay with that.
It's envision it. It's the muscle memory. It happens for every sport. The faster, when you see it again, you can counter it faster. Well, just waiting, as we said, for the players to get into this one from their break, coming into a Game 3, 6 games on our first day. This is exactly what I want to see coming in to every day. I'm sure the players are kind of like, well, we'd rather win in 2. But the fans and us, we love to see this happening. We love to see the teams actually get these 6 games, because in that third game, when they're tested, is when you do different things. You push yourself to the max, or you play a little bit more reserved, and you find different areas of play for yourself. Here we are back into Game 3. Let's see what else these guys can manifest here on the LCS stage. Immortals versus Phoenix 1.
I'm pretty interested to see if there are going to be any big adjustments in pick ban, because it has been relatively similar compositions being run by the teams, and Zach has not come through pick ban at all yet. We'll see if he's going to get banned out yet again. or if Flame wants to go back to something, kind of dominant in the top lane, you could go for the early Renekton again. But I do think it could be a good idea to look for a counter pick for him as well with something like Fiora.
Zac attack is gone. Xayah as well. I don't think they care about the combo, but Xayah can be taken out to stop that.
And that is a change because Xayah was not banned last time around. Has not been picked at all in this series so far. So perhaps worried about the Xayah Rakan combo. You don't obviously have to ban out both if you just are worried about the combo, not an individual piece.
Oh. A lot of respect to that Thresh. Props to the Ole.
Ole, is a very strong, aggressive support player, and I think that Thresh is one of the stronger ones in the meta right now. Is even seeing a lot of success in solo queue and stuff. So it is something that you have to be very wary of, especially in combination with someone like an early ganking jungler such as the Elise. You can always set those up, and it can be pretty powerful.
Phoenix One looking again for that Lulu. May even hit the Caitlyn right off the bat. They see jungler though. What are they doing?
I am actually so surprised that it's a first pick Shen, and yet again so they're gonna take away Elise from Smithy, but this could be a Caitlyn Lulu, first round. You can still counter pick top lane. I feel like some of the drafting priority has been a little bit surprising to me in this series. Shen is not something that was super successful in game 1 or anything like that. Kled should be fine into that.
Yeah.
Zig also does play Gangplank, which I think is actually quite a good matchup against Shen because you can honestly usually farm out the lane pretty freely and then kind of outscale. So there's certainly a lot of answers there, but it does allow Immortals to have more of kind of a proactive style, that global ultimate and things like that.
Immortals just really aren't bothered by the Lulu. So you can have it, not something we necessarily want.
And
Shady likes it.
It's something that had been first pick worthy and ban worthy all through NALCS playoffs and even at MSI and things like this. So it is strange seeing the change in priority there, and even giving over the Caitlyn and the Karma. That's such a powerful combination there. So Phoenix One is hoping to really get an edge in the jungle. I'm expecting to see jungle bans, against Smithy, try to push him down the tiers, allow Inori to try to abuse him, whereas Immortals, I think they should be banning out AD carries. Put Arrow on something that you can bully in lane. Ban out the Varus, ban out some of these safer picks perhaps, and use this Caitlyn Karma lane to really try to abuse them.
Still have the Ashe to pick if we do go down the line of AD carries. There's a Varus. Ezreal's on his side.
Yeah, the Ashe is a good call-out. That could be the other ban. I mean, Olaf already taken away, so that's one expected pick. That's what Inori used as an answer into the Elise last time around. So you take that off the board. You could also go for something like a Kha'Zix if you're worried about that. And then you could see Immortals banning out Ashe or something along those lines. But I guess it is just the one pick that they're really kind of worried about, the Elise into Olaf matchup.
Syndra Ashe, final 2 bans in phase 2. Your last 2 picks here last single pick. And then 2 picks from Immortals. Will it be the Cog? They have the Lulu, which almost spells Orianna in a pick, but there's still options.
It definitely does, but the other thing with that is if you pick Kog'Maw now, they can say, hey, you probably want Orianna.
Exactly.
We'll take Orianna, right? And that's something that you could do as a bit of a takeaway. Kog'Maw can be very effective. We actually saw some pretty wacky compositions at MSI, specifically from LPL representatives, where they actually did no shielders with a Kog'Maw and a Kled composition, and they essentially had so many threats that it made the Kog'Maw kind of have some freedom, and it was pretty funny to watch.
All right, so a little displacement.
Well, it's going to be Gragas jungle, actually, with the Shen top.
That's true.
Gragas jungle, we saw Dardoch play it earlier. It can be okay, but even in that game, he got quite behind on the early clear. A lot of champions do clear a lot faster than the Gragas, which is why we kind of more often see it in the top lane. That said, it still can be a very big playmaker. He can farm reasonably well once he has some levels, especially once you're on that Runic Echoes. And we have Pobelter taking the Orianna away kind of as expected. So, wow, Talia.
Not a bad matchup. Usually gets pushed in a little bit, but Pobelter wouldn't have too much trouble under his turret. We'll also have the help from Xmithy there. Xmithy not as aggressive on this Gragas early game, can still get some work done, and that's kind of what Inori is expecting from him as well, as Xmithy has stated. I'm going to try to be a leader for this team.
And it always makes it very scary for Kog'Maw, right? You don't have a dash. You have to play pretty safely against this Gragas. This is not Arrow on a Caitlyn. If you step forward and you get body slam flash, body slam, taunt flash, these sorts of things, the follow-up is very easy with a shockwave, and you can get taken out so quickly. That said, you kind of are expecting there to be some side lane focus, perhaps on the top lane, as Shen is not the strongest in the 1v1. Obviously, you can kind of like maintain your like even CS and that sort of thing. But if you could see Taliyah going up top, getting an advantage for Kled along with the Elise, that's something that they could look to focus. And you always want to attack the global instead of kind of going to the bot lane and having Shen ult in. You just go to him and try to take him out at the source.
Well, we will see. Flame from Jarvan to a Renekton, and now a Shen after having a great Renekton aggression game. He can still be a little aggressive on Shen, but he's going to keep that idea of lane splitting down so the team can do well. Phoenix1 back to the Kled in the top lane for Zig, but changing it up with the Kog'Maw for Arrow. That protection from Shady's Lulu has been something he keeps going to. We'll see how we get into game 3 here as we load it onto the Rift for Immortals versus Phoenix1.
I'm definitely expecting P1 to play a little bit less crazy at level 1. I mean, Kled, yes,
they're running around
bullied.
in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, they got bullied pretty hard, but you have to remember level 1 was Renekton getting a first blood, and then at 8 minutes they got aced. So
that's true.
It's like he started from so far behind that game that in a easier matchup and a more even matchup, you certainly expect to look a little bit differently. And Arrow going to be going with that Doran shield, try to survive some of the poke here from Cody Sun. And Cody Sun, feeling like they have a big edge in that 2v2, will go to the Doran's blade and try to be poking out and kind of pushing in.
And as of last game, I remember we were saying, no, he's not going to take Elise. Why would Xmithy do that? And now he's playing Elise this game. So as a takeaway as well from Xmithy, as he did have a pretty decent game on that Elise, and Nori will put that back in his champion pool for this game.
And it can be smart because you've seen Smithy play it twice in a row now. Force him to show you something different. Force him to prove comfort on another champion. So that's definitely something he's looking to do. And Nori can certainly play the pick. It's not like it wasn't something he could do. It's just that in general, I see Nori as a player who prioritizes a lot of other junglers over this. And this start pretty interesting. P1 is doing the crazy level 1 stuff again, but they can get collapse on.
Oh, that's the ignite hit. Oh, last shot. 100 health left.
Here comes
not
the
going to
team.
burn through that.
Body slam. No, it doesn't decide to.
You had to say something, Hazel. Now we're going to get it. There's no blast cone as they took it out early. They're just going to walk themselves out, but they have disrupted a bit of the early jungle. Let's see how the start goes. Should be okay, but Raptors.
Yeah, I mean, Ryu is actually trying to steal away the Raptors. We'll see if he gets it. Got 3. That is very frustrating for Smithy because he doesn't get level 2 then off the small Raptors, and his blue buff is being stolen away. So if Inori could get right back over to his blue, he could get a 3 buff. He may just want to try to go for a full quadrant clear. There's a lot of different options here for him, but looks like he should have the 3 buff as Smithy's actually just going straight topside, where his blue buff's already gone.
That's going to be painful once he recognizes the wards are there. I mean, actually, he knows, so he's going to change his path up here from wherever that situation happens. Bot lane getting pushed in to start things off. We'll see what Smithy's choice becomes with this level 1 here. May not get too much help on anything else. And Krugs and Gromper do pretty hard to do without a start.
Yeah, it definitely can be. And Smithy taking a little bit of a weird path. I mean, he starts Raptors, gets a lot stolen away, then goes to Wolves, now back to what I assume is going to be red, but he's spotted out. Maybe he's, trying to... Yeah, it just seems like a pretty strange path overall.
They did just ping where Nori was, though, correctly on that, and they actually think there's going to be a gank coming towards that bot side. Careful. Ole says, I'm going in. I'm going to get a ward down to make sure that is the path. So good communication here early game for Immortals to make sure nothing too big comes of this.
Yeah, Arrow and Shady kind of struggling a bit here, though. Actually, 3 CS out of the first 3 waves. So 3 out of a possible... 12 or so CS there that he could have gotten. He has a few more to try to pick up here, but not only has he been getting pushed in, he's actually been missing the last hits on almost every single one. So whether that's Shady not prepping them properly or whatever it is, definitely some things going wrong in the bot lane.
Another situation not equal to last time, but that kill pressure here for Shady's down with that ignite. Immortals knows it, and they're playing even more aggressive. Now into the turret, a missed one there. That's another missed one. Oh no, stayed alive. The turret not doing enough damage just yet, and a happy Arrow is able to pick these up. Good job with Shady getting a little help. The minions get that one, and it is just tough for them right now. And is that even a situation you call Inori down to, or is it something you can stave off, get to 6 and even out?
I mean, Inori is coming
yeah,
down. You definitely can even it out. One of the big concerns, because they are staying healthy, so it's not, the CS lead is not the end of the world yet.
For sure.
It's not that big of a deal. What can become a problem is if you're constantly pushed in and you're missing a lot of that farm, then Caitlyn can have a free base and buy up a pretty good item, and then you either stay in lane and try to push it out with just your Doran shield, and he comes back with like a BF, or you match bases and you have a very poor item buy, and that's when it can sometimes really spiral out of control. Because for now, Arrow is essentially accepting that he'll lose some CS, but he'll keep health. Smithy is unspotted. He can body slam flash here.
Blast through. That's going to be Arrow almost going down. There's the heal. There's the help picks. A few more shots as the Peacemaker just to the left. They're going to go ahead and retaliate a bit.
Nori's here now, too.
Could find a kill. He's over a ward, so the team's going to know to pull down to that bot side. They haven't seen him yet, though. The minion wave. Oh, no, they did. They were baiting it in. I was going to say they're tunneled on the fight, but they knew the wave coming in would protect them, and they just let Inori hang out.
And I don't know if we're going to get to see this again, but no Ignite used by Olay. You know, Cody-san could have flashed forward as well instead of going for the Peacemaker that he missed, and I think that should be a free first blood. I think that with the execution from Smithy, if there's the instant Ignite from Olay, Cody-san just flashes forward and looks for the autos instead of the Peacemaker, Arrow should be 100% dead. And then with this lane advantage, that becomes a tragedy because it gets pushed in on Kog'Maw. He has no buy. Caitlyn could be massively ahead. So really, that's a pretty big kind of error there from Immortals. It should have been a massive advantage. Turns out not really matter at all.
Almost happy with the situation of saying, yeah, we got him out of lane. Don't go too hard. Also could have been scared off there by Inori, but do as well feel that kill could have been locked in.
The thing is, you know, it's like, yes, Inori could come down, but if you kill off the Kog'Maw right away, there's no return damage onto Smithy, and then you have a very healthy 3v2. So, you know, that is the big argument for making that play. Of course, you can be scared of the Elise, and obviously he was.
Whoa. Just a quick body slam in. Over the wall, Flame, a quick flash taunt. Very, very fast as they wanted to get that kill. Flashing Inori as well. Flashes all around, everyone's safe.
Yeah, trade of flashes there, top laner for the jungler. Inori should be okay with that, knowing that flashes are down for both Smithy and Flame. That gives Zig actually a lot of safety. As a jungler, you're usually okay to make a trade with a solo laner on that summoner because it gives your solo laner so much more safety in that 1v1 or even in the 1v2 with a potential gank, because Shen and Gragas not having flash, there's not much of a way that you should be able to kill off Zig.
This is great by Cody-san and Olay as well. You only be worried if they're not doing this, right? Caitlyn Karma, you are supposed to push in a Kog'Maw lane, but it also feels good to be doing this to Last Split's MVP. It's still going to be scary late game if they allow him to keep farming like this. Doesn't mean he's been shut down just yet.
Yep, and they need to keep getting damage on the turret. You don't just push it in. You need to chip away that turret, look for that first turret gold. Ryu was threatening that actual surf down to bot lane and looking to turn that around, but he was on a ward, so Immortals backs up until he has to go back to mid lane.
A little push down from Zig, make sure his ward and himself are safe. Oh my word. Just a bit of a gold lead here, about 400 for Immortals. No real objectives to grab. I do feel that they can get this Scuttle Crab and then work a bit of the dragon area. Ryu should see this ward pop if he stays in the brush. But no Gragas to be found as they see him in mid.
Yep. So nothing going to happen quite yet, but I mean, Inori is working his way down towards bot lane. Smithy is moving up towards mid, so definitely potential plays on both sides. Smithy not level 6 just yet, though, so not going to have that big ultimate available, and Inori will be a lot stronger than him.
He's got to find it, possibly on this camp right here. Everybody else has it on the right side, except for P1's bot lane. Oh, Nori steals it away. No 6, yet 4 Smithy still. And Inori has already hit that a few camps ago.
Yeah, very nice. I mean, he saw that Smithy had already used his barrel. He's down a level, so he doesn't even have the smite combination. So Inori is able to take that away very easily and continue his pressure, trying to take something away from Gragas really at every opportunity.
Basically sitting at 90% of that level 6. I'm waiting. Luckily, P1 not in a position to make a move that would require the explosive cast. And we haven't seen too much of this island just yet. No teleports, no stand uniteds, as those have just come up. But a lead here for Flame as he starts out on Shen in game 3.
Yeah, and Shen is pretty strong into these melee matchups early on before they build up much damage.
Yeah.
You know, he has early tabbies, which is very good against Clyde here too. So he can, you know, bully and push a little bit. But as you get more and more items, you get some of the arm pen, some of the life steal on Zig, those longer trades stop going your way.
Maybe first, or I should say second time, the junglers catch a glimpse of each other. Here, quickly smited out. Pobelter has one for himself. Give one over to Smithy.
Yeah, I think Smithy actually meant to take it because it was the smite is the same time as the auto, but Pobelter got it. It's still pretty nice for Pobelter if he can actually, you know, get in range, not just for the true damage and that burn on the red, but also a lot of it is about the HP regen that you get from that red buff. So when you're out of combat, yeah. And it's going to help you out against Ryu, who's going to be trying to poke you down.
Hits from Zig. Might even look to get a Scarl reset on this one because he knows it would be safe, but stays out of the competition for now, and Flame nicely pulling it back to the turret. He's going to be able to soak up at least 2 waves on this.
Yeah, and one of the smart things about that from Flame, the little move to the side, was actually to delay the minions from getting to the turret.
Yeah.
He pulls the aggro, and then you actually have that wave denying your own wave. So denying away last hits and experience and putting Zig in this position where he has to move up very vulnerable.
And that's actually causing Zig to back. He's going to get a fresh wave to himself. Obviously, the teleport will come in, but look how far up Flame is. That is nice. 88 to 65. You can see the discrepancy there now. It doesn't mean Zig can't clear that wave up when it gets to him, but things are big, and it may mean that wave pushing could be Flame teleporting safely to another lane.
Yeah, I mean, they have yet to use that Stand United, so you definitely want Smithy with this ultimate, with his flash available, to be looking for a play and use that in combination with the Shen. So ideally here, Shen shoves out top lane, Smithy goes bot lane, body slam flash with the Shen ult coming in onto the Kog'Maw, take down arrow, and then try to go for that early Infernal. That's the kind of play you want to see.
So is this actually now on Immortals? Obviously, they're scaling up a little bit as well. I was going to say to make a move, and they are going to. Pobelter hit over Unraveled Earth, but they're able to drop Inori immediately as they start working the ground, forcing the flash now onto Ryu. A great series of plays in favor of Immortal.
Yeah, great job. I mean, they knew Inori was in that bush. Smithy gets vision, immediately takes him out with that play, and now they're going to execute on the Shen ultimate. You can see him backing off. He's getting ready for the dive. P1's bot lane already had to back off. They're going to have to sacrifice the turret, and then they can even look for Infernal here too. So P1 really kind of giving up everything.
Basically answering the question I was just about to ask. When is the move made? You know you're more powerful than this Kog'Maw, and you will be for quite some time. When do you attack? And it was instant for Immortals in the mid lane.
Exactly. I mean, it's as fast as possible really is the answer. When you have the playmaking abilities up, Body Slam flashes almost unavoidable. It's very, very hard. The only way you can really avoid that is as soon as you see the body slam animation, you flash, but then there's the mind game of sometimes they won't even flash with it, and then you waste your summoner. So that's something they have to go for, and P1 is hoping to capitalize on base timers, because although Immortals is stronger right now, they just base. So if they get in this Infernal, that's very good for them. Smithy gonna look for the steal.
The sweeper cooldown almost gets it on the barrel, gets closed up. Looks like Smithy may be able to get himself over the wall. Inori kind of wanted the kill, but then bailed out knowing it would be a problem. Great heal by Arrow, getting there in time. The wall coming in as Ryu starts to weave the team some kills, and that gets Arrow going. The Kog'Maw finds a kill after a
shockwave and flash.
Facing Smithy very low. No delivery. That's going to be taken one down, and there goes Ryu. A kill picked up and the retribution back. So Pobelter gets a little extra gold. The no follow over the Voidoos, but what a hectic fight to get some kills on the board.
Yeah, they do get some kills. A critical that Zig actually interrupted the Stand United with his own ultimate. You can hear that global sound going off and stopping the Shen from getting in there and making it go even worse for his team. They do go down as far as gold, but they get the Infernal, and they get a kill onto Arrow, which is really the target you want. But this Hex, very smart from Shady. He was going to look for the barrel over the wall, then body slam in and smite it. So denying that combo, very big. And now, as you see, Shen goes for the ultimate, Zig blowing his to interrupt, and then just knows he has to retreat. And the ensuing fight, the commitment here from Olay, he thinks he can take him out, but then Arrow there with the heal. The ultimate comes in from Shady. Olay is trapped out and does go down. Pobelter very strong though, and is able to come in and clean up a couple kills, which was so big for Immortals, because getting Pobelter going, I mean, it's been the strong mid laner that has been winning these first 2 games.
Back to the phase items coming out. A fist for Flame as he starts to get a little more HP, looking for that Titanic again. Infinity Edge finished up by Cody-san. Blade of the Rune Kings we saw from Arrow after these few kills here, and everybody got a little piece of an assist there, except for the top laners. They again stay on their island. We'll see what they can provide here.
And Flame did expend his TP as well as the Stand United in the same play. So P1 actually has the global advantage right now with their teleport still available from Zig. So, you know, ideally they want to set up some sort of play before those cooldowns come back for Flame. And Immortals is going to want to try to play safely. If you have Flame right on Zig, you can play aggressively because you know he can interrupt that TP, but otherwise you have to show respect.
Like anything is going to happen top anytime soon with these teleports being up. Mid lane seems to be the game now, coming in for Immortals. In the wave here, they do have a few wards behind this turret, so if they need to make a move, they can. But that move may just be away here as they see Talia coming around the side.
They're just trying to wave clear this out. Smithy does have Flash very soon, and that's when he can go for another big play if he wants to. That should coincide pretty well with the Stand United. So, you know, Immortals is going to want to try to make another play around that timing. And once again, they are in a situation where you don't want to give your opponents too much time to scale. They have a very, very strong team fight this time, but still, it's a Kog'Maw and it's Arrow, so you don't want to allow him to just kind of free farm and delay.
And nothing once again in mid. Bot pushed out by Ryu. That ult is up. He actually is going to be routed by all the members of Immortals, so he won't be creating anything to block them off. But Zig, however, is roaming down. A good hit onto Ryu, instantly found in the jungle. So Smithy going for a full plan himself. He wants to be the caller. Call is made.
I mean, he's doing great. This is another flash, another kill. So, you know, 3 times now he has gone for those body slam flashes. It has worked out quite well for the team. And 3 kills all over to Pole Belter. Plus he gets the blue buff off of Ryu there. That is so good for Immortals. And here it is. They see him over the wall, body slam, flash, right in, ult him down. Pole Belter refreshes his blue. Very, very good.
Feels good. We wondered what that synergy would be like between those two, and they seem to move pretty in sync to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, these are guys who won a championship together on CLG. They have played together in the past and know how each other play, and so far they're looking very good together.
As we said before, it takes a little bit of that pressure off of Pole Belter in the mid lane, allowing him to once again use that very vast champion pool. Split after split, he would be one of the guys who played the most unique champions. Now, kind of Ryu and others can say they do that, but it's the calls now that can be given to Smithy and that mechanic play put back into Pole Belter's hands.
Definitely. I mean, Pole Belter is a strong mechanical player. He's a guy who has a lot of flexibility.
Double flash.
Oh my god, the damage.
Super double flash. Smithy finds himself in a real bad spot. Living Artillery bops him on the head, takes him down, and Nori is gone as well. Jungler's out of the fight. Top lane's getting pushed in, and we just had a back from Zig, as he may have to teleport back to the top side to save that turret. Mid lane getting pushed in by Immortals, and man, things are happening in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, another kill on Pole Belter, but Arrow gets the counter kill, and they actually burst Smithy through the Courage of the Colossus shield, the Karma shield, the Orianna shield, and the Stand United. Like, he had so many shields, and he just got taken out, and now Cody-san in trouble.
Want a shield with your shield? Flash over the wall. This is Ryu. He's got movement speed around the rocks. The jungle is where Talia lives. Throw another rock. One more. One, maybe. Oh, okay. I was going to say, if he got the kill on that, Zig ults in, doesn't even get the hit for assist. But it was to Arrow. So the double team there, 5-3 as Pole Belter working on the side lane. The team's still trying to get something as they go for Rift Herald.
They are spotted though, and Shen is back, so they're gonna have to back off the play. Pole Belter is kind of just 1v1 against Inori in the bot lane, and Inori cannot deal with him whatsoever. So Ryu's gonna have to come down. We'll see if they look to go for a play here. Pole Belter could 1v2 against Shockwave.
Oh, the true surf from coast to coast. Ryu going to Rift Herald all the way down and making himself present in the bot lane.
That was actually very well done by P1, hitting the cocoon right into that Talia flip, getting so much damage and bursting down Pole Belter, because if he lands a Shockwave, he actually 1v2s that.
Absolutely. I was waiting for the damage. So was Ryu as he backed off slightly from the play. Inner Flame, looking for the Soul Flare Karma shot there with the Mantra on. looks like this is going to fizzle out. Obviously, Inori is below, and Dragon is to be taken. Immortals getting so many last game. P1 says, we're not going to let that happen again.
Yeah, P1 has the first Infernal this time around. They're already doing a lot better than the last time. But still, you know, it is a significant gold advantage for Immortals, and it's gold on a lot of their key members. But P1 are looking to try to force this. Stand United is not available, so they're feeling more confident to play aggressive.
They're trying to get Xmithy out of the fight first. Like, they don't even care about Ole's health. They're saying if we get the jungler low, he can't get in the fight. How about dead if they can? But a great ultimate from Xmithy before he goes down. He'll be able to get away from the Dragon's still not even dead. And there's the double kill from Cody's son. Another one coming in from Pobelter. And now they're on the chase for Inori. Dragon picked up by Inori. So that going over. P1 still getting a little bit out of the fight, but losing so much and more to come.
Yeah, I mean, they get something, but they thought they could force. Stand United is down. Pobelter's in base, but he gets back in time, and he's able to get so much done. Hits the key ultimate and has really been so big for the team this game.
Ooh, the flash out as well. The turn from Ole as soon as Inori's Spiderlings died off. That's what he needed. And Volatile Spider not giving him enough damage. He'll get Scryer's Bloom back, but like we said, what is to come? 2 more turrets in for Immortals.
Yeah, this gold lead is actually insane at 20 minutes. Over 7,000 up. They're pushing the top lane turret as well. Inori still caught here. Probably going to go down to Pobelter. Yeah, that's that. Pobelter had time to go kill a turret. Casually walks back across the map. Collects that gold. Thank you very much. 6-1 and 3. Pobelter is so fed. They're going to lose top 2. I mean, this game might just be over with this gold lead.
They're calling Flame to the top side now. This is actually the chance that P1 does have to play around with some time, but Xmithy is there immediately. So the time they do waste in the top doesn't get a kill. That means the people that back from Immortals have all the time to get back to lane. We'll see this top side once again.
And I mean, Flame is at a very strong point right now. You know, he's up in farm. He has his completed Titanic Hydra, and that is actually something you really have to respect. Zig underestimating the damage. A little bit overkill in that flash, but I mean, underestimating the damage, thinking he can play aggressively. He's trying to trade out his mount, then remount, and have the HP advantage. That's what he's going for there.
So risky.
But with the Titanic Hydra and the taunt, you can actually burst him down before he can get the damage off for the remount.
Well, I'm sure there's kind of a few situations you play that in, you're like, oh, I think I played it wrong, I'll try it again. But what if Flame does play it even more correct, right?
Yeah.
Plays that counter onto Zig, it just gets that much more out of hand, and already it's getting tough.
And a lot of the thing is, when you play against a lot of Shens, you know, especially if you're playing in solo queue and stuff, so many people will simply go for like a Sunfire cape first, right? And the damage is very different than it is against someone with a completed Titanic Hydra. So you're not always used to these different damage thresholds and that the different builds can bring. And he obviously underestimated there, but they're looking for a TP. They're going to try to get Pobelter, whole team coming up.
Oh, there's the hit. It did pull Inori top side. He's going to be able to bring it back to himself. The dissonance was not used for Pobelter. Wall actually helps him out a little bit and allows Immortals to come back in. Ryu stopping his team from getting a full engage. A nice Soul Flare to stop and slow BP1 as to try to get out of this. The back line exposed to Xmithy. Now the front line to the rest of the team and a double kill dissonance. Coming in for Pobelter. 3 members of P1 in their eyes. Bot lane pushing, mid lane pushing, and Immortals is looking for another turret.
Yeah, they're going to get it. P1 cannot stay around at all. That Stand United was so clutch from Flame. Not only is it about the shield, he gets in, taunts forward, absorbs the Kled ultimate, then Orianna, who's super fed, can turn around and put all the damage out. They can even continue to go. I mean, still 17 seconds on both the soul laners, really, and they're going to get an inhibitor.
Yeah, there's no ultimates up on them either, so they are only home guarding to this inhibitor turret. I think they'll pull off here as nobody has started to step forward. They're showing the play they are going to make. At 23 minutes on the dot, Immortals breaks P1's base.
12,000 gold up. They are just looking so good this game.
See this again.
And this is a play you have to be so fast on. You know, the Stand United coming in, sidestep on that cocoon. There it is. So the taunt forward absorbs that Kled ultimate. Pobelter's able to move back, then go forward with the damage as the rest of the team comes in. And they're just so strong at this point that if you don't eliminate Pobelter or Cody-san right off the bat, you cannot actually fight them. So Smithy has the confidence to move forward. So does Flame. And just look at that dissonance damage. Whew. He is so far ahead of Ryu, it's actually insane. Over 3,000 gold up, you know, closing in on 4,000 gold advantage just on that one player. and then almost 3,000 gold in the 80 carry here too. Like,
yeah.
Immortals is almost at an unlosable point.
I mean, your items ahead. Adaptive helm now onto Smithy. Getting all the items we need. Another Ardent Sensor for Cody's son. And it's not even in a kind of defensive position this time. Cody's son's using that to go forward, knowing it's giving him even more power. And the team is behind him as well.
Adaptive Helm is actually pretty good against the Leah because of those rocks. It's constant damage coming out, and I do believe it actually works on the mixed damage, of the Bladed Rune King and stuff too, in the Hogmod W. So
whoa,
cool.
Well, that hurt Pobelter. He took a few of those Bio Arcane Barrage shots from Arrow. They do have to be wary. Once a team like this is pinched in, it kind of gives P1 an advantage to hit up a lot with what Talia can do, but also Flame, Smithy, Pobelter can get one hell of an ultimate if they can get all of P1 around an inhibitor turret.
Yeah, and in my opinion, the play here for Immortals is you go to Baron, you send Shen bot. If they try to contest, then you just TP, you ult in, right? There's no TP on Zig, and they know that because of the recent play in topside. And if they send 5 there, you just back off and you allow Shen to actually push into this turret. But Flame is not pushing. He's actually farming wolves right now. You really want to be shoving up and making the most out of this map pressure that you have.
Well, to the book, Shen bottom. Here we go. Flame's going to start pinging on the turret. Now they try and keep eyes on Nori and Arrow, but also make them think, you guys have to fight us for Baron as they start to get in position. Zig's called down to the bot side here. Remember, it's a double teleport, a Stand United, and TP for Immortals to work around the map with, and they will start the Baron. They're going to start pressuring P1 into the fight.
And this is still pretty early. I mean, Smithy's taking a lot of damage from this. This is not like a 30, 40-minute Baron, and P1 looking for the engage. Stand United is available, though.
Whoa.
They don't even need it. They're just going to try to back off, and Shen is staying on the inhibitor turret there. Good disengage and use of the Ghost from Pobelter.
Very nicely done. Zig thinking he would get in with the ultimate. Really the first time we've seen him on him on his Kled kind of be routed, not able to get those ultimates in. It seems like Immortals knew those picks were going to happen. They haven't minded Lulu. They haven't minded Kled. They came prepared for this game. Now they're heading out to the Baron. 12-4, 26 minutes in, and they do have a few members on that right side of Baron to stop it. However, they're just letting kind of Flame do his thing here.
Yeah,
not getting the fight they want, and they're not pressuring what they have to do.
And Flame can continue to push like this. He doesn't know where everyone is, so he is going to back off for now, allow them to reset. But, I mean, you should go get your buys, and then you just keep pushing this advantage because he's up a couple levels. Kled is not really going to be able to run him down with like a Black Cleaver and a Hex Shrinker. He's not going to have enough damage to do anything. And you should be able to eventually whittle down those inhibitors.
Should. They'll make it. That's going to help a little bit. Cody's son will eat that Acathian surprise. Not a problem for him at this point in the game. He'll be able to heal back up with Warlords quite easily, as now they're pushing mid and top, able to work 2 lanes. Bot lane is pushing away from Immortals, so P1 has a bit of breathing room there, but already open inhibitor. Not like it matters too much.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the taunt flash, take down Arrow, and now they can probably get at least this top inhibitor. You'd think that they could move down and take the second inhibitor tier 2 because their item advantage is so massive.
A lot of it at this point has been that safe play. We did talk about the third game and how some things change. They're not hesitation, but more tempered or measured in their engages here to make sure that they don't go down, going for that second inhibitor.
Yeah.
They're going to do it safe, go for the wave, then push themselves.
They certainly have been very careful. I mean, it's game 3.
For sure.
You definitely don't want to throw away the advantage. You know you're massively ahead, so it makes sense. You know, why risk it kind of situation. That said, the longer you do kind of do things like this, there comes a point where you should push the edge because you give your opponents a lot of chances to come back in. And here should be that taunt flash coming in. Yep, there it is. Nails it, and Arrow taunt flash into the trap. No chance to actually flash and get out. Not much chance really left in this game, you have to feel, as Cody's son's going to go back and buy. He's going to be at least a full item ahead of Arrow, and so strong in the team fight.
Bot lane doing a bit of the stepping up that we looked for them to do here in Cody's son and Ole. Pobelter as well, showing the consistency in these plays. making sure he's top KDA. It seems like Xmithy has relieved a bit of the leader pressure from him in the mid lane.
I mean, the last 2 games, Cody Sun and Olay have matched up very well against Arrow and Shady. And this is
absolutely,
you know, Shady, yes, he's a newer support, but Arrow is the MVP. And they're doing very well.
Yeah.
Like, the amount of growth that we've seen from Cody Sun and Olay has been pretty incredible. From, like, you know, all the memes and stuff about Cody Sun feeding early in the season to where he has come now. I think he's actually, you know, definitely one of the top half AD carries.
Airborne is Ryu. He hit the ground, and he hit the ground running. Is he going to be able to make a double taunt on the backside? Shady and Nori both locked up in the fight as Arrow is looking for safety, and he can only find it next to Zig. They're trying to get out alive, but a flash is forced by Zig, and Immortals basically owns the map.
Yeah, they can just run it down mid, take down that inhibitor turret, get the last inhibitors here, and then they can look to end the game. There's no way for P1 to really respond. They're just going to go straight for the Nexus.
And they're even taunting on. They know they can take the fight and the turrets all together. Super Minions crashing in from the top side. Inhibitor in the mid to be taken down. Looks like they're going to walk on by it. There goes Arrow doing what he can now with the Cathian surprise. It's not going to be enough. And Immortals, after going down in game 1, are able to take 2 of their own and take down P1 on day 1 of the summer split.
It's a big win for them. New team, Smithy coming in. You're playing a 3rd place team from last split. They lose game 1, but they're able to come back and win. And Smithy was so good in this last game. I mean, yes, it's Pobelter who got extremely fed, and he's the one who's going to look like the star in the later stages of the game. And Pobelter played very well, but Smithy moving around the map with body slam flash after body slam flash, finding picks, finding these advantages, and really pushing the pace for his team. I was so impressed by how he played. This is the best game I've seen from Smithy in a long time, honestly.
And you can kind of say this for both. Shady has been there, but awesome to see both teams with, say, acquisitions do well with those new people in the spots. Like Smithy coming into a spot, Shady now confirmed in that starting spot. Both actually showing well, which means great things for these teams, because usually that first 5-week falter can put a team in a spot they don't want to be with a new player.
It definitely can, and I mean, Flame showing up here too for Immortals. Really, the whole team did play quite well. You know, Flame going up against Zig, who I consider to be one of the better top laners in North America for sure.
Yep.
And 2 games in a row, you know, dealing with the Kled very, very well. You know, the Renekton game you can obviously blame on level and first blood and things like this, but Flame smashed him again on Shen, and that was like a straight up 1v1 solo kill. There was no big advantage that was gifted to him. He earned it on his own and played very, very well.
Flame's strength in the side lane here in his picks, kind of the same minus the Jarvan game as he had to come and fight with the team more, really allowed P1 to pick that Lulu and Immortals not to care about it. If they're never fighting that squad 4 on the side, Flame's always causing to distract and have that Lulu. They gave it to him every time and still couldn't make a Juggernaut comp.
Yeah, I mean, and it's really just the fact that they're able to play to their game. They're able to push the pace early and not allow Arrow to kind of get to that stage where he can take over. I mean, even from the very beginning, how hard they were getting punished in lane by Olay and Cody Sun was very impressive. I mean, he had 3 CS off the first 2.5 waves, had been getting bullied out quite hard. And then you add into that the gank from a Smithy, the movement around the map from him, capitalizing on plays everywhere. They just got put so on the back foot. You can lose 1 lane, you can maybe lose 2 lanes. You can't lose all lanes and be behind in the jungle and expect to win.
Right, always having speed at that support. Immortals all over the map. We're actually going to see the last fight here as they were able to push in and be the catalyst to the victory. The strength of Shen, as we said, the mobility. I'm sorry, this was the Gragas engage.
Yeah, and
everywhere.
Once again, I mean, Gragas had been big all game. Body slam flash, knocks in Pobelter. He's taken out. In the backside, you have Flame zoning out 2, hits a double taunt, and Pobelter pushing them all back. I mean, P1 was just so weak in comparison that they couldn't stand up to an even man fight, or even really like a 5v4 in a lot of circumstances, because of the power of Immortals. And they knew that they had the advantage. They knew that they could just go straight in and end the game. And Arrow even kind of walks up here, and there's actually a hidden trap under one of those minions that he actually walks forward. See, he steps on that trap and then does get taken out immediately. So definitely a bit of a frustrating game for him. Wasn't really able to make anything happen.
Very interesting to see Immortals start this. I should say good for Immortals, not interesting. Any team could do this, but to start off this strong, and teams are closing out games. Yeah, there was a bit of hesitation. Expect that coming into week 1, but nothing like we've seen previously where teams just flounder about and say, I think we might need to force a scary Baron 50-50 to win. None of that stuff. Pretty clean endings. And for a first-hand account on that series, let's hear from Freak and Immortals' new jungler.
Thank you very much. I'm here with the victorious Xmithy, coming off with a great win over Phoenix 1. First off, I need to ask, how confident were you coming into this match? In the eyes of many, Phoenix 1's the number 3 team from last split. Looks like they were going to win, and of course, you guys did win. So what do you think coming in?
Scrims are not really a part of like showing like true skill, but most of our scrims were like actually really productive. And it was really scrappy in like the first 1 or 2 weeks, but we figured it out, and then we just got on the same page.
You mentioned the first 1 or 2 weeks were a bit scrappy. How long were you kind of aware of this being the roster move for you in this trade? Like, how long have you been working with Immortals now?
I think it's been like a month or so. I know they were all like really, really mechanically skilled players, and all they wanted was, I guess, just like sort of like a leader type of thing, like where everyone wants to mesh together and just someone to support each other. Because like back then, like last split, like no one was really supporting each other as a teammate. Like they just wanted to carry by themselves, and then I feel like I can bring that together.
Yeah, it's kind of been the idea is Xmithy's sort of a more supportive jungler. It has certainly worked out well. A topic I've seen brought up a lot is who won out in the trade. Did Immortals get a better jungler? Did CLG get a better jungler? And Dardoch here. And we were talking before this interview started, and you said it was a win-win. So tell me, why is this a win-win for you?
Well, for Immortals, like I already said that what they really needed, in my opinion, was like just someone to, like for example, like shot caller, like someone just like to have a higher voice than everyone, I guess. And CLG has like also a really good shot calling already from Afremu. And then I guess like for the jungler, they can have someone like who's flexible as like a tank or a AD carry or a carry. So
that's cool. So you're actually more of a leader on the team now, which is actually really interesting.
You can say that.
Well, that's cool to hear, though, of course. So that's fair enough. I do want to ask you about your old team, though. Of course, they had beaten Cloud9 earlier today. Just as a sort of a question, how much are you still keeping in contact with your old teammates and your old buddies there?
Not much has like been communicated for a while since like we're all so busy. They were in boot camp, I think, and then ourselves are like scrimming like nonstop, and yeah.
Fair enough. Well, Xmithy, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you later on in the week as well. Now up to the analysts.
Thank you very much, Freak. Both players in that trade, Dardoch and Xmithy, picking up their victories here on day 1 of the summer split, so that has to feel good. But let's take a look at how Immortals was able to put together this 3rd victory here. I do know you have some thoughts on champ select, so we're going to work through this bit by bit and see how these teams arrived with the comps that they did. Phoenix 1 maybe making a bit of a misstep here.
Yeah, first things first, I loved Immortals' draft, especially from the get-go. They first picked the Shen, which was the champion that they had so much trouble with dealing in the top lane in game 1, so it's denied from Phoenix 1. But then Phoenix 1 answered with taking away from Xmithy, he played the Elise previously, saying let's get him off his comfort. Then they also go with the Kled, which is pretty good into the Shen, but doesn't end up being very effective this game. Maybe you want something like a Galio instead, since it's not banned at all here. But then Immortals go for, all right, time to go for protection comp. Let's go. We got the Shen. Caitlyn, Karma locked in, so they have their hyper carry in the bottom side.
Cool. So let me stop you there. Yep. Phoenix 1 can properly identify after these 3 picks that we know what Immortals is doing. They're working their way towards a protect the AD carry composition. Okay, now how do they respond?
Yeah, this was the confusing part. They take the Lulu, that's fine, but then the ban phase afterwards, they take away another jungler, and then they don't pitch the jungle anymore and take away Gragas. Instead, they take away the Syndra, which if you wanted to really pinch that down and play the Kog'Maw, the biggest counter to protect the Kog'Maw compositions is the Gragas. The Gragas can separate people from their team and make sure that, they don't have that support anymore, and the AD carries will walk up all the time when they have the protection of a Lulu, and they'll be on the front line. So that was a little bit strange, because you pick the Kog'Maw here, you are 100% giving away protect the Kog'Maw composition.
Right.
Pick Orianna here instead. You pick the Orianna here, they pick whatever they want, Talia, etc., but they don't get the takeaway. And if you pick Kog'Maw here, you give away, all right, take Gragas, boom, you countered us. You pick Orianna here instead, guess what happens? They can pick Gragas, and you can even pivot and say, well, we don't want to play protect the Kog'Maw anymore, let's go with something a little more mobile, and you can pivot from there. But I think picking the Kog'Maw and then giving that away and allowing yourself to be countered and have the Orianna taken away from you makes it so that this Kog'Maw pick in this order is actually not good at all.
Absolutely. So again, showing your hand a little bit too much here when you could have prioritized something else that is built for your composition and is also good at dismantling your composition. So two different things that Phoenix One could have done to maybe give themselves a better start here just in Champion Select alone. But again, we can't deny the game put together by Immortals here, because this one was dominant, and Xmithie was doing work in the early game to get his team advantages, and then of course Pobelter coming in big on this Orianna, who's been playing like a monster today.
Actually, the guys who are reunited from CLG Championship 2015 summer, man, they're fucking crushing it. Like, that was crazy. I loved it when we saw the mid lane of Pobelter go in there with the Orianna Shockwaves, and I loved the Gragas. He played it so well, because, like, hypothetically, the Gragas does beat the Kog'Maw compositions, but he crushed it today. Xmithie really did show that this trade made Immortals better too.
And this game was over and in the bag at 19:30. So let's take it to one replay, a 3-for-0, and the drag for Immortals here. Walk me through it.
Yeah, this was so good. This is the exact thing you want. Xmithie sees the opportunity. Oh no, body slams the wall, whatever. Gets arrow into the team. Exactly how you should play that from there. And he doesn't even die at that part.
He used one spell. Xmithie won the fight with one spell after missing. That's what I'm saying.
That's why it's such a big counter.
Exactly, I know. That's why I'm saying.
You just throw out the barrel, you get it in the right spot.
You see this man, this
job done.
He is passionate about this, but it's because it's true, right? It shows the effectiveness of the pick, even when misplays were there technically in terms of execution on his own abilities. The one important ability, it lands the way it needs to, and Phoenix One is punished for it. Immortals walks away with the victory very cleanly. Player of the game going to Xmithie for exactly that. Here on his new team, we heard it from him in that interview with Freak. He feels like old Immortals was a team of many people who are all looking to carry, and they don't have a unifying factor or a foundation to rest on. He's exactly the kind of player who's happy to take a backseat to other people and say, I will set you up to win the game.
Yeah, I looked at his build, I'm like, why are you building Knight's Vow, second item on Elise? Does it again on Gragas, gets Adaptive Helm, which is great too, but he's just building to be supportive, to soak for his team, to take the damage away from his other carries, and that seems to be exactly what Immortals needed. I said at the beginning of the day that I thought the trade of Xmithie and Dardoch was clearly Dardoch and CLG won out on that, but I might have to reevaluate that, because Xmithie played really well today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, hey, look, again, both teams coming away with victory today. Interestingly enough, our second and third place teams from Spring Split are the losers of their first matches here tonight. So again, where we talked about a super competitive split in spring and what is going to be a super competitive split here so far in summer, it's turning out to be exactly that on night one.
I'm pumped. I'm so pumped about this split, just in general. I'm really excited to see what happens with all of the trades. I mean, it's only been one match for these two teams.
I was about to say, good news for you. We've got 12 weeks of this. 9 weeks of regular season play, 3 weeks of playoffs. So with day one in the books, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings. CLG and Immortals, they come out of the gate with the first wins of summer, while Cloud9 and Phoenix One look to net their own later in the weekend. The remaining 6 teams take to the stage tomorrow, and it all begins with Logic Gaming back on the stage versus Team Liquid on NALCS1. Then TSM returns to the battle arena to face Cloud9 in our rematch of the Spring Finals. Then over on NALCS2, Froggen and Echo Fox take to the stage against High and FlyQuest, followed by a brawl between Team Dignitas and Team Envy in the Battle Theater. Turning to you for the rematch of Summer Finals. As Cloud9 sustain the loss today, there will be some element of, like, how do they bounce back from this? But again, this is a roster that now has some veterans on it, and we always expect they will bounce back. But how are you looking at this rematch from spring with Doublelift now back in the mix?
Exactly. Doublelift's back in the mix. TSM are going to look a little bit stronger, but they haven't had the same amount of time to mesh. They had MSI with a different person at AD carry, and they're coming off of that loss. So they have to shake that off, refocus, get Doublelift in there who's fresh, but also C9 coming off a loss as well. But they played 3 games with Ray. So that's kind of the question mark there, is what's really going on with that C9 roster. Is Impact going to play? What's going to happen? But I definitely think that TSM have a little bit of an edge there, because they aren't sustaining a loss from the day before, but they do have Doublelift AD carry, and I think that's going to help them out a lot.
Yeah, roster stuff to be decided for the C9 squad. We'll see if they can craft a victory tomorrow against TSM. That's going to do it for tonight. So for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more North American LCS. Good night.
It's time for the very first game of the split as Cloud9 takes on Logic Gaming. Here comes the Q from Dardak. Damage is there. They're going to get him. First blood through for Dardak. Through to Knight aside, and look at the damage output. They're going to take him down. First blood to Zaya and Rakan in the bot lane.
Ready? I'm going on Jetson. Yep. Okay. Right here. Yep. I'll take. Jumping.
They've got Nightmare. He's going to go for this body slam. Darshan tries to win the time. The kickback as well, and this time CLG secures it.
Careful. I pull now. We have no reason to die. He's going to die. That's too bad.
Oh, yeah, boys.
Let's fucking
go. Follow-up CC could be there to slow the explosive cast. The bot laner is down 1-0, and now Counter Logic Gaming looking to close it out. And Counter Logic Gaming takes down Cloud9 in the first match of the split.
And it looks like Immortals is going to be able to walk out of this. No, gets back charmed on the rappel down. Flame now tries to go in the fight, one after the other. Woo!
Let's go.
Let's go.
High energy, guys. High energy.
This is going to be Nori going down, and now Flame coming up huge. Ryu's going to get taken down with one more swipe. Are they going to take it? Cobelter goes to the wall. Oh, finds Arrow, the kiss of death. He can't get in the fight. How about Dead if they can? But a great ultimate from McSmithy before he goes down. He'll be able to get away from the Cathy and surprise. And there's the double kill from Cody's son. Immortals, after going down in game one, are able to take two of their own and take down P1 on day one of the summer split.